Our story begins not in the present, but 249 years in the past, in a world that knew nothing of the horrors to come. It was a peaceful day, until every man, woman, and child looked to the sky with dawning terror. A massive dimensional gate tore open the heavens, and from it, an army of nightmares descended. They were the beings who would one day be known as demons, and their first act was to declare war on all of mankind. In response, the proud Orthodox Alliance formed an extermination corps, boldly vowing to drive the invaders back. A mere 3 days later, that brave corps was nothing but a pile of corpses beneath the feet of a single demon. 1 year of slaughter followed, wiping out half the population and forcing old enemies to unite for one last, desperate stand. The greatest masters of the Muram world threw themselves into battle against the demonic tide. For over a month, they fought with every ounce of their strength, a desperate struggle for survival. But in the end, 90% of their forces were annihilated, and the Central Plains Muram was officially erased from history. The few who survived the slaughter were not granted the mercy of death. Among them was our protagonist, a proud warrior reduced to cattle, dragged into the demon realm. 5 years pass in this hell, but his fate was about to get much, much worse. Unable to use inner energy, he was deemed a rare species, a perfect subject for their horrific experiments. Through endless torture and brainwashing, they broke him, remolding him into a loyal soldier for their army. For decades, he was a weapon, sent to invade other worlds and carry out the very same massacres that destroyed his home. After 75 years of relentless slaughter, his sheer strength could no longer be ignored. He was promoted to commander. Another 120 years forged him into something far beyond human, a being of immense power and cold fury. But beneath the demonic visage, a flicker of his old self remained, driving him to secretly search for an answer. He found it. A cosmic truth. A power he would spend the next 50 years just learning how to summon. And so, after centuries of servitude and careful planning, he finally began his rebellion. But in the present, only a week later, the battlefield tells a story of utter annihilation. His forces, his hopes, everything he had built lies broken and dead in the dirt. And there he is, the architect of this failure, coughing up blood on the cold ground. Towering over him is the very reason for his despair, a being of pure flame and power. The rebellion, his one chance at freedom, has completely and utterly failed. The Demon King looks down, his voice dripping with condescending disappointment. He mocks the pathetic display, asking if this was truly worth throwing everything away for. He calls him by his slave name, Schwitz von Grentel, but the man on the ground only seethes. With a defiant glare, he spits out the name he had long forgotten, Sabigang. The Demon King looms over him, admitting that for all his power, he truly doesn't understand. He's watched humans like him for centuries, observing their every move. While Sabigang's talents were pathetic, his tenacity, his sheer obsession with survival, was his only real strength. So why, after all this time, act so recklessly? Sabigang just coughs, explaining he had to experience it, because to guarantee victory the next time, he had to fight him at least once. His master finds this interesting, but ultimately a foolish way of thinking. Did he really believe there would be a second chance? He makes it clear. Sabigang will die here today. But with a trembling, bloody hand, Sabigang refuses his fate, vowing he will not be killed by him. Then, with a final, desperate surge of will, he plunges that very hand deep into his own chest. The Demon King can only stare, caught completely off guard by this insane, final act of defiance. Gritting his teeth through unimaginable pain, Sabigang forces his hand deeper. Hez not just killing himself, Hez pulling the trigger on a final, desperate gambit. A colossal pillar of violet energy erupts from his body, tearing through the battlefield. The Demon King watches, his shock quickly turning into a dawning, horrifying realization. This isn't just magic, it's time regression, the divine authority of an ancient evil god. He finally understands the 200 years of silent suffering were all for this one moment. Caught in the storm of his own power, Sabigang screams a final, venomous promise. He vows that next time, he'll be ready, and he will slaughter every last one of them. But the Demon King doesn't rage. Instead, a cruel, amused smile spreads across his face. He looks forward to their rematch, acknowledging Sabigang as the only human who ever earned his respect. The world twists and reforms, no longer a demonic hellscape but the peaceful Central Plains Muram. And like a bolt of divine judgment, his soul comes crashing back into the timeline. The raw energy of his return punches a hole straight through the roof of an academy building. Lying amidst the splintered wood is his past self, a boy, untouched by 200 years of war and slavery. The future warrior's consciousness settles into this younger vessel, a countdown beginning in his mind. His eyes snap open, glowing with the crimson rage of a man who's lived centuries. He has 10 years. He's back at the Dragon Spring Academy, the very heart of the Orthodox Alliance he watched burn to the ground. The next day, workers are already on the roof, hammering away to repair the strange damage. They chatter amongst themselves, marveling that a lightning strike could be so powerful and precise. One of them scoffs, relieved that the only one injured was that loser who was inside, unaware they just insulted humanity's last hope. They're talking about the vice instructor, that orphan who can't even use inner energy. The worker chuckles, saying it's a shame the lightning didn't hurt him worse, because today is the day of his public execution. An elder's voice booms across the courtyard, announcing the start of a duel for the spear assistant instructor position. The crowd buzzes with excitement, hungry for the show. On one side stands the current instructor, Sabigang. His opponent, the challenger for his title, the invincible divine spear, Mang Sondeok. This duel was set up to verify Sabigang's abilities, a formal challenge to strip him of his rank. With their honor as martial artists on the line, the two fighters prepare to clash. Sabigang calmly plants his spear, a slight smirk on his face. This guy seems a little stronger than he remembered. Mang Sondeok laughs, mocking the rumors he's heard about his opponent getting struck by lightning. He figured it was just an excuse to avoid him, but since he showed up, he'll put an end to this bravely. But instead of responding, Sabigang begins to tell a strange story about the very distant future. He speaks of a certain instructor at a martial arts academy who couldn't use inner energy. This man suffered a terrible defeat in a public duel, lost his position, and his life was ruined. Mang Sondeok just listens, completely baffled by this nonsensical monologue. Sabigang then takes a single, deliberate step forward, his story reaching its point. To sum it all up, he says with a vicious grin, he's been waiting a very long time for this moment. The sudden, raw insult catches Mang Sondeok completely off guard, his face twisting in rage. He stomps the ground, absolutely furious that he was going to show mercy, only to be disrespected like this. Has had enough, roaring that it's time to shut that arrogant mouth as he unleashes his signature bull demon spear art. His eyes glow with crimson rage, pouring every ounce of his killing intent into this one decisive strike. He lunges forward, executing the first form, the ferocious bull charge. But the bone-crunching impact he was expecting on his spear never comes. He feels absolutely nothing. A calm voice from behind him points out that while the move looked decent, you kind of need to land it for it to work. Completely losing his cool, Mang Sondeok spins around for a wild, desperate swing. But he just stumbles forward as Sabigang effortlessly sidesteps the attack, making him look like a fool. Hez in total disbelief. How could anyone dodge the spear art Hez trained for decades so easily? Sabigang just clicks his tongue, wondering how someone so pathetically slow could ever dare to teach anyone else. Mang Sondeok grits his teeth, telling himself it can't be skill, it must have just been a lucky dodge. He slams his foot into the ground, cracking the stone beneath him as he gathers his full power. With a mighty leap, he soars through the air, ready to bring his spear crashing down. He roars, unleashing the pride of his clan, the bull demon spear art, fourth form, the falling bull strike. An attack meant to shatter mountains, descends upon Sabigang. But our hero just watches the spectacle with a completely unimpressed look. He begins to lazily spin his own spear, creating a simple, almost mocking defensive wheel. With a smirk, he halts the spin, holding his simple weapon ready for the incoming onslaught. Mang Sondeok laughs maniacally, certain that such a half-baked technique could never block his ultimate move. Then, a small orb of flame materializes in Sabigang's hand, proving he never intended to block spear with spear. Mang Sondeok's bravado evaporates in an instant, his mind stuttering at the sight of fire. The tiny spark meets his grand technique, and the spearman is utterly consumed by a violent explosion. The Academy elders can only stare, their faces a mask of disbelief and horror. Throughout the arena, the entire crowd is frozen in shock, jaws agape at the impossible display. A triumphant battle cry twists into a pathetic scream as Mang Sondeok plummets, wreathed in flames. Shaken to his core, one of the elders hastily declares that the duel is officially over. The victor is announced. Assistant Instructor Sabigang, who watches as his opponent is doused with water. But this overwhelming power isn't from some hidden martial art. It's a hellish secret he carries. He remembers being captured by demons, dragged to their realm, and forced to survive for centuries. And now, back in the present, the Academy's prized genius lies twitching in a puddle, utterly broken. Sabigang gives a cheery wave as the smoldering corpse of Mang Sondeok is carried away, calling it a good fight. The crowd murmurs in a daze, questioning if what they witnessed was even a martial art. Up on the dais, the Academy elders are absolutely seething, demanding to know what kind of nonsense that was. One of them steps forward, formally congratulating Instructor Sabigang on his victory. But he immediately pivots, asking how he was able to use internal energy when everyone knew he couldn't. A sly smirk plays on Sabigang's lips as he dismisses the incredible feat as a simple stroke of luck. He weaves a childish tale about eating a weird herb he found, which magically unlocked his power. And now, he claims with a wink, he's just overflowing with energy. An elder's face contorts with rage, accusing him of spouting lies and directly insulting them. But Sabigang simply turns his back, coolly stating that whether they believe him or not is their choice. He hits them with a technicality, asking if he cheated in a duel that never specified only using spears. His eyes narrow as he questions why he's being interrogated for winning fair and square. One of the elders is about to explode with rage, but his colleague quickly steps in to calm him down. Gritting his teeth, the other elder concedes the point. Sabigang had indeed won the fight. But just as he's about to continue, Sabigang raises a hand, cutting him off completely. With everyone's attention now on him, he announces that he has a request to make. He bows formally, then officially asks for a test to be promoted to a full-fledged official instructor. Without waiting for an answer, he lands firmly on the ground and begins to walk away. Students stare in awe and confusion as he calmly walks through the crowd. Whispers immediately break out, the students recognizing him as the man from that unbelievable duel. Sabigang glances back, his expression unreadable, knowing full well the hornet's nest he just kicked. This was the Dragon Spring Academy, a place meant to prevent hardship by forging Miram's future. It took in the promising youth of powerful clans, shaping them into pillars of the Orthodox Alliance. The instructors were all masters in their own right, plucked from the Alliance itself. They were divided into a strict hierarchy of assistants and seniors, a ladder he now intended to climb. His walk ends at a quiet pavilion, and without a moment's hesitation, he slides the door open. An older man inside turns, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. He immediately demands to know how Sabigang is suddenly able to wield internal energy. This is Jin Baek, the master of the Recovering Body Pavilion, and he looks absolutely furious. Hess not an instructor, but a physician, the very man who knew Sabigang's body was supposed to be broken. Sabigang calmly claims it was just a stroke of luck, but Jin Baek roars that it's nonsense. The physician recalls trying every method he knew to fix the boy's supposedly irreparable body. His anger quickly crumbles into self-doubt. If it was so simple, then what kind of useless physician was he? Tears stream down his face as he admits he's too ashamed to even look at Sabigang. The sudden, heartfelt apology leaves Sabigang speechless for a moment. But then a small, fond smile spreads across his face. This man hadn't changed at all. He remembers Jin Baek from long ago, a hero who ran into flames to save a child, a man who ultimately gave his own life trying to protect others. But this time, Sabigang thinks, grabbing his arm, things will be different. He takes the physician's hand, promising that he will ensure the student lives. Jin Baek can only stare back, utterly speechless at this young man's declaration. Sabigang gives him a confident smile, telling the old man to just trust him from now on. The scene shifts to later that night. The academy hall's quiet under the moon. Alone in his room, Sabigang finally has a moment to assess his own condition. He calls upon his power, and a familiar blue energy crackles to life in his palm. A magic circle forms, intricate and complex, a relic of his centuries of knowledge. But he feels the strain. The regression stripped him of over 90% of his mana, leaving him at the level of 4th circle magic. A flash of his former self, a terrifying 8th circle warlock, reminds him of how far he's fallen. But he dismisses the thought. He should be grateful he has his mana at all. A glint of determination shines in his eyes. Yes, this will be enough. He remembers it all with perfect clarity, the hell he clawed his way back from. In this new timeline, the world is at peace, the demons have yet to invade. But he clenches his fist, knowing that peace is temporary. He has exactly 10 years before the invasion begins, and Miram falls all over again. This time, however, he holds the ultimate advantage. 300 years of memories. He knows their strategies, their artifacts, and every single weapon they will bring to bear. And most importantly, he knows the face of their king. A cruel smile twists his lips, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. He knows how to take him down. But just as his plan solidifies, his door creaks open. The pavilion master, Jin Baek, enters the room, interrupting his dark thoughts. Jin Baek cuts right to the chase. The Vice Academy master is looking for him, and he wants to see him now. The old man isn't just a messenger, though. He's more concerned about what this summons means for Sabigang. He warns him that this is undoubtedly about his request for a promotion, and that he should watch his step. After all, his sponsor, Mang Sondeok, was just brutally defeated, and the Vice Master holds a grudge. As Sabigang gets dressed, Jin Baek asks him why he's suddenly so eager to become an official instructor. A predatory grin spreads across his face. This, he explains, is the first step to fixing this entire rotten academy. He heads out into the moonlit night, his mind turning to the academy's faded glory. He strides through the quiet grounds with a purpose he hasn't felt in over 200 years. Once upon a time, this Dragon Spring Academy was renowned as one of the top 3 martial arts institutions. But everything fell apart 2 years ago when its leader, one of the top 10 martial masters, suddenly vanished. With his disappearance, the academy's reputation crumbled into dust. But Sabigang isn't here to reminisce. He pushes the doors open, ready for his first real battle. He stands before the Academy elders, who ask him to confirm his audacious request one final time. The Vice Master, Cheon Semyoung, sneers, questioning if he's truly serious about a promotion. But as Sabigang meets his gaze, his mind is flooded with a far more terrifying memory. The day the world burned, the day of the demon's invasion. He remembers being just a boy, terrified and bloodied as the very ground split open around him. Unspeakable horrors, the likes of which humanity had never seen, poured into their world. The proud disciples of the Dragon Spring Academy could only scream, their training utterly useless. They were torn apart, a brutal, bloody lesson on why this timeline will be different. That day, as the world burned, he saw the truth of men's hearts. While students and instructors died, he watched the Academy's leadership flee. The Vice Master, Cheon Semyoung, wasn't fighting. He was looting the vaults, saving treasure instead of lives. If he had just done his duty, so many deaths could have been prevented. And even now, back in the present, Sabigang can still hear the screams of the disciples who were sacrificed. Of course, none of that has happened yet. But looking at that smug, hypocritical face, Sabigang offers a sharp, confident smile, never forgetting the cowardice he's looking at. The Vice Master, unaware of the judgment against him, finally reveals the test for his promotion. He is to raid the demonic Night Stronghold, a name that catches Sabigang's attention. The Vice Master confirms it with a cold smirk. Go to the mountains and kill the bandits. That is his test. The so-called demonic Night Stronghold, a group of bandits the Academy wants, cleared out to protect the civilians. Sabigang reads the order, signed by the Vice Master himself, and calmly agrees to the task. But he has one question. What does a simple bandit raid have to do with being an instructor? The Vice Master launches into a pompous lecture, bringing up another senior instructor as an example. He boasts that all the Academy's senior instructors are renowned masters, recognized by the Orthodox Alliance. But Sabigang has heard enough of this posturing and cuts him off, asking for the deadline. The other instructor is enraged by this blatant disrespect, but the Vice Master simply holds up a hand to silence him. He gives Sabigang exactly 2 weeks, warning that being even a day late will mean permanent failure. 2 weeks? A faint, mocking smile plays across Sabigang's lips. He turns his back on them all and declares he'll see them in 3 days, leaving the elders stunned by his audacity. Instructor Deung slams his fist down, absolutely furious at the kid's arrogance. He whirls on the Vice Master, demanding to know if he'll really promote someone so disrespectful. But Cheon Semyoung just grins, a dark and calculating look in his eyes, telling him not to worry. Because, he explains with a chilling smile, their little assistant instructor Sabigang is never coming back. While Deung is left confused, Sabigang is already rocketing through the forest, using a haste skill. He scoffs to himself, fully aware of Cheon Semyoung's pathetic little plot. He knows all about the demonic Night Stronghold and the Green Forest Alliance that rises during this era. Back in the office, the Vice Master drops the real bombshell, leaving Deung speechless. The so-called bandit leader, Ak Gujam, is a peak realm martial master. He's no ordinary bandit, but a former leader of the heaven-destroying sect, thought to be long dead. The man's revenge was so brutal, even the unorthodox Murim put a price on his head, forcing him into hiding until now. Deung stammers, completely floored, asking how Cheon Semyoung could possibly know all these details. The Vice Master just chuckles, admitting Sabigang was impressive in the duel, but only because he was hiding his true power. But this, he sneers, is a real-life battle, and he's absolutely certain their little assistant won't be coming back alive. Far from the Academy, Sabigang arrives at a towering mountain peak, the stronghold of the bandits. He doesn't waste time with climbing, simply activating a levitation spell with a soft glow. As he rises, he's already strategizing, recalling that fourth circle magic is nowhere near enough to handle Ak Gujiam. A small, knowing look crosses his face. If that's the case, then the solution is simple. He floats over to the cliff's edge, his presence now known. His feet touch down softly on the grass, ready to put his plan into motion. He'll simply increase his mana and circle up right here and now. After all, his body might be weak, but his knowledge is already that of an 8th circle Grand Mage. With his eyes glowing purple, he casts a search spell, scanning the entire area for its secrets. He walks up to what looks like a perfectly normal cliff face, completely unremarkable. But as he raises a hand, purple energy begins to gather around his fingertips. With a single touch, the illusion shatters, revealing a shimmering magical seal. A cocky grin spreads across his face. This is just a simple barrier made of mana. Without a moment's hesitation, he steps right through the magical distortion. He emerges inside, knowing full well that countless places like this are hidden across the continent, all of them concealed from the world behind these powerful mana barriers. A smirk plays on his lips, just as he thought a special-grade mana stone. The massive crystal hums with a deep purple energy, the source of this entire hidden base. He remembers the demon's dimensional travel technology, a powerful but flawed innovation. It had a fatal weakness. Living beings and objects traversed the portals at completely different speeds. So, the demons devised a painstaking solution to this logistical nightmare. They would pre-plant all the equipment and power sources they'd need in the worlds they planned to invade. This stone is one of those power sources, designed to replenish a demon's mana. To anyone from the Central Plains, it's a useless rock. But for him, it's a feast. Raw power surges into his body, a forgotten sensation he greedily accepts. And outside the hidden cave, the world remains blissfully unaware of the monster being empowered within. A violent eruption of demonic power momentarily shatters the mountain's tranquility. But just as quickly, the energy vanishes, leaving only a deep, unnatural silence in the woods. Unseen, a group of figures makes their way through the darkened forest, drawn by the disturbance. They are the demonic night bandits, a rough-looking crew led by a man with an ominous presence. One of the grunts nervously reports that he can't find anything amiss in the area. His leader's voice is cold, questioning if he's being called a fool, and the bandit immediately flinches in terror. This is Akgujium, the demonic knight stronghold master, and he is absolutely certain he felt an explosion of energy here. He scoffs, telling his men that losers like them would never be able to sense such a thing. But then another voice cuts through the night, agreeing with him, confirming he is indeed a peak martial master. The bandits whirl around to see our hero, and Akgujium, completely stunned, demands to know who he is. Sabigang coolly acknowledges the question, lounging on a rock as if they're a minor inconvenience. With a flash of demonic power, he introduces himself as an instructor from the Dragon Spring Academy. The bandits exchange confused looks. The name is famous, but an instructor out here makes no sense. Their leader, Akgujium, barks at them to shut up, his focus entirely on the newcomer. His glowing red eyes narrow with suspicion as he demands to know if Sabigang caused the earlier energy blast. A smug grin spreads across Sabigang's face as he taunts him, asking what he'll do if he was. Before Akujam can even answer, a violent surge of crimson energy erupts from our hero. The force of the blast sends the entire bandit crew flying backwards in a chaotic explosion. Recovering, Akgujiam roars that he came here to kill the source of that power, and now his target is clear. Is that so? Sabigang replies, just as a second, even more potent blast of purple energy slams right into the bandit leader. But Sabigang isn't just blasting from a distance. He follows through with a devastating punch. In a single, horrific instant, a wave of purple energy scythes through the entire bandit crew, leaving only their leader standing. Akgujiam's eyes go wide with utter disbelief. His men, his entire force, were just erased. With a smirk, Sabigang remarks on what a funny coincidence this all is. He reaches out, and a hilt materializes from the ground, forming a blade of pure demonic power. His grin widens as he reveals he came here for the exact same reason, to kill him. The two finally clash, a maelstrom of red and purple demonic energy erupting at the point of impact. Even as their blades are locked, Sabigang taunts him, telling him to do a better job avenging his fallen men. The bandit leader can only sputter in rage, demanding to know just who this monster is. Their auras explode once more, the sheer force of Sabigang's power sending shockwaves through the forest. The clash is a blur of purple and red, Sabigang's blade effortlessly deflecting every furious strike. Akgujiam puts his full strength behind his demonic arts, but each blow is met and turned aside with casual grace. Their exchange is a maelstrom of sparks and raw power, a whirlwind of blades tearing through the night. Sabigang just smirks, reminding the brute he already introduced himself. He's an instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. The bandit leader's mind just can't process it. An instructor? Impossible. This level of power is unheard of. The horrifying realization dawns on him. This monster he isn't even struggling, Hess being completely toyed with. He grits his teeth, a guttural growl escaping his throat as humiliation boils over into pure, unadulterated rage. No more holding back. A violent explosion of crimson demonic energy bursts forth from Akujam's body. Sabigang simply leaps back, giving his opponent some space as the crimson aura intensifies, warping the air itself. Akgujiam unleashes his ultimate technique, the heaven-destroying Hegemon Divine Arts, releasing his true core power. He absolutely roars, furious that this nobody is forcing him to unleash his true power. He launches into a grand monologue about his tragic past, a tale of betrayal and revenge. But his dramatic speech is cut short by a look of utter boredom, leaving him stunned into silence. Sabigang states flatly that he doesn't care for some useless villain's lore, unleashing a freezing wave. As ice envelops his legs, the bandit leader hears two words that chill him to the bone. Astral chain. Two portals of pure demonic energy tear open in the air on either side of him. Ethereal purple chains shoot out from the void with impossible speed. Aimed right for his arms, they snake around his wrists, coiling tight before he can even think to struggle. The magical bindings lock into place, seizing him in an unbreakable grip. And just like that, the mighty stronghold master is captured, suspended helplessly in the air. The bandit leader strains against the chains, his muscles screaming in protest but finding no give. Sabigang watches on, coolly informing him that any struggle is completely futile. He explains with a smirk that this spell was designed to drain a martial artist's internal energy on contact. Weakened and desperate, the man demands to know where he learned such sorcery, accusing him of being from the demonic cult. Sabigang just sighs, tired of having to explain that it's not magic to some bandit idiot. His words leave the stronghold master speechless, seething with impotent rage. Almost toying with him, Sabigang asks if he has any regrets about meeting his end here. The bandit roars back that he does. He still hasn't gotten revenge on those who betrayed his heaven-destroying sect. In a flash of memory, he recalls the traitors from the Orthodox Alliance and the lonely years spent building his power. But Sabigang has heard enough, his hand moving calmly to the hilt of his sword. But instead of killing him, Sabigang starts to clap, his voice filled with theatrical admiration. He laughs, declaring that this is how revenge should be done slowly and thoroughly, without ever giving up. The stronghold master can't believe it. Is this kid mocking him? What would someone who lived a comfortable life know? Suddenly, the playful atmosphere vanishes. Sabigang's eyes glow with a chilling purple light as he questions that word. Comfortably. Ok Gujiom is struck dumb by the oppressive aura. He can only think, what in the world is this guy? This isn't just some insane martial artist. He realizes something is fundamentally broken within Sabigang. As a hand cloaked in demonic energy reaches for his head, Sabigang offers to let him experience it too. The very same hell that he himself was forced to walk through for 200 agonizing years. Ok Gujiom's eyes go wide with pure terror as the world around him begins to dissolve. In an instant, his consciousness is ripped away, dropping him into a desolate and alien landscape. He finds himself in a twisted, barren hellscape, wondering where on earth he is. The stronghold master grits his teeth, realizing that Crazy Kid has done something to his mind. But before he can make sense of it, a vision of a colossal, grotesque demon fills the sky. All of Ok Gujiom's bravado evaporates, replaced by raw, primal terror. Then, a flash of memory, a cataclysmic explosion that obliterates the world he once knew. He's forced to witness a civilization turn to ash in a single, horrifying instant. He sees humanity's greatest warriors, the pride of the Muram, fighting a desperate, losing battle. And then he sees the result of that battle, an endless sea of their slaughtered bodies. 200 years of torment flash before his eyes. Human experiments, cosmic horrors, mountains of skulls, all of it culminating in the face of the one who started it all. The flaming demon king, Tarrant. And so, Ok Gujiom, the mighty bandit lord, can only let out a guttural, animalistic scream. His mind shatters, clawing desperately at his own face to escape the nightmare forced upon him. The mental assault finally subsides, leaving him a convulsing wreck at Sabigang's feet. Catching his breath, Sabigang coldly asks if he enjoyed the little preview. He then explains that what Ok Gujiom just witnessed is the exact future awaiting him in 10 years. With a surge of pure desperation, the broken bandit grabs hold of his tormentor's leg. He can barely form words, choking on his own terror as he tries to speak. Sabigang simply looks down, his expression unreadable, unmoved by the display. The bandit's plea finally becomes clear through his tears and slobber. He's begging for death. He can't handle it, he just can't face that future again. Sabigang looks down, coldly acknowledging the broken man's plea for death. But mercy isn't an option. With a swift and heavy swing, he ends the bandit's miserable life. Later that night, he arrives unannounced at the Vice Academy Master's residence. Inside, Chan Semyoung is seething, completely unable to believe what he's just been told. Because there, planted firmly in his floor, is the massive greatsword of the demonic knight stronghold master, and beside it, a sack containing the bandit's severed head, presented as undeniable proof of the kill. Sabigang smiles, ready to discuss the terms of his new position as a senior instructor. By the next morning, the shocking news has spread like wildfire across the entire academy. In one of the training halls, an instructor slams his fist on the table in pure outrage. Fist Technique senior instructor Yo Woonjin can't believe it, the academy's shame is now his equal. The archery instructor, Yoon Byuk, turns to his fuming colleague, needing to know if the rumors are true. Blade instructor Deung Bu Young grimly confirms he went to the old sacred mountain that morning to check. Just as Sabigang claimed, he found the corpses of the bandits and their leader scattered across the forest floor. Even now, he can't wrap his head around how it was even possible. He explains that every single bandit, aside from Ok Gujiom, had their throats sliced with just one clean attack. Yo Woonjin slams the table, calling it utter nonsense. Sabigang was a spear instructor, so how could he be hiding such mastery of the sword? As the argument escalates, a sharp voice cuts through the room, demanding silence. The Vice Academy Master, Cheon Semyoung, glares at them, his presence alone enough to quiet the room. He steeples his fingers, lost in deep thought. No matter which way he looks at it, the situation makes no sense. He personally confirmed Ok Gujiam was a peak realm master, so for Sabigang to kill him and his entire force in one night? It was simply unbelievable. Even he, a peak realm master, couldn't pull this off. He briefly wonders if Jinbek helped, but quickly dismisses the thought. No, there's a deeper secret here, and he's determined to find out what it is. He turns to Instructor Deung, asking if he can still contact the Ghost Shadow Manor, a name that startles the instructor. They are one of Muram's most notorious assassin guilds, known for taking any job as long as the price is right. The Vice Master orders him to hire them to watch Sabigang's every move, but Yo Woonjin is still fuming about the promotion. Cheon Semyoung simply tells him not to worry, unfurling a scroll and claiming he has a clever idea. He hands the list to Yo Woonjin, explaining these are the disciples Sabigang will be assigned upon his promotion. As Yo Woonjin reads the names, his eyes widen in shocked understanding. A malicious grin spreads across his face. What a brilliant, cruel plan. Cheon Semyoung smirks, proud of his political maneuvering. Yo Woonjin laughs, realizing Sabigang might just quit out of sheer frustration before the assassins even uncover a thing. Meanwhile, Sabigang heads out, having been handed the list of his new disciples just before the meeting. The elders were curious, of course, asking what his reaction was. Apparently, he just smiled and said he understood, seemingly oblivious to their scheme. But as he walks, a smirk plays on his lips. Those old geezers, they're doing everything he expected. He regressed to this specific time and place for a reason. Having learned about time regression, he spent ages reflecting on the future he came from. He knows better than anyone that one person alone stands no chance against an army that has conquered dimensions. There are many things he can do, but the most crucial is to raise an army. Not the weaklings who died before, but a powerful force that has mastered all forms of magic and martial arts. And before him stand the first candidates. The very problem children the elders thought would be his downfall. These are the first-year disciples marked as troublemakers. Some have talent but terrible personalities, while others are seen as untalented or were simply neglected because they didn't come from a prestigious family. The elders assumed he'd be overwhelmed, but they have no idea what he knows. Because from his memories of the future, two of the greatest heroes came from this very group. 1. A peerless archer who assassinated more demons than anyone, the demon-slaying divine archer. With a predatory grin, he introduces himself to the future legends. He is their new instructor, and he's standing right in front of them. But for now, they are just unruly kids at the Azure Dragon Academy. And without a moment's hesitation, a fight immediately breaks out among them. One student is already gasping for air, his face a mask of shock and pain. He collapses to the floor, coughing, a muscular figure looming over him. This is Gok Boak, who cracks his knuckles, telling his victim their training isn't over yet. The boy on the ground, Tan Lijung, can only plead for him to stop. But Gok Boak just grins, acting like he's the one being wronged here. He tells the weakling he should be grateful to even witness his family's fist arts. But when Tan Liang mentions his own one-star sword clan, Gok Boak just laughs. He mocks the boy's family techniques, asking why he'd bother with arts that are so useless. In silent fury, Tan Lijung clenches his fist, the only resistance he can muster. But the bully sees it instantly, getting in his face and screaming at him to know his place. With a vicious glint in his eye, Gok Boak dares the boy on the ground to ask for another duel. He looms over Tan Lijung, who lies defeated next to his broken wooden sword. Shaking with fear and exhaustion, Tan Lijung can't even form a response. There's no way he can fight back. But just as the bully moves in again, a sharp voice cuts in, telling Gok Boak that's enough. A new student steps forward, Yan Wookyoung, of the prestigious Destructive Sword Clan, here to stop the commotion. Gok Boak, surprisingly compliant, just scoffs and tells Tan Liung to consider himself lucky. The boy looks up, face streaked with sweat and dirt, and stammers out his thanks. But his savior doesn't even acknowledge him, turning his back without a word. Yeon Wookyoung simply walks away, the incident already beneath his notice. Left alone, Tan Lijung can only stare at the ground, the shame of his weakness washing over him. But the moment is interrupted when their instructor calls out their names, Yeon Wookyoung, Gok Boyuk, and Tan Liung. An official-looking man enters, explaining he has a sudden message from the Vice Academy Master himself. He announces that they're all being transferred out of the Camellia class and into a newly created one. Soon after, I find themselves gathered with a motley crew of other problem students, all facing a single instructor. And with a smug grin, Sabigong welcomes the cadets, declaring himself their new instructor from this day forward. The students are completely baffled, and Yeon Wookyoung can only manage a disbelieving smirk. But Gok Boak isn't having any of it, his rage instantly boiling over as he tells their new teacher to stop messing around. He roars that it's bad enough they were moved, but now they're stuck under some half-assed instructor? Tan Lijung watches nervously, shocked that Gok Boak would dare be so disrespectful. Sabigang's smile vanishes, his gaze turning cold as he calls out the cadet for his incredibly insolent choice of words. Gok Boak continues his rant, screaming that he doesn't care what tricks this new instructor pulled to get his position. He flatly refuses to learn from a nobody who couldn't even use internal arts until just recently. In response, Sabigang doesn't say a word, simply letting a sinister purple energy dance across his palm. He blinks forward, appearing right in front of the student, and calmly cites Academy Rules, Article 3, Clause 5. The bully freezes, a bead of cold sweat running down his face as he tries to process what's happening. Before he can react, a foot stomps down with bone-shattering force, cracking the very stone beneath them. An agonized shriek tears from Gok Boak's throat, his eyes wide with shock and blinding pain. Looking down at the crumpled student, Sabigang calmly explains the rule allows for punishment as a form of guidance. Gok Boak seethes on the ground, his face contorted with a mixture of agony and pure, unadulterated rage. He channels his own internal energy, his fist igniting with a fiery orange aura, ready to strike back. Furious, Gok Boak unleashes his ultimate move, the Dragon Tiger mountain-splitting fists. Sabigang doesn't even flinch, calmly listing off the student's violations as the attack comes in. Swearing, unauthorized use of internal arts, he dodges effortlessly while continuing his lecture. But the worst offense of all, from Sabigang's perspective, is just how pathetic this attack is. He stops the fiery punch dead with a single hand. Gok Boak's eyes widen in sheer disbelief and agony as his power is completely neutralized. The instructor just smirks, openly mocking the boy's pitiful display of martial arts. He then demonstrates true mastery, countering with a series of brutally precise strikes of his own. Gok Boak is sent flying backward, utterly helpless against the swift and overwhelming assault. Before he even hits the ground, Sabigang grabs his face, ready to slam him into the dirt. He lands hard on the stone ground, his face a mask of pure, humiliated shock. But Sabigang looms over him, coldly informing the boy that his guidance is far from over. The other students can only watch, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. Wasn't this Gok Boak, one of the top-ranked new students in external arts? Fueled by shame and rage, Gok Boak forces himself back to his feet, spitting insults. But his defiance is met with another blindingly fast strike right to the jaw. Even the more composed onlookers can't help but flinch at the sheer brutality of the impact. The boy collapses again, hacking and sputtering, as the instructor tuts at the pathetic sight. He cracks his knuckles, a grim look on his face as he decides what a shame this all is. But, he thinks, it is an instructor's duty to hold back their tears and properly educate their students. Gok Boak can only cringe in terror, bracing for another devastating blow from the merciless instructor. But just as the fist is about to descend, another hand intercepts it, stopping the attack cold. A new student has stepped between them, effortlessly neutralizing the instructor's violent lesson. His eyes are hidden in shadow as he calmly states that this might be a bit excessive against a fellow cadet. Sabigang doesn't look annoyed though. A knowing smirk plays on his lips. So, he thinks, you finally decided to move. He knows exactly who this is. Yan Wookyoung, the man who, in the original timeline, became the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader. This boy is the second son of the destructive sword Yan clan, one of the most prestigious families in the Central Plains. He was a martial arts genius from birth, displaying skill that completely overwhelmed his peers at the academy. His talent was so profound that at just 20 years old, he became a supreme peak martial master, joining the ranks of the top 10 fighters. This was a man who was supposed to live a brilliant life, revered as an absolute master and admired by all. But that brilliant future was never meant to be. Because his destiny was shattered the day the demonic army descended upon the world, he fought on the front lines from the very beginning, throwing himself into more battles than anyone else. But his heroism only made his clan a target, and the demons burned his home to ash. Watching his family die, he cried tears of pure rage, but his spirit refused to shatter. He was the sole survivor, left with nothing but the blood of his kin on his hands. Fueled by that grief, he journeyed across the ruined plains, uniting all who were left to fight. He led the last remnants of humanity in a desperate, final resistance. And Sabigang, from his place in the past, remembers it all so clearly. He remembers Yeon Wookyoung's dazzling swordlight, cutting down even the largest demons in a single flash. He was a true hero, the last bastion of hope for the Central Plains. But that was a future Sabigang alone remembers. In this present timeline, the great hero is just another snobbish brat from a famous clan. With a condescending smirk, Yeon Wookyoung grabs Sabigang's arm, mocking him for finally showing up. But our regressor simply flicks his hand away, effortless and unimpressed. The young master's arrogance shifts to intrigue, finding it amusing that the once weak instructor is suddenly so strong. He acknowledges the display of power is unexpected, but then calls Sabigang pathetic for showing off in front of cadets, leaving the defeated Gok Boak to wallow in shame. Yeon Wook-young's eyes narrow as he shrewdly asks if this power came from a lucky fated encounter. A confident smirk plays on Sabigang's lips. He knows he has the future hero's full attention now. Yeon Wook-young offers a condescending deal. Obey him, and he might just reveal the secret to this newfound power. But Sabigang's response is a cold, hard no. He has no need for that. The young master scoffs, threatening to file a complaint about the shady roster change. He declares he has zero interest in learning from someone puffed up by a single stroke of luck. With that, Yeon Wook-young and his little posse turn their backs and walk away. They leave the rest of the problem students standing there in the courtyard, completely abandoned. Gok Boak, the one who was just publicly humiliated, can only seethe with impotent rage. The other students just look on, utterly bewildered by what just happened. Poor Tan Leung seems completely lost, his mind struggling to process the rapid turn of events. But for Sabigang, this entire childish display is just absolutely hilarious. Sabigang calls out, asking if he truly believes there's nothing to learn from him. He then grabs the startled Tan Leung with a mischievous glint in his eye. He throws out a wild proposal. What if he could make this kid strong enough to beat the genius? Tan Leung's brain practically melts on the spot, sweat pouring down his face. The arrogant young master stops dead in his tracks, his back still turned. He slowly turns around, demanding to know what the instructor just said. Sabigang grins, more than happy to repeat his challenge. He declares that this pathetic weakling will soon be able to chew up and spit out a frog in a well like him. Tan Leung finally freaks out, asking his instructor if he's lost his mind. But Sabigang just covers his mouth, staring down his target with a dark, predatory focus. The young genius's eyes narrow, demanding to know if this instructor will take responsibility for his insane words. Sabigang meets his glare with a wide, predatory grin, confirming he absolutely will. He then proposes a bet while poor Tan Leung struggles helplessly in his grip. In 10 days, they'll have an official spar. If his boy wins, the problem students will follow his training without question. The genius scoffs, wondering what he could possibly want if He wins, as Sabigang offers to kneel or even leave the academy. He declares there is nothing of value he could ever need from a man like him. However, he accepts the challenge, turning his back and telling them to be ready not in 10 days, but in 1 week. As the arrogant students depart, Tan Leung can only stare in utter, frozen horror. The reality of his impending doom finally sinks in, and he lets out an ear-splitting scream. Sabigang flinches, annoyed, telling his new student he startled him with that sudden outburst. Sabigang coolly tells him to shut his mouth. He's being way too noisy. But Tan Leung is past the point of reason, grabbing his instructor and demanding to know what he just did. He begs for an explanation, crying out about why he, of all people, has to fight the academy's genius. Having no patience for this display, Sabigang casually kicks the boy away, telling him to let go. With his student now unconscious on the ground, he calmly dismisses the rest of the class for the day. The other problem students can only watch in stunned silence as their new instructor waves and walks off. Sabigang glances back at the sobbing mess on the pavement, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Why? He wonders. Is the boy so convinced he's going to lose when all he has to do is win? But for Tan Leung, the fear is real, rooted in a humiliating memory from his first public spar. He was brutally defeated by the hulking Gok Boak, who has tormented him every single day since. But Tan Leung's terror runs deeper than just his own past trauma. He knows that even his tormentor, the monstrous Gok Boak, was utterly humiliated by Yeon Wook-young, defeated without landing a single hit. Sabigang listens to the tale, admitting to himself that yes, Yeon Wook-young is certainly a prodigy. He even says it aloud, which only fuels Tan Leung's panic. If he knows that, then why? But a sharp, confident grin spreads across the instructor's face as he tells the boy not to worry. He points a single, steady finger right at him, because, in his expert opinion, Tan Leung is far stronger. The student is stunned, silent, unable to comprehend the statement. He's just a weakling, but Sabigang sees the future hero, the demon-slaying divine archer. Just then, a frantic scream of denial rips through the academy courtyard. It's Tan Leung, and he's completely losing his mind. He might be able to accept the class change, but he demands to know why he has to be the one to fight the monster, Yeon Wook-young. Sabigang just flashes a cocky thumbs up, explaining it's simple. The boy's victory will prove his own worth as an instructor. But Tan Leung isn't having it. That's Sabigang's problem. What does he get out of being used as a pawn? A dark, almost demonic grin spreads across the instructor's face as he offers a single, tempting word, revenge. The student just stares back, utterly bewildered. Revenge? What is he even talking about? Sabigang leans in close, his voice low and menacing, reminding him of that bully who used to torment him endlessly. With a dark intensity, he asks Tan Leung how it felt to finally beat that bastard to a pulp recently. He invokes the memory of that victory, the exhilaration, the satisfaction, the sheer joy of it all. Then his eyes narrow, honing in on the boy's soul, ready to deliver the final, piercing question. "Doesn't it just eat you alive," he hisses, "that you couldn't get revenge on the one who truly wronged you?" He reminds the boy of his own words that even his bully was nothing compared to the prodigy, Yeon Wook-young. He conjures the image of a world where Tan Lee-jung is the one standing victorious, able to enact his own justice. With a devilish grin, Sabigang offers this path to power as a perfect gift for the boy's tormented soul. The student hesitates, his mind racing with the impossible what if. Finally, his eyes harden with resolve. If Sabigang can truly make him strong, he'll do it. But he clarifies his motive. This isn't just about some old grudge. He simply wants to be stronger. A dark, predatory smile spreads across Sabigang's face. Perfect. Hez ready to see what the boy is made of. And so, the real training begins, not with grand techniques, but with a simple wooden dummy. From a nearby rooftop, the demonic instructor watches his new project take the first step on a long, arduous path. Sabigang decides it's time to gauge his new student's current level of power. He gives Tan Lee-jung a simple instruction: pretend the dummy is Yeon Wook-young and unleash everything. The boy takes a deep breath, focusing all his hatred and ambition into his stance. He plants his foot, kicking up a cloud of dust as he prepares to strike. The wooden dummy stands there, an unfeeling substitute for his sworn enemy. With a roar, Tan Lee-jung smashes into it, pouring every ounce of strength into his attack. He grits his teeth, his entire body straining with the force of the blow. A relentless barrage of strikes rains down, a desperate and furious assault. Sweat drips from his brow, but his eyes are locked on the target with fierce determination. Sabigang watches intently, barking at him to keep going, to never stop fighting at full force. But his desperate training is cut short, as the pole smacks right back into him. In that moment of impact, a flicker of self-doubt flashes in his eyes. He crashes to the ground, his body finally giving out completely. All he can do is gasp for air, utterly spent from the exertion. Sabigang just watches, propping his head up with a look of sheer boredom. His one-word assessment lands like a hammer. Pathetic. He then asks the boy if he even knows what his fundamental problem is. Tan Lee-jung finally confesses that whenever he uses his basic techniques, his internal energy just disperses. He remembers practicing his clan's arts, thinking he was just performing the moves incorrectly. But even after his clan's own physicians checked his meridians, they couldn't find a single thing wrong. With a knowing smirk, Sabigang dismisses the boy's pathetic theories. It's not a lack of talent or some mysterious disease. The real issue, he reveals from his perch on the roof, is that Tan Lee-jung's meridian points are simply spaced wider than anyone else's. The boy stares up in utter disbelief, the diagnosis completely blindsiding him. Sabigang hops down, landing softly in front of him, and patiently reiterates the point. He explains that this is actually a rare constitution, a gift in the long run, but a massive disadvantage for a weak beginner. He begins a lecture on energy flow, showing how a normal warrior channels a focused stream from their dantian. But for someone like Tan Lee-jung, with his wider channels and meager energy, that stream just leaks away, losing all its force. That simple fact, he concludes, is the reason all his efforts have amounted to nothing. Tan Lee-jung is floored. In his entire life, no physician, no master, has ever figured this out. Sabigang just smiles faintly. Of course they hadn't. How could they possibly know something like this? This wasn't something he learned in a book. It was knowledge paid for in blood and chaos. He remembers a past battlefield, finding a young boy with the same condition, barely clinging to life. A hooded figure had stumbled upon the scene back then, and Sabigang now casually claims he only heard about this rare constitution by sheer coincidence. Back in the present, Tan Lee-jung can only kneel, completely overwhelmed by this revelation. He can feel it there's an immense, untold story behind this instructor's casual words. But Sabigang just cuts the history lesson short with a knowing smile. He pulls the stunned student up, announcing that now that they know the problem, it's time to fix it. Tan Lee-jung can't believe his ears, but his new master assures him the solution is actually very simple. The path is clear. If his meridian points leak energy, he just needs to generate more than can ever escape. Since they can't increase his internal energy reserves that quickly, there's another way. Sabigang reveals there's only one method he can teach him right now, a simple trick to bypass his weakness. The instruction is simple. Keep gathering energy right up until the very moment he strikes. Tan Lee-jung follows the command, and in an instant, his eyes flare with concentrated power. He explodes forward, unleashing all that pent-up energy in a single, fluid motion. For the first time, the aura doesn't dissipate, instead coating his blade in a vibrant, destructive light. The training dummy is annihilated, proving that this is the key to unlocking his true potential. He looks up, a wild and joyous expression on his face. He can hardly believe it worked. Sabigang watches with a knowing, satisfied smirk, as if the outcome was never in doubt. The student shouts in triumph. but his new master calmly tells him to settle down before he collapses. Tan Lijung laughs it off, claiming he's never felt so energetic in his entire life. Famous last words, as his body immediately betrays him and he begins to topple over. His world turns sideways, his vision filled with nothing but the sky above. Utterly confused, he can only gasp for air, wondering what just happened. He lands hard on the ground, every ounce of strength gone from his limbs. Sprawled in the dirt, he can't understand why he suddenly collapsed, just as Sabi Gong looms over him. He tells his instructor that he's completely drained, unable to even move. Sabi Gang calmly explains it's a minor side effect of using his meridians properly for the first time. He reassures the boy it's nothing to worry about, as his body will naturally adapt in a few months. A few months? Tan Liung's blood runs cold as he realizes his duel is only 1 week away. Back at the academy training grounds, the real lesson begins. Sabi Gong slams his wooden sword into the dirt, getting straight to the point. He lays it out for the boy. He's currently facing 2 major problems. First, his body is too weak to handle the recoil from unleashing all his energy at once. And second, his energy core is too small to store power beforehand without risking a fatal energy deviation. Tan Lijung listens, the grim reality of his situation finally sinking in. Sabi Gong brushes off his student's questions, telling him to focus on what's important. This all means he can only start gathering energy once the duel actually begins. So, he asks with a smirk, how does he plan to hold off Yeon Wookyoung for 7 minutes? Tan Lijung's face drains of all color, the horrifying question leaving him utterly speechless. Sabi Gong grips the wooden sword, revealing his simple, brutal solution. His grand plan? Tan Lijung has to dodge for his life until his energy is fully gathered. Before the poor kid can even process the command, his instructor is already swinging. He stumbles back, yelling out in confusion, completely caught off guard by the assault. But Sabi Gong offers no sympathy, roaring at him to focus and start gathering his power. He then weaves a simple illusion spell, a faint purple glow emanating from his hand. Tan Lijung raises his sword to block, but the attack feels off, like a phantom strike. And that's because the real blow, hidden by the illusion, cracks him right across the head. This merciless training continues as the sun begins to set over the academy. The boy clutches his throbbing head, only to be mocked for whining when Sabigang hasn't even used any inner energy. Tan Lijung collapses, completely baffled how this one-sided beating could be called training. His instructor coldly informs him that it is, specifically, training to dodge. Sabigang asks if he seriously thinks he's just doing this to bully him. Hess already explained the boy's weakness and even demonstrated the solution. And he guarantees this is the only way Tan Lijung can even hope to scratch Yeon Wookyoung in their upcoming duel. The question hangs in the air. Is this pain worse than the humiliation he's already endured? Is he really going to throw away this perfect chance to get revenge on everyone who treated him like trash? The words land like a punch to the gut, and something inside the boy shifts. He grips his training sword, a silent apology for his weakness and his doubt. With fire in his eyes, he stands ready, begging his instructor to continue the brutal training. But Tan Lijung's brief moment of resolve is shattered when his instructor clarifies the timeline. Sabigang cracks his knuckles with a sadistic grin, explaining they won't be doing this for a day, but non-stop for the entire week. With eyes glowing with demonic energy, he lunges forward, not giving the boy a single second to process. Tan Lijung's world goes white as the training sword descends straight for his skull. A blood-curdling scream echoes across the academy grounds as the sun sets. And just like that, 1 week of absolute hell passes. The day of the duel arrives, and a massive crowd gathers in the courtyard to witness the spectacle. Murmurs ripple through the onlookers, all eager to see the academy's golden boy put the trash in his place. And there he is, Yeon Wookyoung, standing with his arms crossed, radiating an aura of untouchable arrogance. But across from him stands a different Tan Lijung, battered, bandaged, but with eyes burning with cold focus. The students are already writing Tan Lijung off, wondering just how quickly he's going to be humiliated. Some whisper about countermeasures, but one student scoffs at the idea. He saw Tan Lijung's training firsthand. He just got smacked around with a stick for a solid week. It was a relentless, brutal beating that looked more like torture than practice. Watching from a balcony is Gok Bok, sneering in disgust at the trash, daring to challenge the elite. He can't believe the wimp who grovels at his feet thinks he can take on the great Yeon Wookyoung. But Yeon Wookyoung's gaze isn't on his opponent. It's locked onto Sabigang, seeing a scammer who's dug his own grave. Sabigang meets his glare, unfazed, as Yeon Wookyoung decides to raise the stakes. He announces that he now has a condition for this little duel, and Sabigang coolly asks what it is. If he wins, Yeon Wookyoung declares, Sabigang must promise to leave the academy for good. Yeon Wookyoung explains his condition. He has no intention of wasting time on this ever again. But Sabigang just calmly accepts the deal, swearing on his name to see it through. The young master reminds him of the stakes if he loses. Sabigang's training becomes mandatory. A confident grin spreads across Sa Bigong's face as he tells him he's making one big mistake. He's not the one fighting today. The person Yeon Wookyoung should be focused on is his actual opponent. In the center of the arena stands Tan Lee-jung, battered and bruised, but ready for battle. For a moment, Yeon Wookyoung is caught completely off guard, his arrogance faltering. With a sharp clap, Sa Bigong announces it's time to get started. He lays out the simple rules for victory: forfeit, knockout, or a dropped weapon. And as the judge, he adds a crucial final rule: no lethal strikes will be permitted. The two opponents lock eyes. Tan Lee-jung looks nervous, while Yeon Wookyoung is pure, condescending calm. With a booming voice and a wild grin, Sa Bigong throws his arm forward, signaling the start of the duel. Tan Lee-jung is already breaking out in a cold sweat, the pressure mounting before a single move is made. Yeon Wookyoung, however, simply readies his stance, looking bored by the whole affair. Taking a sharp breath, Tan Lee-jung tries to steel his resolve, gripping his wooden sword tightly. In an instant, a vicious strike slams down, not just to disarm, but to shatter his hand. Tan Lee-jung's eyes widen in sheer shock as a spray of blood hits his face. He sees a vision flash before him, his hand, his bones, completely destroyed by the impact. Frozen in place by the phantom pain, Yeon Wookyoung's voice echoes, telling him to surrender. But a wave of confusion washes over him as he stares down. His arm is perfectly fine. Yeon Wookyoung scoffs internally, looking down on his pathetic opponent. He mocks the boy for trembling after feeling just a sliver of killing intent. The chilling realization dawns on Tan Lee-jung that was what it felt like to be hunted. He sees it now. If Yeon Wookyoung wanted him dead, he'd already be gone. His confidence completely evaporates. He's facing the academy's strongest student. How could he possibly win? The thought of victory feels utterly delusional, but then, a familiar voice calmly calls out his name. From the sidelines, Sa Bigong watches, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He remembers the brutal, soul-crushing training he forced upon this very student. And just like that, the fear in Tan Lee-jung's eyes is replaced by a wild, desperate focus. Tan Lee-jung takes a long, slow breath, steadying his resolve. He reminds himself of his one true goal: to become stronger. His mind flashes back to the moment a week ago when that conviction was truly born. From across the arena, Yeon Wookyoung sighs in disappointment. What an idiot. He gave the boy a chance to get out of this unharmed, but now he'll just have to end it. With a burst of energy, he launches himself forward with incredible speed. Soaring through the air, he brings his sword down, declaring that Tan Lee-jung brought this upon himself. A sharp crack echoes as the two wooden blades collide with immense force. But it wasn't a clean break. Tan Lee-jung has perfectly blocked the attack. Yeon Wookyoung's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by pure shock. He reacted in time. The force of the blow reverberates through the arena, a testament to the power behind the strike. Tan Lee-jung is thrown back, barely managing to hold onto the chi he'd gathered for his own attack. His opponent, however, gives him no room to breathe, already launching into his next move. Yeon Wookyoung unleashes his family's signature style, the Supreme Dragon Heaven. Severing Sword's first technique, a torrent of pure sword chi rushes forward, and all Tan Lee-jung can feel is its overwhelming pressure. But as he braces himself and begins to move, a strange thought crosses his mind. He dodges the blast with surprising ease. Wait, this is far less difficult than he expected. Even the slacker students watching from the sidelines are wide-eyed, sweating from the intensity of the exchange. A slight smirk appears on Yeon Wookyoung's face. He'll give the kid credit for learning something, but that's enough of a warm-up. He grips his sword with both hands, preparing to use his third technique. The third technique, Twin Dragon Fang Severance, comes crashing down with vicious intent. But in that split second, Tan Lee-jung's eyes go wide with disbelief. This specific sword technique, it's the same one Instructor Sa used. Acting on pure instinct, he stomps hard against the training ground floor. He twists his body, flipping backward in a desperate acrobatic dodge. Yeon Wookyoung can only stare, stunned for a moment that his finishing blow was avoided. Tan Lee-jung lands heavily, skidding back as he struggles to catch his breath. He's sweating, his mind racing to understand how this is even possible. But his opponent gives him no time to think, as Yeon Wookyoung's eyes begin to glow with a familiar, sinister red light. Yeon Wookyoung moves like a phantom, his blade a blur of blue light, a perfect execution of his clan's style. Tan Lee-jung is floored by the display. This is the pure, unadulterated power of the Central Plains' greatest swordsman. But as perfect as the form is, he thinks to himself, it doesn't mean it's impossible to dodge. Then, a flash of red in his opponent's eyes triggers a sudden, jarring realization. He's seen this exact sword technique before, every single day for the past week. A ghostly image of Instructor Sa overlaps his vision, the memory of his relentless training flooding back. This isn't just some fancy clan art, this is the exact form Sa Bigong drilled into him. The shock registers on Yeon Wookyoung's face as he sees the sudden shift in his opponent's demeanor. With newfound clarity, Tan Liang plants his foot, ready to counter with the very same style. Yeon Wookyoung stands there, his attack halted. A sudden gap now between him and his opponent. The crowd murmurs in disbelief. Did the prodigy of the Yeon clan just back off? The arrogant confidence is gone, replaced by a shadow of confusion and frustration. He remains silent, his mind racing to process how this nobody could possibly know his technique. For a brief moment, his grip on the wooden sword loosens. Then, it tightens with renewed purpose. The time for games is over. He looks at Tan Liang and offers a startling apology for ever calling him an idiot. He has to admit, the growth he's shown in just a single week is nothing short of remarkable, but his praise is laced with a chilling question as blue energy erupts from his blade. How does he know the supreme dragon heaven severing sword? Tan Liang's eyes go wide. He knows this technique, and it's not a memory he enjoys. A raging storm of blue energy erupts, a terrifying vortex of pure killing intent. Yeon Wookyoung unleashes his clan's ultimate move, the fierce dragon annihilation. He issues his final challenge. If Tan Liang can dodge this, he'll admit defeat. The onlooking students are absolutely floored, barely comprehending the power on display. Watching from above, even the Vice Academy master is at a complete loss for words. The fist instructor breaks into a cold sweat, thinking the prodigy has lost his mind. But as the maelstrom of energy bears down, Tan Liang just stands there, unflinching. Then, to everyone's utter bewilderment, he takes a single, deliberate step forward, right into the storm. This seemingly suicidal move was decided the night before the duel. Tan Liang had been pushed to his breaking point, utterly exhausted from brutal training. His mysterious mentor, Schwitz, noted his progress, deciding it was time for the final lesson. Doubts crept into Tan Liang's mind. Could this grueling training really counter Yeon Wookyoung? The answer he received was a blunt, shocking, and soul-crushing no. Schwitz explained that the prodigy was no fool. He'd adapt and set up countermeasures, and if Tan Liang survived long enough, he'd be forced to use his ultimate technique, a move that gathers a terrifying amount of sword chi into a single, overwhelming storm. It's called Fierce Dragon Annihilation, an art that literally materializes a destructive vortex. His mentor's final words echoed in his mind. Forget trying to dodge it, there was another way. Schwitz explains that dodging is futile. The storm will consume the entire stadium, leaving Tan Liang utterly hopeless. But his mentor's gaze is firm, reminding him that in this world, nothing is truly unbeatable. He reveals the technique's true nature. It's not a perfect art, but a psychological weapon designed to punish those who instinctively flee. The realization dawns on Tan Liang, and a wicked grin spreads across his master's face. There is only one path to victory. Instead of running away from the overwhelming power, you charge straight into the heart of it. The lesson clicks, and a new, steely determination replaces the fear in Tan Liang's eyes. But Schwitz adds one final, critical warning. Their opponent, Yeon Wookyoung, is a genius. The instant he realizes his ultimate move has been seen through, he will respond with even greater force. When he's caught off guard like that, his response will be nothing but pure, panicked instinct. That precise moment of shock, Schwitz declares, will be Tan Liang's only chance. He tells the boy to unleash every ounce of suppressed anger he's ever felt, and channel it all into a single, devastating blow. In the simulation, the attack flies true, catching the arrogant Yeon Wookyoung completely by surprise. A brilliant flash of light erupts from the point of impact. The image of the Academy's golden boy shatters into 1,000 pieces. The training ends, and Schwitz casually asks his student how it felt to land that hit. But Tan Liang is still dazed as his master guides him toward the dueling grounds. Outside, the problem students, led by Gok Bok, are already shouting insults, completely clueless. Sabigang looks at his dazed student with a knowing smirk, asking if it wasn't exhilarating. Tan Liang is completely silent, the raw power he just unleashed still echoing through him. Then, the realization hits, and a single, breathless yes escapes his lips. With the lesson learned, the scene shifts back to the main academy building. Sabigang walks with purpose, the wooden training swords resting on his shoulder. But he doesn't head for the duel. Instead, he slides open the door to a lecture hall. Inside, a class is in session, filled with rows of bored and listless students. Most of them are just zoning out, completely oblivious to his arrival. One student, however, casually glances over and his expression immediately changes. His eyes lock onto Sabigang, a flicker of recognition dawning on his face. And that student is none other than Yeon Wookyoung, the Academy's prized genius. Sabigang meets his gaze, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he decides to begin his first class. But elsewhere in the Academy's pristine halls, not everyone is so pleased. A fist slams down onto a table in pure, unadulterated rage. The senior instructors are absolutely furious, seething over the recent turn of events. Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyoung clutches his head, unable to comprehend how his perfect plan went so wrong. He rants and raves, reminding everyone that the goal was to make Sabigang leave on his own. Another instructor reports the grim news. The cadets are now following Sabigang willingly, especially the prodigies from the Yon and Tan clans. Worse, they've threatened to withdraw from the academy entirely and report the whole fiasco to the powerful Yon clan. The elders finally grasp the severity of the situation. This is no longer a simple problem, but a crisis that threatens the academy's entire reputation. The instructors immediately turn on Cheon Semyong, demanding he fix the mess he created. But the vice master scoffs, refusing to believe the great Yun Wook-young lost to some bottom-rank nobody. Hess corrected that Wook-young withdrew, but to the prodigy's peers, it was a clear and humiliating defeat. The more Cheon Semyong thinks about Sabigang, the less he understands. This man is a dangerous anomaly, and just like that, a dark idea seems to dawn on him, a different solution to their problem. He asks about the Ghost Shadow Manor, wondering if the assassins have responded to their request yet. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, insulting the mere mercenaries for daring to act so high and mighty. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes from the shadows, warning him to watch his tongue. The vice master's arrogant sneer instantly dissolves into pure, undiluted terror. He and the other instructor scramble back, shouting into the empty room, demanding to know who's there. A shadowy figure materializes behind him, its voice dripping with contempt for such a foolish question. The vice master freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as his mind races. He's a peak realm master, yet he sensed absolutely nothing. His bravado shatters as he points a trembling finger, realizing these are the very mercenaries he summoned. And it's not just one. An entire squad of assassins with glowing red eyes fills the room, announcing they're here to fulfill the request. With the power dynamic completely flipped, the lead assassin cuts to the chase, demanding all the information they have on Sabigang. His subordinate unrolls a sketch, revealing the face of the man who has the academy's leadership running scared. Later, the leader of the Ghost Shadow Manor, Ghost Shadow No. 1, muses over the contract. So much money just to investigate one rookie? His men chatter amongst themselves, commenting on how the academy must be swimming in dirty money despite its shoddy reputation. Ghost Shadow No. 7 lets out a dry laugh, mocking the so-called righteous sects for hiring killers to investigate their own people. But No. 5 just scoffs. Who cares about their hypocrisy? Pathetic requests from corrupt clients are what pay the bills. The leader calls out No. 5, his tone laced with disappointment. Has he forgotten their true purpose? The vow they took to endure any despicable task until they find and serve their master? The sharp reminder is enough to make No. 5 flinch, and he quickly apologizes for his loose tongue. The conversation shifts back to the intel, one of them asking if they should investigate Jin Beck, the man who raised their target. Another assassin wonders if the rumors about Sabigang having a fated encounter are true, but the leader dismisses it as nonsense. The assassin isn't so sure, recounting how the kid went from having no inner energy to becoming a master almost overnight. He then offers a more chilling possibility. What if Sabigang has powerful, hidden backers? The leader pauses. That would explain the client's paranoia and the exorbitant fee. Their target might be far more dangerous than expected. He orders his men to be extremely cautious, but No. 5 just smirks, finding the captain's warning almost funny. He and his partner activate their stealth, absolutely confident that no one can detect the techniques of the Ghost Shadow Manor. The leader gives the signal, and with a subtle nod, the hunt begins. Elsewhere, in a quiet corner of the academy, Sabigang stands with Jin Beck by a tranquil pond. The old physician mentions that he's been hearing all sorts of incredible stories about him lately. In fact, he confesses, every new tale has been more surprising than the last. He voices his concern about the growing opposition, but Sabigang coolly replies that envy always follows heroes. Jin Beck can only marvel at this newfound confidence, wondering just how extraordinary that fated encounter must have been. He thinks back to the duel, admitting he was utterly stunned, and Sabigang just laughs, agreeing it was a bit much. But the old man's tone grows serious, reminding him that Vice Master Cheon was clearly trying to get him expelled. Sabigang's smile fades, and he quietly admits that, truth be told, he did get kicked out. That is, before he returned in time, revealing the original timeline where he was brutally defeated by Mang Sondiak. He was stripped of his assistant instructor title and demoted to hard labor, a laughingstock to his juniors. Drowning in shame, Sabigang eventually ran away from the academy, leaving everything he knew behind. He wandered aimlessly, a broken man with no purpose and no way to survive. With no other options, he ended up joining an escort agency as a low-level warrior. Despite his inability to use inner energy, he honed his body and spear skills through sheer will, surviving endless battles. For over 10 years he lived this life, becoming a top-ranked warrior and building a network that spanned the plains. Then one day, for old time's sake, he decided to pay a visit to the Dragon Spring Academy, and on that fateful night, his world was shattered. An enormous demonic beast descended from the heavens, tearing the academy apart and slaughtering everyone. Snapping out of the memory, Sabigang grits his teeth, the pain of that day still burning inside him. Suddenly, a rock skips violently across the tranquil pond. The pavilion master asks why he'd do that, and Sabigang casually claims he just saw an ugly frog. He playfully reminds the old man of the frog medicine he was forced to eat as a child. The two continue their walk, the picture of a peaceful afternoon at the academy. But that random rock smacks hard into the nearby bushes, revealing two assassins from the Ghost Shadow Manor, their perfect ambush suddenly disturbed. One of them, number 7, clutches his face, complaining that some lunatic just beamed him with a rock. He starts to panic. Could they have been discovered already? But his partner dismisses it as simple bad luck. No. 5's voice turns cold, questioning if his subordinate dares to doubt the manor's legendary concealment skills. Terrified, number 7 can only stammer an apology, as his partner tells him to have more confidence. From the shadows, the assassins watch as their target heads back to his quarters, their mission to surveil him continuing. Inside, Sabigang relaxes, reflecting on his recent successes. He's secured his key personnel. With his first objective post-regression now complete, his mind turns to a new, crucial figure. It was time to bring her in. He stands, his memory pinpointing exactly where she should be at this very moment in history. But a sudden noise from the doorway catches his sharp senses. He doesn't even need to look, simply telling his uninvited guest to come in since the door is already open. Yeon Wookyoung steps inside, and Sabigang greets him casually, noting that he figured he'd be getting restless by now. Yeon Wookyoung is not amused, and Sabigang immediately calls him out on his disgusting expression. The tension hangs in the air for a moment. With a slight smirk, he asks what could possibly bring the young master of the mighty Yeon clan to such a humble place. Yeon Wookyoung glares, his patience clearly exhausted. He's here for answers, not small talk. Sabigang, however, remains casually reclined, as if he's been expecting this little visit. Without preamble, Yeon Wookyoung brings up the duel that's been bothering him ever since it happened. He recounts how Tan Li Jung, or rather, the one controlling him, perfectly countered his clan's signature sword style. It was, as he puts it, as if his opponent knew the very pathways of his technique before he even moved. His eyes flare with suspicion. He accuses Sabigang of being the one who taught him, demanding to know how an outsider could possess such intimate knowledge of the Yeon clan's arts. Sabigang just offers a lazy, infuriating smile, simply asking, "Who knows?" He tries to brush it off, suggesting the clan's fame is widespread, but Yeon Wookyoung isn't buying it. That level of insight was far from common knowledge. With a condescending calm, Sabigang says he's glad Yeon Wookyoung figured it out. He would have been disappointed otherwise. Just as the young master is about to erupt, Sabigang cuts him off with a single word, finally sitting up to take control of the conversation. He tells Yeon Wookyoung to be honest about why he's really here. It's not to become a disciple. With a knowing smirk, Sabigang reveals the young master's true purpose: to confirm if he also knows the flaws in his clan's ultimate technique. Yeon Wookyoung's composure shatters, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Supreme Dragon Heaven-Severing Sword, a legendary art, perfected for centuries and lauded as unbeatable. But Sabigang knows that ever since he was a child, the prodigy Yeon Wookyoung had sensed something was wrong. A deep-seated suspicion that his clan's perfect technique was, in fact, flawed and not invincible at all. His fist clenches in anger, his pride wounded as he asks if Sabigang is mocking his clan's legacy. But Sabigang simply tells him to think whatever he wants, his expression turning cold and serious. He leans in close, warning that a day is coming when tradition, honor, and reputation will all become meaningless. With eyes glowing red, he gives his final lesson: focus only on getting stronger, and discard anything that stands in the way. Yeon Wookyoung is left completely stunned, a cold sweat breaking out as the weight of that warning sinks in. Sabigang simply turns his back, casually stating they can discuss the finer points later. For now, he tells the prodigy to just follow his instincts, leaving him to grapple with the cryptic advice. All Yeon Wookyoung can do is process this, his world of perfect techniques thoroughly shaken. Meanwhile, Sabigang grins as he picks up a heavy wooden pillow, musing about an annoying frog outside. And what a coincidence under the moonlight. Assassins from the Ghost Shadow Manor have already arrived. They perch on the rooftops, the leader standing with quiet authority as his subordinates await orders. Their target is none other than Jin Baek, the master of the Recovering Body Pavilion. A man who was a simple medic from Gamsu before joining the academy 5 years ago. The assassins had already investigated him due to his connection with Sabigang. But their conclusion was simple. He's just a normal medic, completely harmless. But the assassin leader pauses. A flicker of doubt in his mind. Jin Baek's past is a little too perfect. He then turns to see one of his subordinates, number 7, looking like he just lost a fight with a wall. The bruised assassin stammers, trying to explain the sheer absurdity of what just happened. Out of nowhere, a wooden pillow had soared through the night and clocked him right in the face, knocking him off his perch. The leader asks another assassin if they're sure they weren't detected, who confirms the target showed no signs of awareness. But number 7 is practically shaking, insisting there's absolutely no way that was just a coincidence. The leader scoffs, telling him not to doubt their clan's stealth. He dismisses it as the target having a bad habit of throwing things. He tells number 7 to endure the humiliation, and the battered assassin can only quietly agree. Later, crouched in the bushes, number 7 has had enough time to let his anger simmer. He warns his senior that if anything else comes flying, he's dropping the mission and taking the target's head himself. His senior tries to calm him, explaining they've moved to a safer spot where no more accidents can happen. But the furious assassin isn't convinced, sarcastically asking what's next, a stray arrow to the head. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the night, and they duck as someone approaches. It's their target, Sa Bigang, walking with purpose directly towards their hiding spot. He stops right in front of the bush, complaining that he really has to go. As he unfastens his belt, blaming the tea he drank, he has a sudden, mischievous thought. And deep in the leaves, the bruised assassin's face drains of all color. No, there's no way. He starts shaking uncontrollably as the horrible, humiliating truth dawns on him. His partner can only watch in frozen terror as a golden shower begins to rain down. The poor assassin absolutely loses it, silently screaming at the madman as his night gets infinitely worse. The assassin is just frozen, unable to process what's happening. But Sa Bigang is already turning around, teapot still in hand. With a wicked grin, he asks the drenched man if he'd like a cup. And in that moment, the assassin finally understands. He was a toy. This monster knew they were here the entire time and chose to humiliate them. The sheer disrespect boils over, and professionalism shatters into pure rage as he draws his blade. He screams, launching himself from the bushes with a promise to kill him. His eyes glow with murderous intent, dagger poised to strike true. But his attack slams into a shimmering purple barrier that materializes out of thin air. The blade shatters into pieces, leaving the assassin to stare in disbelief at his completely unfazed target. Before the assassin can even react, Sa Bigang's hand smacks across his face with contemptuous ease. A flash of blue energy erupts as he slams the man's head straight into the stone courtyard. With a blood-splattered grin, he calmly reveals he knows exactly who they are. The Ghost Shadow Manor. The assassin lies broken and dazed, his world turned upside down in an instant. From the bushes, his comrade can only watch in horror, calling out the fallen man's number. Sa Bigang just clicks his tongue, mocking them for digging into other people's business. He waves with a smug, condescending smile, addressing his dear friends from the shadows. The bald assassin, number 5, can't take the humiliation and draws his blade, seething with rage. But a calm voice orders him to stand down as their leader suddenly appears, landing between them. The leader greets Instructor Sa, admitting they've been discovered, but Sa Bigang just smirks, calling him the leader of these frogs. He mockingly asks if it's truly wise for an assassin to reveal himself so openly. The leader calls it a foolish question, confident that dead men can't cause any trouble. With a sinister grin, Sa Bigang baits him, wondering if he isn't even curious how he knows so much. But the assassin is done talking, coldly stating that he'll find out what he needs from his corpse. He lunges forward, intent on slicing off Sa Bigang's limbs, one by one, with a crimson slash. But his blade stops dead, blocked by an invisible wall of pure energy. Sa Bigang smirks, effortlessly holding back the attack with a single hand radiating blue demonic power. He then counters with his own technique, summoning multiple mana blades from thin air. The assassin's physical sword shatters into pieces against the superior energy constructs. With his weapon broken and his attack failed, the leader is left defenseless, as Sa Bigang's glowing eyes lock onto him. But the assassin leader isn't done, conjuring a new energy blade only to be stopped cold by Sa Bigang's hand. He smirks, telling the assassin he's not getting away that easily. The leader can only stare in disbelief, completely stunned by this casual display of power. With a flash of crimson, the assassin unleashes a furious barrage of strikes against Sa Bigang's own mana blade. As they trade blows, Sa Bigang calmly analyzes his opponent's technique. This man is no brute. He's fast, precise, and every single attack is aimed at a vital point. The sheer density of energy in that red blade is impressive. Sa Bigang realizes his simple barrier won't hold. A wide grin spreads across his face. Now this is a real fight. He retaliates with a surge of power, forcing the assassin leader back towards his two subordinates. The assassins regroup, now hesitant, as their leader realizes something about this boy is deeply wrong. The leader can't quite place it, but the boy's power is fundamentally different from any orthodox martial art he's ever seen. A cold suspicion creeps into his mind. This isn't something one learns by accident. Could it be demonic arts? Sa Bigang just smirks, mocking him. He asks if the man has even seen demonic arts before, reminding him the cult fell long ago. Still, he concedes a point. While it's not demonic, it isn't your typical martial art either. The assassin leader's demeanor shifts. He understands now. This boy is far too dangerous to be left alive. A terrifying green aura explodes around him as he declares his intent to kill, unleashing his full power for the Ghost Shadow Manor. His eyes blaze with crimson light, promising to take everything. A blinding beam of energy erupts from his hand, shot not for a mission, but to utterly annihilate his target. Sabigang watches the attack with sharp, focused eyes, completely unfazed. The beam misses, vaporizing a chunk out of a massive tree far behind him. A clear, devastating warning shot. The assassin unleashes his soul-destroying stride, a phantom web of high-speed movements. He moves like a specter, a red-eyed blur closing in for the guaranteed kill. For a second, it seems even Sabigang is struggling to keep up with the overwhelming speed. He strikes from the shadows with his Ghost Soul Flash, an attack meant to end it all. Blood explodes from a brutal gash, a seemingly perfect and fatal hit. The assassin looks on, sure that his imperceptible strike has claimed its victim. But the bloody figure shimmers and dissolves. It was nothing but a masterful illusion. The assassin's eyes widen in disbelief, as a fist appears right before his face. Sabigang's counter lands with crushing force, shattering his opponent's guard. The once unstoppable killer is sent ragdolling helplessly across the ground. Another assassin watches in pure terror, stammering out a panicked reply to his unseen master. Sabigang strolls over to the downed leader, mockingly asking if he still takes pride in his stealth skills. Because to him, their pathetic hiding was useless. His demonic vision saw them clear as day. He looms over the broken man, calmly suggesting it's time for a much deeper conversation. But the assassin, bloodied and beaten, reveals his true allegiance isn't to the Ghost Shadow Manor, but to the Origin Sect leader, a name that echoes from the past, a mysterious sect that operated like a ghost in the annals of history, so secretive that when their entire leadership was brutally slaughtered, the rest of the world barely even noticed the massacre had happened. Only the loyalists, those raised from birth within the sect, understood the truth of that day. These survivors regrouped, taking on a new name, the Ghost Shadow Manor, to gather information and await their moment. They rebranded themselves as a top-tier mercenary organization, taking on dirty and dangerous missions to survive. But Sabigang sees right through it, stating their real mission is the restoration of the fallen Origin sect. The assassin is speechless. Impossible, how could he possibly know? Their true history is a secret that hasn't been leaked in decades, yet this kid speaks of it so casually. Sabigang then makes an offer. Complete 2 tasks for him, and hell give them the very thing they've been chasing. The assassin's hand trembles with rage. How dare he spew such arrogant nonsense? He screams that they've spent 20 long years searching the Central Plains, clinging to a sliver of hope. Does this boy even understand the magnitude of what they've been desperately seeking all this time? The blood of the Origin sect, Sabigang says, his words cutting through the man's rage. More specifically, he continues, they're looking for the one with a strange birthmark on their left wrist. The assassin's mind races. This boy knows everything, the very core of their sect's restoration. A secret so deep, even most of their own members are unaware, but Sabigang has no time for questions. He simply tells him to choose. He lays out the options while casually flexing his demonic power. Accept the deal, or waste a lifetime searching unless he'd prefer to resume their fight. The leader of the Ghost Shadow Manor is left speechless, head hung in defeat. With his pride shattered and no other path forward, he slowly kneels in submission. Sabigang watches the man yield, his expression calm, as if this was the only possible outcome. The assassin's hand tightens on his blade, his resolve hardening even in surrender. Looking up with grim determination, he grits his teeth and agrees to the mission, but he issues a stark warning. If he's being deceived, he will personally exact a terrible price. The threat doesn't even faze Sabigang, who just smirks, ready to give his new pawn his first order. And as that deal is struck, elsewhere in the city, another kind of business is being concluded. The scene is a bloodbath, a room filled with the bodies of slaughtered thugs. Amidst the carnage sits a woman, pinning down the gang's last surviving member. Her hand glows with a sinister purple energy, clamped firmly over his face. He can only writhe in agony as she calmly looks down, applying her terrifying technique. This is Manhwa, the destructive fistfighting demon of the Black Scorpion gang. The man's eyes are wide with terror as her power surges through his every meridian. A flashback reveals his crimes. A month ago, his gang burned a village, killing the men and brutalizing the women. Now, Manhwa informs him that the survivors hired her to deliver their vengeance. He tries to muster his strength, only to realize with dawning horror that he can't access his internal energy at all. He panics as his internal energy mysteriously fades, a chilling sensation he can't comprehend. The brute tries a last-ditch threat, asking if she isn't scared of the trouble she's causing. Manhwa scoffs at his ignorance, reminding him she's the vice leader of the Black Scorpion gang. Her purple energy flares, his final scream caught in his throat as his life is extinguished. She stares down with an icy calm, completely unfazed by the kill. With the job done, she stands over his corpse, The room's silent save for dripping blood. A quiet sigh escapes her lips. The brief thrill of vengeance already gone. Just then, a white messenger dove flutters through the open window. It lands on her outstretched arm, a familiar and expected arrival. Tied to its leg is a small scroll, beckoning her to her next commission. Unfurling the scroll, her eyes land on the target's name, Sa Bigang, an instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. And as fate would have it, our story shifts to that very academy, a place of supposed discipline and learning, where, at this very moment, one of the problem students is learning a very painful lesson in fundamentals. Sa Bigang appears beside him, unimpressed, correcting his posture with cold, sharp instructions. He then orders the exhausted student to perform 200 more reps in that perfect, grueling position. The student finally snaps, begging for a moment to speak his mind before Sa Bigang decides to strike him for his attitude. He points an accusatory finger, demanding to know why a certain someone over there isn't being worked to the bone. The student in question, Yan Wook-young, simply stands there, holding his sword with an air of perfect calm. He seems completely serene, as if he's in a world of his own, not even breaking a sweat. Sa Bigang simply states the kid is doing fine, much to the other students' disbelief. How is doing nothing considered training? With a sharp crack, Sa Bigang strikes the complaining student. He scoffs, asking if the boy really thinks he's on the same level as a prodigy. All the while, Yan Wook-young himself remains perfectly still, simply observing. But in Sa Bigang's mind, this kid is a genius who must forge his own path beyond the basics. His thoughts are interrupted as another student, Tan Leung, meekly approaches. Sa Bigang asks if he's finished his chi circulation, but the boy admits he's too worried to proceed. He's scared to follow the instructions, but Sa Bigang is blunt. There's no other way to accumulate the energy he needs. He then playfully asks if the boy is secretly hoarding rare elixirs, which makes Tan Leung fluster and deny it. With that settled, Sa Bigang gives a simple order. Circulate your chi constantly, except when eating or sleeping. As the boy walks off, Sa Bigang knows exactly what's driving him. The desperate need to prove his cheap victory over Yan Wook-young wasn't just a trick. But for now, Sa Bigang knows the student's progress is a long-term problem. He has a bigger issue to deal with. His mind drifts, calculating the time that's passed. It's already been 10 days since he secretly met with that hooded figure. If he doesn't get contact soon, his entire plan could be in jeopardy. But a voice suddenly calls his name. He turns, his expression immediately souring with irritation. Instructor Deung Buyung approaches, pointing out that Sa Bigang doesn't seem pleased to see him at all. Sa Bigang tries to brush him off, claiming he's busy with class, but Deung Buyung scoffs, calling his bluff. But the instructor's bravado falters as he recalls the chilling sight of the massacre Sa Bigang left behind. Shaking off the memory, he gets to the point. Sa Bigang is to report to the main hall immediately. The Vice Academy Master, Cheon Semyoung, is waiting for him, and by the looks of it, this won't be a pleasant chat. Sa Bigang enters with a wide, insincere smile, gushing about how fulfilling it is to teach such talented cadets. He lays the flattery on thick, but the Vice Academy Master, Cheon Semyoung, just sits there, completely unimpressed. Cutting through the noise, Cheon Semyoung reminds him that the Academy operates under the watchful eye of the Orthodox Alliance. And since Sa Bigang is so new, the Alliance apparently has some concerns, which makes our boy feign surprise. But before he can continue his sarcastic act, a sharp voice cuts through the room, telling him to be respectful. The Vice Master smirks, informing a now stunned Sa Bigang that the Alliance has sent an inspector to support him. The source of the voice steps into the room, her elegant shoes tapping against the stone floor. She glides past him with an undeniable presence, not even giving him a second glance. Finally, she turns, offering a formal greeting that feels more like a declaration. Her name is Mei Solin, and she's from the Orthodox Alliance's inspection department. His babysitter has arrived. Sa Bigang stares blankly for a moment, processing this unexpected development. He then snaps into character, throwing on a charming smile and apologizing profusely for being stunned by her beauty. The Vice Master cuts in, his voice heavy with warning, explaining that Mei Siolan is a rising star who reached the peak realm at a shocking age. He tells Sa Bigang to do his job properly and show the inspector the respect she's due. Our boy just laughs it off, putting on a grand show of agreement that fools absolutely no one. But as soon as the act is done, his eyes turn cold and calculating. Later, the fist technique instructor, Yo Woonjin, approaches him with his first official commission. He asks if Sa Bigang knows of the legendary assassin known as the soul-taking Celestial Maiden. The name is familiar, and while Sa Bigang admits to knowing of her, he questions why she's being brought up. Yo Woonjin reveals she's a peerless contract killer, an unaffiliated assassin who has never failed a single mission. Yo Woonjin admits he's never seen her himself, but her targets are always found with their life force completely sucked out of them, and it's rumored she's an unparalleled beauty. A wicked smile spreads across Sa Bigang's face, thinking this is getting interesting. He asks if the mission is to finally take her down, but the instructor denies it. The job isn't to kill her, but to call the soul-taking celestial maiden right here to the academy. Sabigang immediately puts the pieces together. He's supposed to tell Vice Master Cheon Semyoung that his commission has to be cancelled. Yo Woonjin recalls the last time he had to do that, the Vice Master slamming his fist on the table, furious at the sudden cancellation. Cheon Semyoung had yelled at him, questioning how he could be so irresponsible after all this time. Yo Woonjin, disguised back then, could only offer a sincere apology, promising to find a replacement and even pay the fee himself. He explains to Sabigang that he's contacted her for missions before, so he knows how to get in touch. But he gives a stark warning. The Celestial Maiden is a merciless and thorough assassin who will find a way to kill you, no matter how strong you are. Sabigang just smirks, asking if he's worried. But Yo Woonjin snaps back that he's just concerned about losing his intel if Sabigang dies. Sabigang calmly agrees, yes, the soul-taking Celestial Maiden is a very dangerous woman, and that, he thinks with a sly smile, is precisely why he needs her on his side. Because in his grand design, only the most exceptional pieces will do. His mind flashes back to a dark, chaotic time in a war-torn demonic realm. Armies of grotesque grunts clash violently below a towering Gothic fortress. From the heart of the battle, a beam of raw, condensed power erupts. This was him in his past life, a commander of immense magical might. He was a master of double casting, simultaneously weaving two complex spells. With one hand he prepared Judgment Thunder, and with the other, a devastating void cannon. The combined blast was enough to annihilate entire battalions in a single, fiery explosion. But even that incredible power wasn't enough to impress his true opponent. Known as Shubis in this life, he was a being of immense magical might, but his confidence suddenly shattered. That couldn't be all, could it? From the smoke and fire, a colossal figure began to emerge. The Demon King Tarrant, standing there without a single scratch on his molten armor. Shubis stared in disbelief. He just unleashed a barrage of 8th class spells for nothing. The Demon King's voice echoed, bored, telling him to go all out or be disposed of. Enraged by the sheer audacity, Shubis roared back, channeling every drop of his power. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the Atomic Burst, a cataclysmic wave of destruction. Yet the Demon King simply raises a hand, preparing to swat the attack away like a gnat. The cataclysmic spell roars to life, a vortex of pure annihilation. Shubis watches, pouring his very soul into this final, desperate gambit. This is it, a maximized, 9th circle spell, the pinnacle of mortal magic. But as it reaches the Demon King, it doesn't explode, it just stops. With a casual grasp, the Demon King doesn't block the attack, he absorbs it. Shubis's blood runs cold, as he instinctively throws up a defensive barrier. The Demon King effortlessly fires the spell right back, a beam of concentrated despair. His own ultimate technique smashes into his shield, shattering it instantly. The last thing he sees is the memory of his own power about to erase him. And just like that, Sabigang jolts awake, drenched in the cold sweat of a nightmare. He forces a grim smile, the lingering terror of his past life still clinging to him. No matter how many times he relives that final moment, it's a bitter memory. But that was then, and this is the peaceful academy of the present. With his recent victory, the biggest obstacle is cleared, and he can finally move forward. His thoughts turn to his grand plan, where finding the woman Mei Seolan was a top priority. The problem was, he had no clue where she was, but thankfully Cheon Semyoung's assassins handled it. Her unique abilities are so crucial that even future legends couldn't hope to match them. With her secured, he considers his next move, but a nearby commotion catches his attention. A few students are peeking around a corner, absolutely captivated by someone's beauty. His eyes follow their gaze to the source of their admiration, the crisp glint of a drawn sword. A woman practices her sword form, a picture of serene focus and lethal grace. Every step she takes is light, yet deliberate. Her blade sings through the air, trailing arcs of vibrant pink energy. This isn't just training, it's a breathtaking performance. A fluid, mesmerizing dance of countless sword strikes. She moves with a control that is simply inhuman. As her routine ends, the last of the energy fades like cherry blossoms. Her gaze is soft, lost in thought for just a moment. But then, her eyes snap open with sharp awareness. She knows she's being watched. This is Mei Seolan, the key to his entire plan. And of course, the audience for this beautiful display is none other than our boy and his 2 new lackeys. She turns with a polite smile, greeting him formally as Instructor Kang Sabi. He emerges, praising her swordsmanship, but she humbly waves it off as simple morning exercise. This works out nicely, he says, because he was hoping for a word with her anyway. She seems to agree, inviting him to walk with her for a moment. His eyes narrow slightly. This is exactly what he wanted. He accepts her offer. And so, the two begin their stroll through the academy courtyard. He continues the flattery, noting her skills are what one would expect from the Heavenly Sword Alliance. But internally, he scoffs at the act. The inspection division, the alliance, it's all one big lie. He turns the compliment back on her, saying she's the one who's truly impressive here. She points out his reputation precedes him, a public duel won in a single blow. A demon taken down single-handedly. With a sly smile, she tells him that, honestly, he sounds more like the expert between the two of them. He just barely hides his surprise that she's done a background check, quickly brushing it off as nothing but dumb luck. But her slight, confident smile tells him she isn't buying that excuse for a second. In fact, she says, the trainees he's been working with seem to have a much different opinion of him. She's heard his methods can be a little rough, to put it lightly, but she's also heard how he's helped each of them with their personal struggles, treating everyone as an equal. He can't help but crack a small smile, fidgeting behind his back as he mutters what good kids they are. But her observation isn't over. She brings his attention to something he's trying to hide. His hands, the calluses, the very muscle structure of his palms tell a story that has nothing to do with luck. She can tell from his hands alone. For at least 10 years, he hasn't spent a single day without a weapon in his grip. She tells him that regardless of any fortunate encounter, he has every right to be proud of the effort he's put in. He looks down at his own calloused hands, caught completely off guard by her insight. Uncomfortable, Sabigang turns to walk away, hoping to end the conversation there. But Mei Solin's gaze sharpens. She's not letting him off the hook that easily. She quickly steps forward, blocking his escape. Leaning in close, she reminds him that he's never actually explained the nature of his encounter. Her voice drops to a murmur as she asks if he'd finally be willing to tell her more. A heavy sigh escapes him. Hez cornered and decides there's no avoiding it anymore. He looks at his palm, finally admitting his power isn't a lucky break, but simply the only excuse he could give. But instead of answering, he drops a name that makes her blood run cold. The Demon Spirit Cult. With a chilling calm, Sabigang asks if she's ever heard of them. He continues, explaining that his own encounter with this group wasn't very long ago. Mei Solin's composure shatters as she grabs him, demanding to know who he is. Her mind races, desperately trying to understand how he could possibly know that name. And in that moment, seeing her raw panic, it all clicks for Sabigang. She's been played. He begins to tell a story from long ago, decades before the Great Demon Invasion. A powerful demonic cult had risen, and the Orthodox provinces, seeing them as a threat, declared war. This ignited the most brutal conflict the Murim world had ever seen, a great war between the Orthodox and the demonic. Countless powerful warriors lost their lives, but in the end, the demonic cult was annihilated. Many years have passed since the cult was eradicated, and peace supposedly returned to the Murim. But the truth is, the remnants simply went underground, rebranding themselves as the Demon Spirit Cult, a name known only to those with direct contact, which makes Mei Solin's furious reaction all the more telling. Sabigang plays dumb, feigning shock at her sudden aggression. He calmly tells her to let go, promising he'll explain everything once she gets a grip. She immediately recoils, flustered, and apologizing for her emotional outburst. But he's not letting her off the hook that easily, turning with a sharp look in his eyes. He points out that her panicked reaction just confirmed everything she knows about them too. After a tense silence, she admits that the existence of this cult is more important to her than anything. She demands he tell her everything, and a slow, wicked grin spreads across his face. He's got her. With a glint in his eye, Sabigang agrees to explain everything to the inspector. He begins his tale, starting from the moment his assistant instructor position was revoked. He claims he was taking a walk late at night, feeling sorry for himself about his blocked energy. And then, out of nowhere, he was kidnapped. A revelation that startles Mei Solin. He paints a picture of his own helplessness, knocked out before he could even process what was happening. When he came to, he was at the mercy of a masked man with a terrifying grin and a single glowing eye. This figure, he reveals, called himself a demon scholar, and her eyes widen in shock and horror. The name clearly strikes a nerve, her fist clenching as the pieces fall into place for her. Sabigang continues his grim story, describing cruel experiments and twisted surgeries. And as the final piece of evidence, he manifests a ball of raw demonic energy right in his hand. He explains that when he finally awoke, abandoned, he had gained this new power, calling it Heaven True Chi. Clenching his fist, he confirms it's an energy so rare that most people don't even believe it exists. The cost, he explains grimly, is immense. It requires burning one's own life force to wield. He knows it sounds impossible, but points out that with his own energy blocked, this is the only explanation. A sly look crosses his face. He knows that eventually, she'll have no choice but to believe him, and Mei Solin is torn. The story of Heaven True Chi is absurd, but his knowledge of the demon spirit cult is frighteningly accurate. Seeing his opening, he presses his advantage, a smug grin spreading as he offers her a chance to see the truth. He can take her to the very place where he was kidnapped, tortured, and experimented on. Extending a hand, he suggests that even if they're gone, Some traces of their evil work must remain. But then he pulls back with a Cheshire cat grin, saying it's too far for today, he's got her hooked, and he knows it. As she walks away, he extends the invitation, meet him tomorrow night to see the truth for herself. He'll guide her personally, his expression a mask of calm sincerity. But the moment she's out of earshot, his inner thoughts betray the scheme, it's all a fabrication. He's never even met the demon spirit cult. His power is something else entirely, a lie crafted just to use her. A lie designed to let him tell the truth of his own horrifying past. A memory that flashes back with searing intensity. We're thrown into his nightmare, his past self screaming, strapped to a demonic apparatus, his body forcibly infused with alien energy. Two grotesque demons observe the procedure, noting their subject's initial rejection of the demonic power. But surprisingly, his tolerance is increasing, making him an exceptional specimen, far beyond others they've tested. Fascinated by this, they give the order to continue the infusion, ensuring he doesn't die while being drowned in their power. The brutal process shatters his body and spirit, leaving him collapsed on the floor, his hair now a stark, shocking white. His fellow captives can only stare in horror before rushing to his side. They desperately try to shake him awake, pleading for him to get a hold of himself. But his body is a wreck, only able to heave and cough up mouthfuls of blood. Just then, a smug voice cuts in, mocking him for surviving when they'd bet everything on his death. Even then, a defiant, bloody grin spreads across Sabigang's face as he promises them a similar fate. The memory blurs, flashing to a battle-hardened Mei Siolan arm missing, eye bandaged, but her spirit unbroken. And as the vision fades, we return to the present, Sabigang standing alone in a quiet grove. He continues on his way, the weight of 200 years of torment settling on his shoulders. But there's no despair in his eyes, only the cold, sharp glint of a predator. He stops dead in his tracks and calls out to the empty woods, sensing he's being followed. He casually picks up a rock, his expression cold and utterly unimpressed. A figure suddenly bursts from the bushes in a comical panic, hands waving. The assassin begs him to stop, admitting Sabigang was right, he was being watched. And just like that, Ghost Shadow number 7 realizes how badly he's been outplayed. Sabigang then calmly hands the bewildered man a scroll with a set of instructions. It's a map to a hidden cave, with a cryptic second page for when he arrives. The assassin balks, asking if he's seriously being told to go run this errand right now. This wasn't part of the mission. He's a highly trained killer, not a delivery boy. But Sabigang's only response is a simple, confident yes. The assassin starts to sweat, completely thrown off and wondering why him of all people. Sabigang gives the assassin a smug, knowing smile, as if to ask if he finally gets it. Cursing under his breath, Ghost Shadow number 7 has no choice but to flee and complete the task by morning. Sabigang watches him go, thinking that covering the whole area overnight might be tough. But it's fine. The markings just need to be visible enough for anyone passing by to notice. As for what happens after that, he's confident he can control the situation completely. Meanwhile, at the academy, head instructor Cheon Semyoung asks for an update on their own investigation. He directs his question to the woman before him, the infamous soul-stealing celestial maiden. She cuts him off, insisting he just call her Mei Siolan, finding her title a bit too dramatic. Getting back to business, she asks how the interrogation is proceeding and if they've found the location. A shadow passes over her eyes as she reflects that this power of hers was never a blessing she wanted. Mei Siolan reports that she needs more time. There's nothing substantial to go on just yet. But Cheon Semyoung has his own theory. Convinced Sabigang is hiding something significant. She couldn't care less about his allegiances, be it the Orthodox Alliance or some demonic cult. However, to ensure a smooth operation, she'll perform a little check of her own in advance. Her idea of a check slams onto the table a heavy, brutal-looking blade. She leans in, asking if he'd mind if she simply slit the boy's throat if he proves suspicious. The Vice Master's eyes narrow in cold agreement. Lie or trap, it makes no difference to him. And as the next morning dawns over the academy, Sabigang, completely unaware, sits in meditation, his body pulsing with demonic energy. He begins his cultivation, focusing on the intermediate tier that contains mana, drawing the power inward. The highest grade mana stone gave him a boost, but he still only reached the 6 circle. At this level, he's confident he could take down a master-level beast, maybe even anyone in this academy except for one person. But the real problem lies in his lower dantian, a faint wisp of inner energy he can't properly cultivate. He remembers how even the head physician, Jin Bak, had never seen a body like his. His eyes narrow with grim determination. This strange constitution is the very reason he's still breathing. It's why he wasn't simply killed, but kept as a living experiment for the demons. And it was because of that hellish life that he was able to meet her. His deep reflection is shattered by a sarcastic voice asking if he's performing a fortune-telling ritual. Yeon Wookyoung strides into the room, complaining that he was up all night preparing for this useless stuff. Sabigang's meditation is broken, and he turns to face the unwelcome guest with a flat stare. Yan Wookyoung scoffs, demanding to know if he ever asked Sabigang to do anything at all. But our protagonist's deadpan stare leaves the arrogant noble utterly confused. With a triumphant smirk, Sabigang calmly says he was joking and dismisses him, which sends Yun Wookyoung into a full-blown tantrum. He leaves the fuming brat behind, his mind already focused on the final piece of his grand plan. His destination, the academy's training grounds, bustling with the morning's activity. Students are locked in spars, completely unaware of the webs being woven around them. Sabigang watches them for a moment. His purpose here, far more intricate than simple observation. All he has to do is spread some carefully crafted misinformation and lead Mei Solan to a cave he's disguised with a flashy, but ultimately fake, demonic barrier. It's a suspicious lead, yes, but against an enemy like the demon spirit cult, it's bait they'll have no choice but to swallow. And just like that, Mei Solan appears, silently observing him from a distance. He turns with a disarming smile, casually greeting the inspector who's been tailing him. Her expression is stone cold as she agrees to his unspoken offer. She'll go with him to investigate this alleged hideout of the demon spirit cult. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He graciously offers to guide her, the first phase of his plan a success. But the sight of her triggers a memory, flashing back to a dark fortress under a sickly moon. He's thrown back to a time of pure, undiluted agony. A fellow captive is being tortured, a demonic core forced into his chest as a one-armed Mei Solan watches helplessly. The memory echoes with the sound of desperate pounding on a door. It was his younger, white-haired self, screaming at the torturers that they were about to kill the man. But a voice cuts through his rage. It was Mei Soyan, telling him to stop. It was already too late. The man's life faded as the demonic core pulsed in his chest. Sabigang could only watch, his breath ragged with fury and helplessness. He grinds his teeth, powerless to do anything but witness the atrocity. The guards unceremoniously drag the man's lifeless body away like a piece of trash. As the corpse is pulled from sight, he and Mei Solan are left in stunned silence. He finally speaks, the grim reality settling in this place. Only the two of them were left. She asks if they could be the last survivors from the entire Muram world. He tries to cling to hope, suggesting there might be others out there, somewhere. But for her, that hope was long dead. As she sighed, wishing for a clean death over this living hell. With a hollow laugh, Mei Solan admits that this isn't even her first time being captured like this. She speaks of a group called the Demon Spirit Cult, a name from a past he could never understand. Her ability to absorb star art, she reveals, was a side effect of their experiments, a truth she's never told anyone. Sabigang is floored, realizing that this must be why her power even works on these demonic creatures. He asks if her revenge failed, but she corrects him with a limp hand. She didn't fail, she simply gave up. For 10 long years, she hunted them, only to find nothing, forcing her to accept a bitter reality. He then changes the subject, asking why she fought so hard in the war, assuming it was for the good of Muram. A small, almost mocking smile plays on her lips at his naive assumption. He stares back, completely thrown by her cynical reaction. She scoffs at the idea, dismissing his noble reasoning with a weary sigh. She wasn't fighting for some grand future or to protect Jianghu like all those other warriors. The truth was, she had simply grown tired of living and went to war seeking a place to die. As she laments her slow demise in this prison, Sabigang's voice suddenly cuts her off, telling her not to give up. He tells her to quit being so gloomy. After all, they're both still alive, aren't they? He certainly has no plans of dying here, not after struggling so hard without even his internal energy. So now, she needs to grit her teeth and hang in there with him. He makes a promise. If they survive this, he will personally help her take revenge on the demon spirit cult. Mei Solan looks up, her eyes widening in stunned silence, but her surprise quickly twists into a bitter scoff. What a joke. How could a man who can't even use his own energy say something so absurd? In that very instant, the sharp whistle of projectiles cuts through the air, aimed right at them. But even as he dodges, a forgotten memory crashes into him with the force of a physical blow. Thoughts he'd buried for 200 years are clawing their way back to the surface. It's all because he met her again, Mei Solan, from a time long past. He grits his teeth, forcing the wave of nostalgia down. Unnecessary sentimentality can wait. Right now, his only priority is to secure her allegiance, to win her over with his words. He knows the truth. The dormant power she carries within her, a blazing, untamed inferno, is one of the keys to finally subduing the Demon King Tarrant. So he won't waste time on apologies or excuses. Has come too far to dwell on the past. He recalls his journey to find her back then, racing through the forest toward a crucial meeting. And there she was, waiting by a tree, arms crossed with an air of cold indifference. He remembers she'd arrived early, her mind already on high alert. She cautiously scanned the surroundings, but the forest was quiet, too quiet. A flicker of doubt crossed her face. Had he mistaken the location? Or was this something worse? Her thoughts drifted to a dark place, a memory of the demon spirit cult and a cold, dark cell. But a sudden footstep snapped her back to the present. Someone was here. She turned, remarking that he had also arrived quite early for their meeting. But the face that loomed over her shoulder was not the one she expected. Her eyes widened in a silent, chilling realization. In that instant, her mind flashed back, reaching for a memory from long ago. A memory of a happy child in the snow, waving goodbye to a life that would soon be stolen from her. A peal of laughter from a time long past. A little girl, overjoyed by the simple magic of falling snow. Her parents watched from a distance, telling her to be careful, but she was lost in the moment. And then, inevitably, her small feet betrayed her. She tumbled forward, a harmless fall into the soft powder, her mother's voice chiding her gently for not listening. But the memory warped, the loving tone turning to ice as a harsh voice commanded her to wake up. Her eyes snapped open, the idyllic past shattering instantly. She wasn't in the snow anymore. She was on a cold floor, her limbs bound tight. Looming over her was a scarred, brutish mercenary, the trap now fully sprung. Her eyes focus, and the face looming over her clicks into place. He introduces himself as Wee Song-tak, leader of the Black Death sect, here for revenge on behalf of the brother she killed. The name rings a bell, a notorious band of criminals known for robbery, trafficking, and murder. She curses her carelessness. She never would have missed that the leader and vice leader were brothers. But the mention of the demonic spirit cult had been too tempting, a deliberate lure that made her drop her guard. He mockingly compliments her impressive skills, gesturing to the bodies of his men that she'd cut down. After his long-winded monologue, she simply sighs, calling his threats a stream of useless babbling. A sly, dangerous smirk plays on her lips as she asks if he wants to have a little fun, just like his dead brother did. She taunts him, figuring this was his goal from the start, going through all this trouble just to capture her. A sick, leering grin spreads across his face as he confirms her suspicions. If he only wanted her dead, she already would be. He grips her head, sneering that if the rumors about her were false, he would have just sliced her head off on the spot. But no, the soul-taking celestial maiden is as beautiful as the legends say, and tonight, he plans to enjoy the pleasures of heaven. He slowly draws his blade, savoring the moment. First, he'll start by cutting off those cursed hands of hers, the ones that absorb a person's inner energy. Then, after every last one of his men has had their fun, he'll personally peel her skin off piece by piece. Mei Seolin lets out a tired sigh, finding his elaborate fantasy a bit too filthy to even be called revenge. Damn it all. She thought she'd finally found a lead on the demonic spirit cult, only to die at the hands of these beasts. A grim acceptance washes over her. This is a fitting end for a careless assassin blinded by revenge. Wee Sang-tak raises the sword, his eyes glowing with sadistic glee. The rest of the Black Death sect cheer him on, thirsty for blood and eager for their turn. But just as the sword descends, a fist wreathed in violent purple energy smashes into Wee Sang-tak's side. The bandit leader and Mei Solan are both frozen, stunned by the impossible intervention. A lone figure stands among them, his hands still crackling with raw, untamed power. Mei Solan's eyes widen in disbelief. Could that really be him, Instructor Sa Bigong? His gaze locks onto the scene, a cold fury brewing deep within him. And in an instant, that cold fury erupts into a crimson inferno of absolute rage. One of the thugs, too stupid to read the room, charges forward demanding to know who this bastard is. Sa Bigong doesn't even bother with a reply, moving faster than the eye can see. He snatches the man by the face, his grip like a vice of pure demonic energy. The bandit chokes and gags, his life force being snuffed out by this sudden, terrifying apparition. A chilling thought crosses Sa Bigong's mind. These worthless thugs nearly made him forget the centuries of hell he endured. He unleashes a crackling torrent of demonic lightning, instantly incinerating the man in his grasp down to the bone. The rest of the Black Death sect can only scream in primal terror, watching their comrade get vaporized. Even Mei Seolin is left speechless, witnessing a level of brutal power she couldn't have imagined. All that's left of the bandit is a smoking, charred husk, crackling with residual energy. The sect leader, Wee Sang-tak, shakes off his fear, roaring at his men for just standing there like idiots. Fueled by a mix of terror and rage, he orders the entire gang to charge forward and kill this monster. But Sa Bigong remains completely unfazed as a demonic sigil flares to life in his eye. Before their swords can even get close, he vanishes in a blink of purple light and reappears right in front of another bandit, whose brain can't even process the before his life ends. A hand crackling with demonic energy appears beside the bandit's head before he can even finish his thought. With a whisper of airburst, Sa Bigong unleashes a point-blank explosion of purple force. The man's head simply ceases to exist, his blades clattering uselessly to the ground. Already moving, Sa Bigong ducks under a clumsy spear thrust, his own mana beginning to coalesce. He forms an ethereal blade and cleaves straight through the next thug's torso in a shower of gore. Taking a single breath, He stands over the fallen, a demonic circle glowing faintly at his feet. He fully manifests his mana blade, an impossibly sharp weapon of pure destructive energy. The remaining bandits can only stare, their bravado melting into groans of absolute terror. Yet, with a final, desperate roar, the doomed men charge forward into the meat grinder. Sa Bigang becomes a phantom of purple light, weaving through their ranks and ending them all in a brutal, elegant dance of death. The slaughter is absolute, leaving only a blood-soaked floor and one bound, speechless woman. Mei Solon stares, her mind racing. This guy has the same man she's been watching, the one who wields this impossible, demonic power. Her eyes widen in dawning horror and awe. But the sect leader, Wei Songtak, isn't done yet. Roaring as he makes his final, desperate charge, he brings his massive blade down, screaming for Sa Bigang to die. For a split second, there's nothing but the bandit's wide-eyed confusion. His sword, aimed right for the neck, has stopped dead in its tracks. Sa Bigang doesn't even flinch, a patch of his skin hardening into a diamond-like shell, the stone skin technique. And just like that, the execution maniac's face drains of all color, realizing he just tried to cut a mountain. And before Wei Songtak can even comprehend his failure, Sa Bigang's fist connects, shattering his jaw. The impact sends the hulking man flying across the room, a spray of blood marking his trajectory. He crashes hard, his body broken, his reign as the execution maniac ending in a pathetic heap on the floor. Barely conscious, he can only stare up in pure terror at the monster standing over him. Sa Bigang doesn't even break a sweat, calmly activating a demonic spell, Graviton Press. His eyes glow with purple malice. This man wasn't an opponent. He was just a pest to be crushed. The bandit leader tries to beg for his life, but his pleas are swallowed by a torrent of raw power. Outside, the night is quiet for a moment, the stronghold just another building in the dark. Then, a silent plume of energy erupts from the roof, a whisper of the annihilation within. And when the dust settles, Sa Bigang stands alone, the sole survivor in a room painted red with his enemies. He finally lets out a breath, the massacre behind him, but a voice cuts through the silence, calling his name, Sa Bigang. Before he can react, a cold blade is pressed against his throat. A woman with piercing eyes appears from the shadows, demanding to know who he really is. He's momentarily stunned, caught completely off guard by this unexpected arrival. Then, like flipping a switch, his entire demeanor changes to one of cheerful relief. He spins a tale of being worried and using his amazing tracking skills to find her, but Inspector May isn't buying a word of it. Her blade held steady, and behind that ridiculous smile, Sa Bigang's mind is racing. This is bad. His perfect plan, built on knowledge from the future, has it already started to fall apart? Looking at the carnage, he realizes he never expected anyone to target Mei Solon this early in the timeline. His plan is already derailing, but giving up on her has never been an option. The reason is simple. She is the most irreplaceable weapon in the coming war against the Demon King. He remembers the despair of fighting that monster, whose absolute nullification barrier rendered every attack meaningless. And the only person in the world who could ever break that barrier was Mei Solon. She believes her power simply absorbs the inner energy of those she touches, a dangerous but limited skill. But its true potential is far greater. It can absorb and erase any conceptual power itself. To awaken that ability in time, he needs to make her stronger, and he needs to do it fast. His hand tightens around his sword's hilt. Since things have already gone off course, he'll just have to subdue her by force for now, and convince her later. With a blade clutched in her hand, Mei Solon screams at him to stop, but Sa Bigang remains unmoved, his gaze unwavering as she threatens to kill him on the spot. Suddenly, her voice echoes from the past, a desperate plea from a much darker time. He remembers her by his side as his body was racked with unimaginable pain. He was a test subject then, screaming as foreign energies threatened to tear him apart from within. From afar, his demonic captors monitored his vitals, a little surprised he was still holding on. The two scientists marveled at his mental strength, but mused that no human could endure this much mana. They had all the data they needed anyway, so one suggests just letting the mutant die. After all, if he survived, he might just become a threat later. Better to dispose of him now. At that moment, Mei Solon could only watch in horror, realizing the monsters fully intended to kill him. Barely conscious, Sa Bigang manages to choke out her name as he lies broken in her arms. But his next words are a horrifying plea for her to just kill him and end this suffering. Her eyes widen in shock, unable to process his request. She can't bear it either, but she can't bear to lose him. Grabbing him, she screams at him to stop talking nonsense. She desperately reminds him of the promise they made to survive and get their revenge together. But it's too late. She feels his consciousness fading away. His body is breaking down faster and faster, crumbling under the demonic strain. All she can do is hold on, watching helplessly as he disintegrates in her arms. A flash of memory, their shared past, their bond, and the vow that now feels like a cruel joke. With tears in her eyes, she makes her final decision. A single, whispered apology for what she's about to do. Suddenly, Sabigang's eyes fly open, jolted back to awareness. He lies there in total confusion. Wait, huh? The clashing, destructive energies inside him, they've vanished completely. He turns to see Mei Solon, who calmly says she's glad it worked. Stunned, he can only stare as she sits there, weakened but serene. She admits that, honestly, she wasn't even sure it would succeed. He tries to push himself up, his voice cracking as he calls out to her. But she just tells him to stay still. He was on the brink of death just moments ago. She looks at her own hand as it dissolves, explaining that she discovered her ability could absorb far more than she ever imagined. But the demonic energy she took from him was too alien. She managed to absorb it, but couldn't erase it. He can only stare in horror, calling her a crazy woman for talking so calmly about this. Doesn't she understand? She's about to die. He screams her name, desperately asking why. Why would she do something like this for him? With a faint, heartbreaking smile, she reminds him of something he once said. He was the one who told her not to give up, that a real man always keeps his word. The realization crushes him, tears of rage and sorrow streaming down his face. He only said that to keep her alive. He never wanted this. He never wanted her to sacrifice herself for him. As she fades into dust and light, her final words echo in his mind. Stay alive, Sabigang. She asks him to live on and just occasionally remember the foolish woman who loved him. The memory fades, leaving Sabigang in a tense standoff with a different woman he just rescued. He lets out a weary sigh, clearly not in the mood for another complication. But she remains on high alert, her knife held at the ready. He lowers his hands, trying to assure her that he has no intention of causing her harm. She's not convinced, demanding to know how a stranger could have possibly known her location. More than that, she saw his bizarre techniques, powers that were anything but normal martial arts. She accuses him outright, saying his story about the demonic spirit cult was clearly a lie. Pointing her blade forward, she demands he reveal his true identity. He calmly sidesteps her question, knowing the truth would be impossible for her to believe. Instead of explaining his identity, he pivots, saying he'll show her what he can do for her. He raises a single finger, beginning to lay out the terms of a very tempting proposal. First, he promises her what she wants most: revenge against the demonic spirit cult. Her eyes widen in disbelief as he moves to his second offer, making her far stronger than she is now. And third, standing over the bodies of her would-be killers, he vows to protect her from all threats. 3 incredible promises, and in exchange, he only has one simple request. All he asks is that she remains in the Dragonspring Academy, right by his side. The offer hangs in the air, leaving her to weigh this unbelievable deal from a mysterious, dangerous man. She stares at him, baffled by his request to stay by his side, thinking it's utter nonsense. Her mind immediately jumps to the worst conclusion. Is he asking her to become his concubine? Sabigang calmly denies it, his expression unreadable as he says he meant exactly what he said. She scoffs, accusing him of exploiting her current weakness to spout whatever he wants. In her mind, she calls him a perverted bastard, deciding she'd rather die than be his plaything. He meets her glare, unfazed, and coolly asks if she's sure about that. Then, he drops a name that freezes her to the core, reminding her that her parents would grieve Ronron. The world melts away into a distant memory, to an infant girl sleeping soundly in her mother's arms. Her parents look on with worried faces, asking a visiting Taoist master if there's something wrong with their daughter. The master strokes his long beard, confirming the child is healthy for now, but his ominous pause says it all. Sadly, he says, this child was born under a most harsh and twisted fate, a proclamation that horrifies her mother. The master ignores their shock, simply asking if they've given the girl a name yet. He instructs them to name her Seolan, believing the name itself holds the power to help her survive the bitter trials ahead. Years later, a tiny, indignant Seolan stomps her feet, scolding her parents for ever believing such nonsense. Her parents gently explain that while they didn't take every word as gospel, a seed of worry had been planted. They couldn't change her official name, which was already set in stone, but her mother reveals they chose a brighter childhood name for her, hoping she'd be a radiant orchid, Ranran, blooming warmly in their arms. The little girl clutches her mother, telling her not to speak of such grim things. With a bright, confident smile, she declares that Ranran will take care of everything, no matter what happens. The memory shatters, and the weight of that innocent promise comes crashing down, and just like that, her world goes up in flames, her parents lying motionless on the ground. The little girl can only whisper their names, her promise to protect them now just ash in her mouth. A shadow falls over her, and a cold voice notes that he's found the rare-blooded child he was looking for. The man, a cultist leader, lifts her up, confirming her name is Mei Solon. With a sickening grin and a glowing red eye, he tells her to take pride in being a sacrifice for their cause. The memory fades, and in the present, a blade is pressed firmly against Sabigang's neck. Mei Solon is shaking with rage and confusion, demanding to know who this stranger is. How could he possibly know her childhood name, Ranran, a secret known only to her family? Sa Bigang meets her furious gaze with an unreadable calm. Completely unbothered by the threat, he gently pushes the blade aside with his fingers, telling her the truth is something she wouldn't believe anyway. She presses the blade deeper, but he remains unmoved, telling her he's shared all he can for now. He turns his back to her, leaving the decision entirely in her hands. His promise to help her, he reminds her, was not an empty one, so she should choose carefully. And with that, Sabigang simply walks away, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Mei Seolan is left reeling, a single tear betraying the storm of confusion inside her. He, meanwhile, is haunted by flashes of his own bloody journey to get here, the desperate fights, and the monstrous power it took. Damn it, her hand tightens on her dagger, completely torn over what to do next. The night air hangs heavy and silent over the sprawling estate, but they are not alone. An assassin, the leader of the Ghost Shadow Manor, has been waiting in the shadows. His head snaps to the side as he hears movement, his quiet vigil suddenly interrupted. The assassin leader finally appears, annoyed that Sa Bigang has been sneaking around past his surveillance. He starts to demand an update on a job he ordered, telling him to just follow instructions, but he freezes, his words catching in his throat as he finally gets a good look at Sa Bigang's face. The cold, lifeless glare is enough. The assassin stammers an excuse and makes a hasty retreat. Sa Bigang just stands there, watching him go, not even bothering to give chase. Once alone, the tension finally leaves his body, and he collapses onto a nearby bench, utterly spent. A quiet curse escapes him, the weight of his double life pressing down. His mind drifts away from the bloody present back to a time long ago. He remembers the sounds of the training grounds, the rhythmic thud of fists against wood, a memory of himself, standing in the sun, watching his fellow students practice. Before everything went to hell, he knew she wouldn't just let things go that easily. Her grudge against the demon cult was one thing, but her words were far too suspicious. He curses his past self, wondering if a 200-year-old incident is worth ruining everything now. Just as he resolves to track her down, one of his students snaps him out of his thoughts. Her cheerful greeting isn't for him, though, and his eyes narrow as he realizes who's arrived. Stepping into the training grounds is none other than Inspector Mei Solan herself. She returns the student's greeting with a pleasant smile, remarking on the fine morning. Then, her gaze lands on Sa Bigang, politely asking to interrupt his class for a moment. He can barely get her name out, forcing himself to stick to her formal title. Meanwhile, his class of problem students is completely oblivious, with one already dozing off during meditation. With his lazy students in the background, she asks to borrow his hand for a moment. She takes his wrist, a faint purple energy flowing from her fingertips as she probes his meridians. The results are clear, not a single trace of inner energy. So it's true, he can't use chi. But just as he thinks she might believe him, she snatches her hand away in disgust. He calmly admits it was all a lie from the start, a calculated plan to use her for his own ends. She breathes out, seething. She wishes she could just torture the truth out of him right here. But knowing that's impossible, she makes a decision. She'll let herself be tricked one last time. He's genuinely surprised, admitting he expected her to just walk away from a known swindler. But for Mei Solan, all that matters now is their shared goal, vengeance against the demon cult. And she makes one thing crystal clear: if he betrays her on that, she will kill him, no matter the cost. With a confident smirk, Sa Bigang seals their deal with a simple promise. He assures her that the vengeance she craves will absolutely be delivered. Mei Seolan just clicks her tongue, thinking he really didn't need to add that dramatic flair at the end. But later that night, a more pressing question arises. How could he possibly know her childhood name? A name so secret, not even the demon cult ever learned it. Sa Bigang's face grows somber. His mind flashes back to a desolate room where his former, broken self knelt before a dying Mei Solan. Even then, with her body ruined, she offered him a faint, bittersweet smile. She told him of a name her parents gave her, from the happiest time of her life, Ranran. As tears streamed down his face, she asked him to remember her as that shining orchid, to see her not as a symbol of pain, but as a fragment of something beautiful. Back in the present, Sa Bigang simply smirks. Hess already told her she just wouldn't believe him anyway. Elsewhere, a new day brings new trouble for a first-year cadet named Nyung Soso. She stands nervously, facing what feels like the greatest trial of her life. But it's not just her future on the line, the fate of her entire class is at risk. A group of girls corner her, demanding she recount a story, word for word. She swallows hard, knowing one wrong move could bring ruin upon them all. Their leader leans in, her voice dripping with condescension, demanding every detail. She warns that any disgrace to the Academy's name will be reported to the clan elders. This is Mok Danhwa, the precious jewel of the Shining Sword Mok clan, and she means business. Nyung Soso's fist trembles with the weight of her class's potential disbandment. She declares she'll protect their honor and instructor Sa Bigang's reputation, leaving him utterly confused. With a determined shout, she launches into her forms, a whirlwind of kicks and strikes. She plants her feet firmly, gathering a bright surge of internal energy between her palms. A calm voice cuts through her training, complimenting her much improved and sharper movements. It's Inspector Mei Soyolin, who gently advises her to focus on fluidity over raw strength. Nyung Soso recalls that the inspector has been observing their class for 2 weeks now, though she was nervous, but the friendly lesson ends, as the inspector calls for everyone to gather around for an announcement. She unfurls a scroll, revealing 2 words that promise to change everything. Special class. A new instructor steps forward, tapping the scroll and declaring this is now the special class. The students aren't impressed, mocking the incredibly lame name. One brave soul even asks what their so-called special mission is supposed to be. With a confident smirk, the instructor reveals their purpose: to protect the Jianghu. Nyung Soso thinks back on their new teacher, Instructor Sabigang, a man of many mysteries. He was once known as the guy who couldn't use a single drop of inner chi, but then a month ago, he suddenly unleashed incredible power and wiped the floor with an opponent. He says he had some kind of miraculous encounter, but it feels more like he's a completely different person. Just then, Inspector Mei interrupts, cutting him down for spouting such nonsense to the cadets. But Sabigang doesn't back down, coolly asking if protecting the world is some kind of joke to her. Inspector Mei challenges him, asking if he even got academy approval, but Sabigang just smirks, saying he'll report it now. Nyung Soso watches them, noticing how their once respectful dynamic has devolved into constant bickering. She can't shake the feeling that there's some kind of invisible wall between the two of them now. Suddenly, Mok Danhwa's sharp voice cuts through her thoughts, telling her to stop right there. She angrily demands an end to the pointless chatter, asking who cares about the instructor's flirting. Nyung Soso is stunned, reminding her that she was the one who asked for every detail in the first place. But Mok Danhwa clarifies she only cares about one person's story, Yan Wookyoung. Soso is taken aback, confused as to why she's so fixated on him of all people. She explains that Wookyoung, much like Danhwa, initially refused to join the problem class, but after his public duel with the instructor, he chose to stay, though honestly, there isn't much else to say about him. Mok Danhwa leans in, confused, as Soso explains that Yan Wookyoung's training is different. Danhwa flares with anger, accusing the instructor of neglecting him, which Soso frantically denies. She clarifies that while they do basic drills, she's seen Wookyoung sparring directly with Instructor Kang. In fact, he's the only student in their class who has ever crossed swords with the man. Other times, he just stands silently before a training dummy, under orders not to be disturbed. So no, Soso insists, he's definitely not being ignored. Danhwa then presses further, asking if Wookyoung is actually satisfied with this arrangement. Soso hesitates, admitting she isn't sure but that he never seemed to complain. This answer seems to be exactly what Mok Danhwa wanted to hear. With that, she cuts the conversation short, dismissing Soso, and walking away with her entourage. Left alone, Soso stands there for a moment, letting the encounter sink in, and then, pure relief as she throws her hands up in celebration. Shed done it, successfully protecting her class. Later, Shed learned the truth. Danhwa and Wookyoung were engaged all along. The scene shifts to the academy rooftops, deep in the night. A dark, sinister energy begins to stir in the shadows. From it emerges the leader of the Ghost Shadow Assassins, landing without a sound. But a calm voice greets number 1, and the assassin's blood runs cold. There, looking down on him, is Instructor Kang, as if he'd been waiting the whole time. Impossible, he thinks. He was using his ultimate concealment technique. He should be completely invisible. But Sabigang's eyes glow with demonic light, reminding the assassin his pathetic tricks have never worked on him. But Sabigang's focus isn't on the failed ambush. He asks if the assassin's presence means has completed that other, more important request. To make his point, he reveals a small glass bottle he'd been holding. The assassin leader's eye widens in pure shock. He knows exactly what that is. It's a sample from his investigation, a grotesque, purple insect, proof of his success. A creature born of pure demonic corruption, with its cluster of unnatural eyes and wicked fangs. Number 1 begins his report, confirming the mission was to find a place that had been twisted into something alien. He admits the search area was vast. He never expected to find it so quickly. But what his men stumbled upon was a sight so horrifyingly unnatural it was impossible to miss. A landscape teeming with demonic life, where trees grew eyeballs, and the very air pulsed with strange energy. Staring at the captured specimen, Sabigang's voice drops, demanding to know everything about this blighted land. Sabigang explains that the truth behind this creature is almost too insane to believe. With a chilling grin, he crushes the insect, calling it a harbinger of the coming calamity. His mind flashes back to the future he lived through a full-scale demonic invasion, set to occur in 10 years. He now realizes the warning signs began years earlier, from mutated beasts to a mysterious, incurable disease. And all of it, every single tragic event, was orchestrated by the demons. They used a wicked strategy, scattering condensed mana stones to poison the land. This was their terraforming, a way to twist the world into a demonic hellscape that favored their armies. A term he only learned the hard way, long after he became their unwilling slave. So, he thinks, if the land is corrupted before a gate opens, then the site of the future's largest gate, in Hubei, must already be showing signs of this terraforming. It was just a hypothesis, but looking at the fading corruption on his hand, Sabigang now has his confirmation. The demonic bugs he just crushed are undeniable proof the Central Plains are already being poisoned. He needs to see the situation for himself and prepare. For now, he dismisses the assassin, praising his work. Sabigang says the promised information will be delivered soon, asking for a little patience. But as he turns to leave, the assassin's voice cuts through the silence, calling out his name. The masked man's gaze is filled with suspicion as he finally asks the burning question, who exactly is Sabigang? What does he know? What is he hiding? And more importantly, what is his true goal? Sabigang simply sighs, telling him there's no rush. Even if he explained now, the assassin wouldn't believe him. He waves him off with a smirk, promising that when the time is right, he'll reveal everything. With the conversation over, his eyes narrow, focusing on the real, terrifying mission ahead. Sabigang stands alone on a rooftop, looking down at the academy he's grown to loathe. The time to leave this place is fast approaching, but elsewhere on campus, other plans are already in motion. Inside an office, Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyoung is overseeing important business. He questions Instructor Deyoung about the selection process for the upcoming Heavenly Martial Tournament. Deyoung assures him they're picking the best, but the Vice Master cuts to the real issue. Is Yeon Wookyoung still refusing to participate? The instructor grimaces, recalling how the young prodigy coldly stated the tournament would only hinder his personal training. Cheon Semyoung scoffs at the typical arrogance of young masters but pragmatically decides not to dwell on it. He gives a stern final order. The selection must be flawless, as this is the Academy's most crucial external event. It's the Heavenly Martial Tournament, a grand stage where the four great academies of the Orthodox Alliance clash for supremacy. Just as the meeting seems to conclude, Instructor Deyoung calls out to the Vice Master, a hint of unease in his voice. Deyoung nervously asks if they truly have the authority, since the selection originally belongs to him. But the Vice Master just scoffs, reminding him that the so-called Sword Demon has been in seclusion for 2 years. Relieved, the instructor agrees just before the door to the office is thrown open without warning. Both men whip around, furious at the sheer audacity of this interruption. And who else would it be but Instructor Sa Bigang, a smug grin plastered on his face. He declares with utter confidence that for the tournament, he and his cadets will be participating. The Vice Master slams his fist on the desk, the sound echoing his disbelief and rage. He seethes, asking if Sabi truly believes such a ridiculous request would ever be permitted. Cheon Semyoung dismisses his confidence as baseless nonsense, reminding him this is a grand event for high-ranking masters. But Sabi just smirks, completely unfazed by the elder's fury, or being called a mere brat. Sabi calmly turns his attention to the other instructor, Deung Buyung, the one who originally failed with the problem students. He questions if the man truly believes he was ever qualified for the role, calling him out for his lack of skill. With a mocking grin, he dismisses him as a washed-up fossil who should just step aside for the younger generation. The insult hits its mark, and Instructor Deyoung absolutely explodes with incandescent rage. The Vice Master tries to calm him down, but Deyoung can't believe he's being asked to endure this humiliation. He tells him not to be provoked by some unqualified brat, but Sabi just scoffs at their excuses. Now it's the Vice Master's turn to snap, roaring at Sabi to shut his mouth. He challenges him to a fight on the spot, promising to smash that foul mouth of his to pieces. A sinister, triumphant smile spreads across Sabi's face. Has been waiting for this exact reaction. His plan is laid bare. By publicly defeating one instructor, he'll embarrass the other and seize the tournament spot for himself. But Sabi's mind is already miles away, focused on the tournament in Shaanxi. He visualizes the journey, a month-long trip with a very convenient detour right through a reported demonic zone. He could go alone to verify it, of course, but this is also a perfect field test for his students. And if the Vice Master still tries to block him after this little spat, Sabi has a folder full of corruption evidence ready to go. His cold, layered planning is suddenly cut short by a commotion. He snaps back to the present, his eyes widening in mild surprise. It's Deung Buyung, the blade instructor, shoving forward and roaring that he accepts the challenge himself. Sabi turns, almost amused. The old man actually took the bait hook, line, and sinker, but Deyoung's furious charge halts, his face melting into utter confusion as he stammers out, "What are you doing?" A sinister purple light flashes in Sabi's eyes. This fight isn't about to start, it's already over. But just as things were about to pop off, the sound of steady footsteps echoes from the stairs. A new voice cuts through the tension, remarking that he overheard quite an amusing conversation. Sabi's eyes narrow, assessing the man who just chose to make his entrance. The newcomer strolls right up to Sabi, placing a hand on his shoulder and repeating the words he just heard. A martial artist's worth is decided by their skill. He lets out a hearty laugh, declaring that he likes Sabi's spirit, finding the rumors about him to be true. The other instructors, Cheon Semyoung and Deung Buyung, can only stare in absolute shock. It's Sang Pilji, the Divine Shadow Swordsman, and more importantly, the Acting Academy Master. A sweating Cheon Semyoung stammers, asking what could possibly bring him here today. Sang Pilji's smile vanishes, his gaze sharp. He asks if there's any place in the academy he's forbidden from entering. He quickly laughs it off as a joke, but the Vice Master is frozen in terror, wondering why the big boss has suddenly appeared. Cheon Semyoung's mind races. This man is a martial arts fanatic, obsessed only with his own swordsmanship, but Sabi remains completely unfazed, because he knows one thing for certain. Among all the warriors he's met since returning to the past, the acting master is undeniably the strongest. Jang Pilji grills the Vice Master, confirming they were indeed discussing the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Cheon Semyoung tries to blame Sabi for making sudden demands, but Sabi just watches on silently. The acting master turns his attention to the real player, asking if Sabi truly intends to represent the academy. Sabi not only confirms it but adds that he'll be personally selecting the student participants himself. Jang Pilji grins, finding the declaration hilarious. Is he saying his problem students can beat the academy's elites? Sabi's expression is rock solid. Of course they can. The acting master's smile falters for just a moment, a glint of genuine intrigue in his eyes. The Vice Master eagerly agrees, calling Sabi's demands unreasonable for a new instructor. But the acting master considers it, admitting that Sabi's point about skill being the only true qualification has merit. A wide, mischievous grin spreads across his face as he claps his hands together, having found the perfect solution. He declares a public martial arts competition to decide the matter once and for all. It'll be the academy's chosen elites against the students. Sabi wants to put forward a very entertaining show. He challenges Sabi directly, saying if he's this confident, his students must be some truly outstanding talents. The scene then cuts to those very talents who are seen slacking off, napping, and goofing around. News of the sudden tournament spreads like wildfire throughout the academy grounds. The problem students themselves are left speechless. A match against the academy's best? Seriously? Sabi, however, just scratches his head, casually telling them that's just the way things worked out. The students are in an uproar, demanding to know why Sabi entered them into the Heavenly Martial Tournament without so much as a word. He just scoffs, calling them ungrateful brats who can't see the amazing opportunity he's giving them. But a calmer, colder voice cuts through the noise as Mei Seolin steps forward, demanding a real explanation. Sabi strikes a pose, declaring he's doing it to show his students the world beyond this stinking pit of an academy. As he drones on about escaping low-quality education, another student has clearly had enough of his nonsense. It's Yeon Wook-young, who calmly cuts in to ask if the match bracket has even been decided yet. Sabi grits his teeth, annoyed at the insolent brat for interrupting his speech, but confirms he just went to get the list. Yeon Wook-young watches intently, unfazed, as their instructor finally gets down to business. Sabi unrolls the scroll and calls out the first name, Yeom Jaryang from the Special Purpose class, who looks up in surprise. His opponent is Sang Chojin, a first year from the Ferocious Tiger class, and the terrified look on Jaryang's face says it all. Another student asks Jaryang if he knows his opponent, noticing his complete meltdown. His friend grimly confirms that Sang Chojin used to be in their class. A quick flashback reveals the painful truth. Jaryang challenged him multiple times and got absolutely His friend points out that he never actually won, and Sabi just tesks, unimpressed by the story. He chides the blockhead for picking fights he can't win before announcing the next name. Jo Muntak. His opponent is the first-year Mok Danhwa, and the sheer terror on Jo Muntak's face is immediate. He slumps into his desk, completely defeated, as another student asks who this Mok Danhwa even is. The others explain she's the eldest daughter of the Mok clan, swordsman who can rival even the Yun clan, and Sabi just remembers her as the stuck-up girl who refused his class. Nyung Soso raises her hand, cheerfully offering to talk to her friend Danhwa to sort things out peacefully. But Sabi just smirks, telling her that her opponent is someone else entirely. Huang Gi, a massive second-year senior from the Ferocious Tiger class. Sabi dismisses the last student as guaranteed trash, simply because he's related to Instructor Buyung. Next, without missing a beat, he announces the next name, Yeon Wook-young. His opponent will be Lee Bigyum, a third year from the prestigious Flying Dragon class. The entire classroom falls dead silent, staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Sabi feigns ignorance, asking what's with their reaction, prompting a student to ask if he really doesn't know who that is. The student explains that Lee Bigyum is the top student in the entire third year, but Sabi just scoffs, asking why that should make them so nervous. But it's not just that. There's a much deeper connection here. Lee Bigyom is the vice master of the Lotus Sword Hall, a group founded by a lesser branch of the Yan clan itself. Sabus' eyes gleam with understanding, so they don't get along. He then poses the crucial question, is he stronger than Wookyoung? Yeon Wookyoung offers no words, only a chillingly confident smirk that says everything. A sinister chuckle escapes Sabi's lips. That unspoken answer is more than good enough for his plans. With that settled, he moves on to the final announcement, calling out Tan Leung's name. His opponent will be none other than Gok Bouk, a familiar face from their old class, now looming like a mountain of muscle. Lee Jung can't believe it. This is the same guy he already beat to a pulp for acting up before. But Sabi adds a chilling detail. Gok Bouk specifically demanded this rematch, hungry for revenge. The news sends Lee Jung and his friend into a spiral of despair, already picturing their public humiliation. Just then, Sabi appears behind them, a comforting hand on each of their shoulders. He tells his disciples not to worry. He wouldn't just stand by and watch them get embarrassed, but his comforting words come with a sharp edge, reminding them that there is no gain without pain. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he promises them 1 week of training so intense they'll wish for death. Yeom Jaryang tries to backpedal, sweating buckets while claiming he doesn't even care about winning anyway. Sabus' smile turns utterly demonic as he leans in, his tone dripping with malice, asking if anyone remembers him asking for an opinion. And so their hellish training begins, with the boys straining under massive, weighted yokes. With a cheerful grin, Sabi announces their basic training intensity will be tripled for the entire week, much to their tearful despair. Amidst the chaos, Naeung Soso boldly steps forward, asking what her own training will entail. Sabi casually points her in the direction of the beautiful and splendid Inspector May, who looks less than thrilled to be volunteered. Yeon Wookyoung, ever the exception, coolly states he'll continue his training alone, and Sabi simply agrees, trusting his prodigious talent. Seeing this, another student, Lee Bigyum, cautiously approaches his instructor for guidance. He asks if Hes also getting some kind of special training, only for Sabi to shut him down with a cold no. Hes to focus only on cultivation. Bigyum begs for something new, but Sabi is resolute, telling him that for now, this is the only way for him to get stronger. Still, Sabi notes his unusual persistence. He wonders aloud if it's because his opponent is Gok Bouk. He tells the boy not to get worked up, reminding him he's the one who already beat the great Yeon Wookyoung. Suddenly, he turns to Mei Seolin and cheerfully asks her to keep an eye on the brats for him. With a sly grin, he announces he needs to step out for a bit. Before she can even protest, he vanishes in a flash of purple energy, telling her to just make up an excuse. Mei is left fuming, realizing he just dumped his entire class on her, as Nyung Soso excitedly asks where to begin. The scene shifts, and night falls quietly over the academy grounds. Rejected by his instructor, Lee Bigyum sits alone, beginning his own harsh regimen. A brilliant blue aura flares to life as he focuses, pushing his cultivation to its limits. He opens his eyes, a silent determination burning within him to prove his worth. He tries to reassure himself, remembering his victory, but a harsh truth cuts through the confidence. The realization hits him hard that win against Yeon Wookyoung wasn't entirely his own. He recalls how instructor Sabi Kang had perfectly simulated his opponent's sword path for him. It was a hollow victory. If they fought again for real, he knows he'd be utterly crushed. He can feel his internal energy has grown, but the progress is already starting to plateau. And as his anxiety grows, he remembers an even more pressing threat on the horizon. In just 1 week, he's scheduled to fight that brute, Gok Bouk, in a public duel. A tremor of fear runs through him. At this rate, is there any chance he can actually win? Suddenly, a strange sound from a nearby building snaps him out of his spiraling thoughts. Peeking around a corner, he wonders who else could be making such a racket this late at night. And there, inside the training hall, someone was relentlessly hammering away at a training dummy. It was Gok Bouk, pouring every ounce of his being into his training, sweat flying from his brow. Tan Lijung's heart nearly stopped of all the people to find here. It had to be his future opponent. The big man suddenly paused, his senses catching a faint sound from the doorway. He turned, scanning the entrance, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Tan Lijung clamped a hand over his mouth, trying desperately not to make another sound. He couldn't believe it. Why was Gok Bouk, of all people, training this late and this hard? He tried to calm his racing heart, thinking maybe the stress was making him see things when a menacing presence loomed right behind him. A terrified scream ripped through the quiet night air. Gok Bouk grabbed him, furious, demanding to know what right a little bastard like him had to scream like that. Gok Bouk sneers down at him, accusing the little rat of spying on his training. Completely flustered, Tan Lijung stammers, asking why he's here so late at night. The big man explodes, offended that anyone would question his right to train whenever he wants. But despite the fear, Tan Lijung gathers a sliver of courage. He points out that Gok Boak never once did his own training back when they were classmates. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. The brute's rage boils over as he raises a fist. Tan Lijung squeezes his eyes shut, trembling as he prepares for the blow to land. But the attack stops dead in its tracks, inches from his face. With a dismissive click of his tongue, Gok Boak lowers his hand. He decides that beating the kid senseless here would be pointless, leaving Tan Lijung utterly confused. Gok Boak sneers, promising to publicly demolish him in 1 week's time. Tan Lijung is left completely stunned, unable to process the bizarre threat. He watches the brute walk away, still half convinced this is some kind of trick. And then, a wave of pure, unadulterated relief washes over him. But that relief instantly curdles into a look of absolute, sickening horror. He was relieved? The thought itself feels shameful, disgusting. He stares down at his own hands, horrified that he was thankful for not being beaten down. His trembling fingers clench into a tight, determined fist. No, this won't do. He refuses to live his life this way any longer. And so, with a fire ignited within him, Tan Lijung finally begins to train. With a furious roar, Yom Jaryang lunges forward, all his pent-up frustration channeled into this one attack. But his charge is met with a brutal, unceremonious crack right across the face. His opponent simply scoffs, calling the whole display a complete joke. For a second, the bully had actually tensed up, wondering if this reckless kid was some hidden master. Instead, it's just a pathetic, one-sided beatdown, as he effortlessly parries and counters every clumsy swing. Yom Jaryang stumbles back, barely able to stay on his feet, as the bully wonders what's wrong with him. He taunts the boy, mocking how he came at him like a killer only to end up looking this pitiful. With such pathetic skills, he asks what could have possibly possessed Yom Jaryang to challenge him in the first place. The other students whisper from the sidelines, sneering that his weak background is clearly showing. The bully leans in, his expression pure contempt, and declares that yes, Yom Jaryang's entire family are idiots. Snapping, Yom Jaryang roars, lunging forward with one last, desperate swing. But the bully just dances around him, a whirlwind of green hair and mockery. He sneers that if the kid wanted to avoid this, he should have known his place. A final, vicious strike cracks across Yom Jaryang's head, sending him flying. The bully spits that he's a complete disgrace to the orthodox sex. Consciousness fades as Yom Jaryang hits the ground, his world going dark. His eyes flutter open to the blurry sight of someone calling his name. A fellow student, Jo Muntak, is leaning over him, trying to snap him out of it. Dazed, Yom Jaryang asks what happened, barely able to process the scene. Jo Muntak reminds him that he collapsed in the middle of training, having pushed himself far too hard. Yom Jaryang finally puts it all together, lying on the ground next to an equally exhausted Jo Muntak. He groans, realizing they have to endure this insane training for 6 more days. Then a bitter thought strikes him. Where the hell is Sa Bigang? Is he off slacking somewhere? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear with a wooden club, right to the face. Sa Bigang stands over him, looking utterly annoyed, asking if he was looking for him. As Yom Jaryang clutches his head in pain, the instructor notes he at least finished all the repetitions. He says that while he should be punished for slandering his master, he'll let it slide this time. But Yom Jaryang's quiet muttering about them not even being from the same sect earns him another solid whack. Sa Bigang sighs at how he asks for it, before Jo Muntak mentions that the inspector has been looking for him all day. He scoffs at the idea he was just wasting time, insisting he has his own important matters to deal with. Sa Bigang then announces that their one-on-one lessons for the duels are about to begin, leaving Yom Jaryang completely stunned. He can't believe it. More training? They've already been pushed past midnight, but the instructor's voice simply confirms that yes, there's more. With a smug look, Sa Bigang asks if they really thought basic training would be enough to win, and Yom Jaryang finally snaps. He shouts that it's impossible for average students like them to defeat top talents like Mok Danhwa in just 1 week. He finally looks his instructor in the eye and demands the truth. If they endure all this, can they actually win? Sa Bigang's answer is brutal and immediate. No, he tells them plainly that he won't lie. A week of hard work won't give them a high chance of victory. That harsh reality sends both students crumbling to the ground in despair. Yom Jaryang knew it, so what was the point? But Sa Bigang offers them something else, a different kind of victory. Endure his training, and at the very least, they won't be humiliated in front of everyone. His words hang in the air, and a flicker of shock, maybe even a new resolve, sparks in their eyes. But Jo Muntak isn't buying it, scoffing that the instructor's promise is nothing but empty wordplay. Has had enough. Turning his back on the whole thing, he doesn't care about the tournament anymore. Sa Bigang just watches him go, a knowing, almost predatory smile spreading across his face. Inside, his demonic past whispers, practically begging for permission to kill the arrogant brat. But Yom Jaryang isn't giving up. He wants to confirm what he heard. He asks if enduring this hellish training for 6 more days means he can at least fight Song Chojin properly. Sabigang is genuinely surprised, admitting he pegged Yeom Jaryang as the first one to break. The student confesses that while the training is brutal, he has a reason to push through, unlike his friend. He needs revenge on that bastard Song Chojin, no matter the outcome of the match. His eyes burn with red fury as he challenges the instructor, asking if he'll refuse to train him for a crooked purpose. A wicked, demonic grin spreads across Sabigang's face. A crooked purpose? No, for a warrior, a burning desire for revenge is the perfect answer. Elsewhere that night, another student trains with chilling intensity. Yeon Wookyoung slams his blade into a training dummy again and again. His focus is absolute, his expression cold and unreadable, but his sudden diligence hasn't gone unnoticed. A voice cuts through the silence, questioning his newfound interest in the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Yeon Wookyoung glances over, annoyed by the interruption. His visitor is Lee Bigyum, a third-year senior and the vice master of the Lotus Sword Hall. It seems it's been quite a while since these two powerful students have spoken. Yeon Wookyoung immediately shuts down the small talk, questioning if they were ever close enough for such pleasantries. Fed up, the senior drops the act and demands to know what Yeon Wookyoung is really planning. But Yeon Wookyoung simply explains that this was his instructor's decision, a misunderstanding on Lee Bigyum's part. Lee Bigyum scoffs, finding the excuse absolutely pathetic. He accuses Yeon Wookyoung of being eaten up by resentment and greed after he took his top spot. With a sigh, Yeon Wookyoung notes that his senior's habit of jumping to conclusions is, as always, on full display. He's had enough of this, turning his back to leave and telling Lee Bigyum to believe whatever he wants. But in a blinding flash of steel, Yeon Wookyoung's blade is suddenly pressed against the senior's throat, stopping him cold. The message is clear. He warns Lee Bigyum not to delude himself. Lee Bigyum is completely unfazed, explaining he only tolerated this insolence out of respect for the main clan. He scoffs, asking if Yeon Wookyoung really thought he was weak just because he's from a branch family. Yeon Wookyoung stands silent, the tables turning on him in an instant. Lee Bigyum demands to know his real goal, and Yeon Wookyoung roars back his true ambition. Has here to prove his clan's swordsmanship is superior to the main family's, which has grown dull and lazy with peace. But Lee Bigyum simply grabs his sword hand, musing that they actually agree on one thing. He pushes the blade aside, lecturing him not to draw a weapon he doesn't have the guts to use. Then, he simply turns and walks away, promising to settle this in the public duel. Humiliated and enraged, Yeon Wookyoung's eyes flare with crimson light as he prepares a cowardly attack from behind. A vicious blast of purple energy rips through the air, aimed squarely at his senior's unprotected back. And so Yeon Wookyoung walks away, his cowardly attack having been effortlessly thwarted. The humiliation burns, his mind screaming at the sheer insolence of that brat, Lee Bigyum. The next morning dawns on the academy, but the tension from the night before still lingers. Elsewhere, Tan Lee-jung walks with a heavy heart, a recent confrontation weighing on him. He can still hear Gokbok's threat echoing in his ears, a promise to publicly crush him in 1 week. He'd even seen the bully training late into the night, realizing with a sinking feeling that he was dead serious. Compared to that monster's dedication, Tan Lee-jung feels hopeless until he sees a familiar face. It's his friend, Yeom Jaryang, pushing himself to the absolute limit. Dark energy pouring from his body, sweat and pain cover his face as he forces his body to break through its own barriers. Tan Lee-jung watches, stunned. This isn't just training something about his friend, feels completely different now. Inspired, he warns another slacking student, Jo Muntak, to leave his friend alone. But Jo Muntak is completely unfazed, just lounging on the ground like it's a holiday. Tan Lee-jung can't believe it, warning him that instructor Sa Bigang will have his head for this. The lazy student just clicks his tongue, smugly revealing that their instructor isn't even coming today. Apparently, Sa Bigang was up all night teaching Yeom Jaryang a new cultivation method before vanishing. The words hit Tan Lee-jung like a physical blow. A secret, all-night lesson? He asks if they both got special training, but Jo Muntak casually admits he just went to sleep. A bitter memory surfaces, him, begging for help, only to be told to stick to the basics. His fist clenches with a sharp sting of betrayal. The instructor had lied, saying there was nothing to teach him. So this is it. He's stuck with basic circulation for 6 days, all before his public humiliation by Gokbok. He refuses to accept this fate. This simply will not do. With a new fire in his eyes, Tan Lee-jung prepares to train on his own terms. Elsewhere, the day's training concludes, as Nyung Soso gratefully thanks Inspector Mei for her guidance. Mei Solan lets out a tired sigh, annoyed that Sabigang has been a no-show all day. Thanks to him, she's been stuck teaching the problem children from dawn till dusk. Still, as she looks out over the grounds at sunset, she feels a strange sense of peace. She can't remember the last time her life was this leisurely. Maybe this teacher role isn't so bad. Realizing she's been so busy with Soso, She hasn't checked on the others in a while. Curious, she decides to see how the other cadets are holding up, and from the sounds of it, at least one of them is making some truly explosive progress. She finds Tan Leung relentlessly swinging a wooden sword against a training dummy. The boy is completely exhausted, doubled over and gasping for every breath. Her voice startles him as she calls out his name. Walking over, she questions him, reminding him he was supposed to stick to energy training, but he just grins, explaining that instructor Sa Bigang personally told him to start sword practice. Mei Siolan can only stare in disbelief. That man, he just comes and goes as he pleases. She sighs, warning Tan Lijung not to overwork himself through the night. He agrees, but the determined look in his eyes and his tight grip on the wood say otherwise. And sure enough, as night falls across the academy grounds, he's found a new training partner deep in the woods, a colossal, ancient tree. With his wooden sword held firm, Tan Lijung focuses his entire being into the blade. An ethereal blue projection mirrors his movements, unleashing a flurry of strikes. His energy converges, a whirlwind of light ready to be unleashed. The ancient tree becomes his canvas as a storm of glowing cuts tears through the night. In a split second, the trunk is scored with dozens of crisscrossing lines. With a final surge, the outer bark explodes outwards in a shower of splintered wood. His eyes remain fixed, analyzing the result of his desperate effort. A heavy breath escapes his lips as he lowers his sword, the exhaustion finally hitting him. He looks up, wondering if his grueling session is finally over. But, perched on a branch above is Sa Bigang, a smirk on his face, asking if there's anything to show for all that noise. Jang Pilji closes his eyes, admitting he still has a long way to go, but a smirk plays on his lips. He's absolutely certain no ordinary cadet could ever touch him. Sabigang just grins back, calling him a cocky brat for that smug look. Fine then, he says. It's time to see for themselves as a week of brutal training flashes by. A montage of every student pushing their limits. A contest to see who was the most desperate. The sun sets, and the academy grounds fall silent under the cover of night. While Jang Pilji catches some sleep, completely oblivious and resting on his laurels, Sabigang is elsewhere, pushing his body past its breaking point. He pants heavily, channeling a volatile purple energy that surges through his very core. His eyes burn with an inhuman intensity, every fiber of his being focused on getting stronger. Sabigang offers a sympathetic ear, sensing the boy's thirst for revenge against Song Chojin is no simple grudge. The student, Yom Jaryang, begins his story, taking us back to their days as cadets in the same group. It wasn't a rivalry at first. Song Chojin was the heir to a great clan, while he was from an insignificant one. But one day, that arrogant bastard finally uncovered something he wasn't supposed to know. Sang Chojin called him out in the middle of the courtyard, a smug grin plastered on his face. He dropped a bombshell, sneering that a bug from the unorthodox faction had no place in the academy. Yeom Jaryang's eyes widened in pure shock. His deepest secret had just been exposed. The whispers spread like wildfire as every student turned to stare, wondering if he was truly from the underworld Murim. He stood frozen for a moment, trying to process how Song Chojin could have possibly found out. Yom Jaryang tried to explain, yes, his father was once unorthodox, but he had renounced that life long ago. But Sang Chojin wouldn't listen, so Yom Jaryang's hand flew across his face, telling him to shut his mouth. The arrogant heir recoiled in shock, then pure rage. How dare a filthy half-breed lay a hand on him? He spat pure venom, calling Yom Jaryang's father a disgusting traitor for abandoning his faction. That was it. The final line had been crossed. Yom Jaryang's eyes blazed with a murderous light. He lunged forward, swinging a wooden training sword with all his might. But the fight was over before it even began. He found himself on the ground, staring up in shock. He admits it now. The worst part wasn't the insults. It was that Sang Chojin had the skills to back them up. That first disgraceful defeat only fueled his obsession. He challenged him again and again, but every single time, he was met with the same overwhelming power. He never even came close to winning, each match ending in another brutal beatdown. Not once, he admits, did he ever manage to land a single clean hit on Sang Chojin. He grinds his teeth, the memory of that utter powerlessness still burning fresh. And then, his story reaches its climax. One day, his group was reassigned to the special purpose class. He looks to his instructor, expecting some kind of reaction to this dramatic turn of events. But Sabigang just stares back blankly and asks, "And? That's it?" He's genuinely confused. What? Did he think his rival sent assassins after him? Attacked him in his sleep? A sharp smack to the head cuts through Yom Jaryang's confusion. Sabigang scoffs, saying he listened to this whole dramatic story with its blazing, serious eyes, only to find out it was just some childish revenge plot. What a complete letdown. But Yom Jaryang whirls back, shouting that even if it sounds petty to him, for him, this was about family honor. His rival didn't just insult him, he insulted his parents. His father had sacrificed everything to abandon the unorthodox path, and this brat trampled all over that legacy. With burning resolve, he swears that one day, no matter what it takes, he will have his revenge. And that finally gets Sabigang's attention. In an instant, the instructor is on him, a sinister, demonic aura flaring to life as he grabs the boy's collar. Leaning in with a wicked glint in his eyes, he asks if Yomjaryang is truly prepared to do anything for his goal. The student is terrified, sweating under the pressure, but he manages to choke out a defiant yes. A slow, unsettling grin spreads across Sabigang's face. That was the correct answer. He lets go, admitting that while the story was pathetic, the boy's fighting spirit is commendable. Unlike others who just wallow in defeat, Yomjaryang hasn't given up, and that's something he can work with. With a wicked grin, Sabigang confirms he's passed the test, a ball of crackling purple energy already forming in his palm. He holds out the unstable sphere, a clear offer to help him achieve his revenge. Yomjaryang is speechless, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to process this sudden turn. Sabigang calmly explains his plan, to implant this energy directly into the student's body. The boy can only stammer, asking what that thing is, but the instructor simply calls it a power beyond normal martial arts. He warns that this energy is wild, it will fight and thrash, refusing to be tamed easily. Yomjaryang's mission until the duel is to use a special cultivation method to suppress and harmonize with it. The promise of strength is intoxicating, but the student nervously catches one very important condition. If successful, he asks what happens if he fails, and Sabigang pauses before casually suggesting his head might swell up and explode. Just as the boy's face drains of all color, the instructor smirks, claiming he's only joking about something so reckless. Sabigang clarifies that if this goes wrong, it won't kill him, it'll just hurt so much he'll wish it had. With a menacing grin, he asks one last time if the boy is still willing to take the risk. Yomjaryang's eyes are wide with terror, but he swallows his fear and accepts the deal. And so his ordeal began. 5 straight days, 18 hours at a time, dedicated to absorbing the violent energy. The initial agony was blinding, feeling as if his chest was being torn open from the inside. But after days of torturous cultivation, he finally rises, the process seemingly finished. He looks himself over, drenched in sweat. Wondering if he actually succeeded, he doesn't feel any different. Worse still, the instructor who gave him this power has been nowhere to be seen. As he stares into the night sky, a sinking feeling hits him. Could this have all been a fraud? But just as doubt takes hold, his fist clenches, and a surge of raw purple power erupts around it. And elsewhere, Sabigang tests his own power, a familiar purple energy coiling around his fist. The demonic ki radiates from him, warping the very space around his training ground. He lets out a sharp breath, feeling that with this level of strength, he's finally prepared for what's coming. The next morning, the entire academy is buzzing with an unusual energy. Students gather in droves, whispering amongst themselves, a sense of excitement in the air. The acting academy master, Jang Pilji, watches them assemble, a confident, almost predatory grin on his face. The main courtyard is packed to the brim. It seems all regular activities have been cancelled for this. Word spreads quickly, they're holding martial duels to choose representatives for the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Most of the students are just thrilled to skip a day of training, eager to watch the special purpose class get put in their place. They're convinced the newcomers are just nobodies, but a small part of them wonders if a surprise is in store. The students recall past upsets, wondering if lightning could strike twice, but one scoffs, dismissing the idea even geniuses can't compare to the truly elite. He rattles off a list of prodigies from prestigious clans, each one a monster in their own right. To them, it's a simple fact. A commoner can never overcome the wall of innate talent. Watching from a balcony above, the Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyoung stands silently. A smug, knowing expression forms on his face. He couldn't agree more. He thinks to himself that the candidates he's chosen are the absolute finest in the academy. And today, that arrogant brat from the special class will finally be put in his place. Just then, Jang Pilji appears beside him, remarking on how pleased he looks. Cheon Semyoung turns, his smile widening, radiating the confidence of a man who believes victory is already his. The Vice Academy Master seethes, the name Sabigang like poison on his tongue. Jang Pilji offhandedly remarks that he's heard Cheon Semyoung has been working his cadets quite hard. With a dismissive smirk, Jang Pilji adds that if those useless kids are to be worth anything, that's the bare minimum. But Cheon Semyoung snaps back, declaring the students aren't useless, just pitiful. He claims that thanks to a foolish instructor, they suffered for nothing and are now about to be utterly humiliated. Jang Pilji just smiles, realizing the Vice Master is still holding a grudge from their last encounter. He finds it amusing that he's still hung up on something so trivial, but then his gaze shifts, noticing something. Wait a second, that's a sword he's never seen before, hanging at Cheon Semyoung's waist. With a proud scoff, the Vice Master draws the blade, acknowledging Jang Pilji's sharp eye for weaponry. He boasts that this is a special sword, custom-made for him to wield alongside his cadets in the tournament. He proudly presents the Violet Dawn sword, a custom piece he claims is an unmatched masterpiece. Jang Pilji leans in for a closer look, his expression betraying a deep sense of, well, disappointment. To his discerning demonic eye, it's just a decent blade hidden under gaudy, overpriced decorations. And stranger still, its form and balance are eerily similar to the demonic sword he wielded as a commander centuries ago. A strange coincidence, but one that gives him a very interesting idea as he looks at the pompous vice master. A wicked little smile forms on his lips. He decides to use this man's pride against him. He casually suggests they add a bit of fun while watching their cadets fight. Jang Pilji's proposal is simple, a wager on the outcome, which catches the vice master completely off guard. He frames it as a perfect way for them to finally settle their old grudge and prove whose students are superior. The stakes are high. The loser must grant one request from the winner, no matter what it is. Jang Pilji holds out his hand with a confident smirk, making it clear that refusal is not an option. The vice master lets out a disbelieving laugh, scoffing at the very idea of a bet. He reminds Jang Pilji that he was the one who arranged the matchups, essentially stacking the deck in his own favor. But Jang Pilji remembers their previous conversation all too well. He recalls arguing that since the duel was forced, the cadets deserved a fair selection process. Back in the present, he simply agrees, accepting the ridiculous wager without a hint of hesitation. The vice master assumes this means Jang Pilji must want something desperately to take such a losing bet. But Jang Pilji knows better. He saw the vice master's greedy eyes the moment he revealed his new sword. He laughs out loud, mocking the man's shameless desire for the Violet Dawn sword. Finally, Cheon Semyoung reveals his true goal. If he wins, Sabi Gang will be forced to resign as an instructor. The vice master smirks, thinking this is the perfect way to dissolve that detestable special class. Jang Pilji seals the bet with a confident snap of his fingers, declaring there's no turning back now. Eager to make it official, Cheon Semyoung turns to the assembled students and calls for their attention. But it's Jang Pilji who steps forward, formally announcing the day's duel for a spot in the Heavenly Martial Tournament. He grins, reminding everyone that in the past, these representatives were simply chosen by the instructors. But, he continues, a certain bold instructor challenged this old method, his eyes drifting over to Sabigang. Jang Pilji declares that he accepted this proposal, pitting the chosen candidates against a new team of challengers. The competition will be a best-of-5 series of one-on-one duels, and Sabigang students stand ready. Victory is by surrender or knockout, he warns, and any attempt to kill will result in an immediate forfeit. With the rules now clear, he kicks off the event, announcing the start of the very first match as the crowd erupts. Jang Pilji's voice booms, calling the first duelist to the stage. From the challenger's side, Yom Jaryang steps up, while the overconfident Song Chojin represents the original candidates. Sabigang watches his student take his position, arms crossed. He can't help but sigh. The kid already looks incredibly nervous. And he's right, Yom Jaryang's hands are trembling as he grips his wooden sword. Sang Chojin wastes no time, immediately starting the psychological warfare. He smirks, having heard a funny rumor that this mutt had been training like a madman all week. The look on his face turns to pure disdain, questioning if Yom Jaryang seriously believes he can compete. He sneers, calling him vermin who still hasn't learned his place. But Yom Jaryang's eyes harden as his asked if he remembers all his past defeats. Oh, he absolutely does. With a crack of shattered stone, Yom Jaryang launches himself forward. He roars, channeling the humiliation of all 8 of his past defeats into this one charge. All that pent-up fury is poured into a single, desperate overhead strike. But for Sang Chojin, this is just child's play, his green energy flaring to life. He dodges with contemptuous ease, unleashing a counter that's already found its mark. Yom Jaryang's eyes widen in shock. He couldn't even track the movement. His opponent's face twists into a victorious sneer, mocking his pathetic attempt. And just like that, the fight is over, leaving Yom Jaryang in total despair. From the sidelines, Vice Master Cheon Semyoung smugly notes that this was to be expected. He asks if anyone seriously thought the outcome would be any different this time. He gloats that Sang Chojin has won decisively every single time they've fought. But it's not just him. The entire tournament bracket was carefully arranged to ensure these outcomes. A masterful plan, he muses. Something a rookie instructor like Sabigang could never comprehend. He turns to our boy, declaring that his foolish wager has just brought ruin upon his own head. Blinded by greed, he gambled with his cadets' futures, and now it's time to pay the price. But instead of fear or regret, a small, knowing smirk spreads across Sabigang's face. Suddenly, back in the ring, a sickening crunch echoes as Yom Jaryang lands a perfect counter. Sang Chojin's eyes go wide in absolute disbelief. What just happened? The mighty prodigy stumbles backward, completely thrown off balance by the unexpected blow. Clutching his side, his shock instantly curdles into pure, unadulterated fury. He got hit by this, nobody? Breathing heavily, Yom Jaryang pushes himself up, a wild, almost unhinged grin on his face. He got him. He actually landed a clean hit, and the satisfaction is intoxicating. Sang Chojin's face contorts, the shock giving way to pure, murderous rage. With a defiant roar, Yom Jaryang lunges forward, swinging his staff for another strike. But the enraged prodigy effortlessly parries the attack and smashes his own staff into him. The impact sends Yom Jaryang flying, crashing painfully onto the stone floor. Sang Chojin looms over him, screaming. How dare a lowly mongrel like him even think of laughing? He brings his staff down with explosive force, intent on utterly crushing his opponent. From the sidelines, one of Sabigang's other cadets watches the brutal exchange. He grits his teeth, frustrated that their one glimmer of hope has just turned into a senseless beating. He wonders if it was all just a fluke, a simple moment of carelessness from Sang Chojin. But his companion, Yeon Wookyoung, interrupts his train of thought, pointing out a critical flaw in that logic. Sure, Sang Chojin is an arrogant bastard who loves bragging about never getting hit by Yom Jaryang, but despite his rotten personality, he's a true genius from a prestigious clan. And a man like that, who has fought the same opponent 8 times, wouldn't just get hit out of carelessness. The only logical conclusion is that something has fundamentally changed as we see the moment of impact again. Yom Jaryang wasn't just lucky, he was strong enough to land a clean hit. And for Sang Chojin, this isn't just a mistake. It's a deep, personal disgrace in an official duel. He seethes, vowing to pour every ounce of his being into this fight and crush this upstart completely. The only way to redeem his honor is with his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Sun, Moon Radiant Sword Art, 9th form. Gathering every ounce of his green, radiant energy, he plants his foot. He leaps into the air, unleashing his ultimate move, the Radiant Soaring Dragon Slash. The attack connects with devastating force, sending Yeom Jaryang flying backwards. He crashes into the stone courtyard, shattering the ground beneath him as Sang Chojin pants heavily. The dust settles, revealing the victor standing over his seemingly defeated foe. A twisted, triumphant grin spreads across Sang Chojin's face. Finally, it's done. He turns his back, sneering that it's finally over, and what a pathetic waste of time it was. But a noise from behind stops him cold. He turns to see Yom Jaryang getting up. His opponent stands firm, staff in hand, calmly stating that he isn't finished yet. Sang Chojin's face contorts in pure disbelief. That was his strongest strike, how is he still standing? Done waiting, Yom Jaryang explodes forward, declaring that he'll bring the fight to his opponent. Sang Chojin scoffs, blocking the blow while mocking the slow-witted fool for having nothing but endurance. He unleashes another furious strike, screaming for the mongrel to know his place. And once again, Yom Jaryang is sent crashing to the ground. But as he rises, a strange thought hits him. He's actually getting used to this. He counters with a powerful purple glow. The blow connects with sickening force, sending Sang Chojin stumbling back in a shower of stone. Pure, unadulterated shock spreads across the green-haired cadet's face. What the hell is going on? He realizes Yom Jaryang's movements are completely different now, faster and more precise than before. A chilling thought begins to form. Don't tell him this ridiculous fool's power grows the more damage he takes. As the purple aura intensifies, Sang Chojin can only wonder in horror what kind of insane training this madman did all week. From the rooftops, the onlookers can't believe their eyes, as Sang Chojin is actually being pushed back. His instructor, Deung Bu-young, is absolutely livid, screaming for his student to snap out of this embarrassing display. But Jang Pilji just watches with a knowing smirk, thinking the boy has adapted even better than he'd expected. From the sidelines, Sabigang recalls the true origin of this power, a plan hatched long ago in another life. During his time as a demon commander, he researched thousands of anti-demon tactics, many too dangerous to ever implement. This was one of them, a forbidden art of injecting demonic mana directly into a martial artist's body. It was an agonizing process, a diluted version of the modifications he himself suffered, with brutal side effects. Even Sabigang endured days of torment when he first underwent the refinement after returning to this timeline. But Yom Jaryang, that absolute madman, grit his teeth and pushed through the unimaginable pain. He not only survived the ordeal but fully fused the demonic power into his energy core, completing his terrifying evolution. And the results speak for themselves. Yeom Jaryang's strength, reflexes, and circulation are all off the charts. Sang Chojin can't believe it, wondering how this reckless bastard can just keep swinging without end. Finally pushed to his limit, he roars that he's had enough and channels his ultimate technique. He unleashes the Thundercloud Pursuit, screaming at his opponent to just fall down and stay down already. For a man like Sang Chojin, who had always won with overwhelming power, to have his final attack caught by a single hand was simply unthinkable. But Yom Jaryang's demonic grin tells the whole story. He's got him. With a single, brutal motion, he sends his opponent flying backwards. Sang Chojin is launched through the air, completely helpless against the sheer force. He crashes face first into the courtyard, utterly and completely defeated. Sang Chojin coughs, struggling to even push himself off the ground. But Yom Jaryang looms over him, mocking the so-called young master of the Heavenly Tiger Academy. Humiliation boils into pure, unadulterated rage. Sang Chojin stumbles to his feet, screaming that his opponent is a coward with no honor. He insists that if they were using real swords, this fight would have been over long ago. Yom Jaryang just calmly tightens his grip, admitting that he's probably right. But then he asks, so what? This is a duel, and the rules are the rules. As a terrifying purple aura engulfs his staff, Sang Chojin can only scream in terror. With his eyes glowing with demonic power, Yom Jaryang prepares to end this once and for all. The onlookers can only stare in absolute shock at the overwhelming display of force. The staff becomes a blur, an overwhelming whirlwind of pure force that Sang Chojin cannot escape. With a final, decisive movement, the wooden blade is pressed firmly against his throat, ending all resistance. Yom Jaryang pants heavily, the sheer exertion of his power finally catching up to him. Just as he considers finishing this, a sharp command echoes across the arena, telling him that's enough. The acting academy master, Jang Pilji, steps forward with a satisfied grin, officially ending the duel. He declares the winner for all to hear. Yom Jaryang of the Special Purpose class. One of the instructors nearly tears his hair out in disbelief, while Jang Pilji simply smirks. His plan working perfectly, the crowd is frozen in a state of collective shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Sang Chojin, the guy who used to beat this kid down for sport, actually lost? Yom Jaryang finally lowers his weapon, the sweat on his brow, a small price for this impossible, world-shaking victory. The reality of his victory slowly sinks in, his mind struggling to accept it. He flashes back to all the times he was utterly powerless against Sang Chojin. His gaze follows the medics as they carry the unconscious body of his tormentor away. Sang Chojin is carried off like a broken doll, a single tear of shame rolling down his cheek. The trembling in Yom Jaryang's hand breaks into a quiet, disbelieving laugh. Then, it erupts into a full-throated roar of triumph that echoes across the silent arena. He spins around, making sure everyone sees him, shouting that he defeated the unbeatable Sang Chojin. The sheer emotion of it all finally hits him, tears of vindication welling up in his eyes. But his catharsis is cut short by a sudden, sharp jolt of awareness. He looks down at his hand, only to find it stained with blood that isn't his opponent's. A sudden realization hits Yom Jaryang as he stares at his own bloodied hand. The internal damage from overusing his power finally catches up, and his body lurches forward. His friends can only cry out his name in alarm as he suddenly collapses. Meanwhile, in a quiet room elsewhere in the academy, a different kind of recovery is underway. Gentle, purple energy flows from one warrior to another, stabilizing a chaotic core. Yeon Wookyung channels his power into Sabigang, trying to mend his friend's broken body. He explains that he's managed to suppress the wild energy, or at least calm down his mana for now, but he strictly warns Sabigang not to use any inner energy for at least 2 days. Their other friend watches, questioning how Yeon Wookyung can be so calm about this. He reminds them of the last time Sabigang tried to use his power, how he vomited blood and passed out instantly. A dark suspicion crosses Yeon Wookyung's mind as he looks at his friend. Jo Muntak puts the thought into words, accusing him of teaching Sabigang a demonic art. But Sabigang cuts them off, his eyes glowing with purple energy, saying he knew exactly what he was getting into. He warns them to stop their pointless worrying. He understood the risks of the technique from the start. Jo Muntak throws his hands behind his head, sighing that he better not come crying for help later. As he walks away, Yeon Wookyung points out that he should be more concerned about himself. A sly grin spreads across his face as he reminds Jo Muntak that he's up next in the tournament. He mocks his friend for always slacking off, sarcastically asking if he has everything under control. With his back still turned, Jo Muntak confidently announces that he does, in fact, have a plan. His brilliant strategy? He'll forfeit the moment the match begins and simply walk away. He smugly thinks to himself that there's no point in struggling in a fight he's guaranteed to lose anyway. Suddenly, a hand raises, calling for everyone's attention. It's Yeon Wookyung, announcing that the second duel of the tournament will now begin. First up, representing the SPC class, is none other than Jo Muntak. He stands there, watching as his opponent steps onto the stage. The announcer calls out her name, Mok Danhwa, a first year from the Flying Dragon class. Instantly, a section of the crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting for the pride of the Mok clan. The cheers echo across the arena as the two combatants face each other down. A bead of sweat rolls down Jo Muntak's face. Did they really have to shout her name that much? He stares her down, feeling an immense pressure. Her stance is perfect, not a single opening to be found. The gap between them is just overwhelming, and they're both supposed to be first years. But that's the reality for ordinary people without talent or a noble birth. You learn to adapt, Still, he can't just surrender. Hell, at least pretend to fight, just to save face for Yom Jaryang. The two of them face off across the wide, empty stage. In a flash, a storm of strikes erupts across the arena floor. It's like a memory of some other brutal fight, a vision of overwhelming, savage speed. The stone tiles splinter and crack from a devastating impact. And just like that, Joe Muntak is smashed into the ground, the match over before it truly began. The vision of that phantom assault still echoes in his mind, a flurry of unstoppable blows. His eyes widen, replaying the sheer, savage power that overwhelmed him. On the ground, Joe Muntak can only stare in stunned silence, the gap in their strength all too real. Without missing a beat, the announcer calls the next match, Manhwa Danhwa versus another cocky first year. The poor guy barely registers the word begin before a blur of motion catches his eye. A clean, decisive strike lands with a heavy thud before he can even raise his guard. He's launched into the air, completely helpless as he soars across the stage. His body slams onto the cold stone, the fight over in a single, humiliating blow. And just like the last match, it ends with a student face down, utterly defeated. While one of the academy elders laughs heartily, Sabigang simply watches the outcome, unimpressed. In the crowd, other students murmur in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the fallen Joe Muntak. The defeated cadet can only lie there, urged by a distant voice to just stop. But elsewhere, under the cloak of darkness, a scream of agony shatters the night. Yom Jaryang is on the ground, convulsing as a terrifying power erupts from his back. His friend Sang Chojin looks on in horror, screaming at the idiot to stop this madness. He realizes with dawning fury that this isn't a normal technique, that quack Sabigang must have tricked him. He demands to know why Yom Jaryang is pushing himself this far. Since this isn't even his first loss to him, couldn't he just swallow his pride like before? But hearing this, something in Yom Jaryang seems to snap. He asks his friend if he really thinks he's just some loser who's used to defeat. A dark chuckle escapes him. Sure, maybe losing 8 times in a row makes him look like a fool, but his voice cracks with rage as he screams that no one should dare say it's normal for him to lose. His knuckles turn white on his blade, his absolute hatred for losing being the only reason he needs. Back at the sparring grounds, Manhwa Danhwa looks on, a flicker of shock crossing her face. This match should have been over, but against all odds, Joe Muntak is getting back to his feet. His hand calmly wraps around the hilt of his wooden sword once more. He rises into a new stance, effortlessly deflecting the other cadets' renewed assault. And with eyes now glowing an ominous blue, he declares that from now on, he'll be suffering right alongside him. And now, Joe Muntak stands ready, not with one sword, but 2 short, strange-looking wooden batons. The other students whisper in confusion, but Yeon Wookyoung just smirks, clearly enjoying the show. Joe Muntak grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, wondering why she's only getting serious now. But Manhwa Danhwa casually lowers her own blade, his question completely irrelevant to her. With a calm, almost dismissive gaze, she invites him to do whatever he thinks he can. A wild grin spreads across his face if that's what she wishes. Hell deliver. He accepts her challenge, and the 2 cadets dash towards each other for a final, decisive clash. But as his batons swing forward, Manhwa Danhwa's eyes widen in genuine shock. A massive torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from Joe Muntak's attack. She barely manages to raise her sword, completely caught off guard by the sheer power he just unleashed. The entire training ground shatters under the sheer pressure of his ki. He descends upon Manhwa Danhwa like a raging beast, ready to end this now. With eyes glowing a brilliant blue, he puts every ounce of his power into the strike. She's driven back, her feet digging trenches into the stone floor against the onslaught. A massive cloud of dust and debris erupts, obscuring the entire arena. But Joe Muntak bursts through the smoke, refusing to give her a single moment to recover. Manhwa Danhwa meets his powered-up batons with her simple wooden sword, her expression unreadable. She stands firm, a single unmovable point against a raging storm of energy. A furious volley of strikes rains down, each one powerful enough to shatter bone. But his assault is being perfectly blocked, and he grits his teeth, realizing he expected nothing less. He's throwing everything he has at her, but her defense is a seamless, impenetrable wall. And in that relentless assault, she finally sees it, the perfect opening. The moment he overextends, she blitzes forward, a blur of motion. A spike of pure panic hits him as he realizes his fatal mistake. Her wooden sword cracks against his ribs with brutal precision. He lets out a strangled cry, the force of the blow stealing his breath. A sharp kick sends one of his batons spinning through the air, and with a flick of her wrist, the second one is torn from his grip. His last weapon smashes against the stone floor, completely disarmed. Joe Muntak collapses to his knees, coughing, as Manhwa Danhwa stands over him, victorious. Manhwa Danhwa looks down on him, her voice dripping with disdain, wondering if he's just a one-trick pony. She turns away, telling him to just give up if that's truly all he's got. But from the floor, Jo Moontak just laughs, asking what she really expected from an average guy like him. Then, with a sly grin, his fingers twitch, and a faint glimmer appears on the ground. A nearly invisible thread yanks the broken end of his baton right back into his hand. The sound of something whipping past her ear makes her flinch in surprise. She turns just in time to see the wooden projectile that almost took her head off. It flies right back into Jo Moontak's waiting grasp, as if pulled by a magnet. He grins from ear to ear, revealing his true hidden card wasn't another weapon. She stares in shock, finally seeing the silver thread. When did he even set up this trap? With a stomp, Jo Moontak kicks up a cloud of dust, setting his plan in motion. He unleashes his true technique, the silver thread, launching himself forward with a war cry. Before Manhwa can even react, the threads whip around her own baton, yanking it from her grasp. A flash of light erupts as he completely disarms her in one fluid motion. She's sent spinning through the air, completely overwhelmed by the sudden, aggressive turn. The proud cadet crashes hard onto the stone floor, her momentum completely broken, and when she looks up, she finds her own weapon now pointed directly at her throat. Manhwa stares up at her opponent, the shock of her total defeat washing over her. Her confidence shatters, replaced by the cold sweat of realization. With a heavy sigh, she admits she has lost the match. The arena erupts as the announcer declares that the match is finally over. And the winner is, of course, the Flying Dragon class's Manhwa. Sabigang sighs, accepting his fate. He knew he'd lose, but he threw everything he had into it anyway. Exhausted, he begins to shuffle off the stage, his head hanging low. But a voice from the crowd calls out, telling him that wasn't half bad. His classmates rush forward, praising him for a good fight despite the loss and his unusual techniques. Even the other students are clapping, encouraging him to keep up the good work. Sabigang freezes, completely taken aback by the unexpected wave of support. Just then, Yan Wookyoung sidles up with a grin, wanting to know what happened out there. He leans in, reminding Sabigang that he was supposed to surrender, so why did he go all out? Sabigang shoots back, telling Yan Wookyoung to shut it after all. He's the reason he ended up like this. But his friend just laughs, pointing out that he seems pretty energetic for someone who just took a beating. As they walk off, Sabigang grumbles that it hurts like hell, but can't resist adding that he looked pretty cool out there, right? Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, a much more serious conversation is taking place. Blade technique instructor Deung Buyong is sweating bullets, grilling his student. He reminds the young man that losing is not an option, especially since even the great Sang Chojin was defeated. But his nephew, the second-year cadet Hwang Gi, scoffs at the very idea of needing a warning. His uncle tries to reason with him, reminding him not to let his guard down after all the strings he pulled to get him into the tournament. Hwang Gi is completely unimpressed, convinced his opponent is just some sheltered girl who's never even won a sparring match. He licks his lips with a predatory grin, thinking there's no way he could possibly lose to someone so pathetic. And that so-called pathetic girl, So-So, sits alone, idly wondering if her opponent is at least decent-looking. Her thoughts are broken by a sudden voice, and So-So jumps, surprised to see one of the academy's inspectors. The woman approaches, her expression calm but direct, asking if she's all right and has a moment to talk. So-So is clearly intimidated by the unexpected visit from such a high-ranking figure, but the inspector's serious look quickly melts away into a warm, disarming smile. She points out that So-So seems unusually nervous, prompting the girl to wave her hands and insist she's totally fine. The inspector gets straight to the point, mentioning that she's well aware of the rumors that So-So has never won a single duel. However, from what she's personally observed, that doesn't seem to be the whole story. In fact, she's noticed So-So's inner energy and body movements are actually far better than most other students. Leaning in with a knowing look, she gently asks if there's some secret reason she's been holding back. So-So shyly admits the simple, almost childish reason. She holds back because getting hit hurts. The inspector listens intently, trying to process this incredibly basic answer. For a moment, she's utterly floored, unable to muster anything more than a stunned what. So-So goes on to explain that her harsh training in external martial arts started when she was just 6. Her grandfather would beat her relentlessly day after day, leaving her with a deep-seated trauma of pain. The inspector connects the dots. So-So avoids getting hit due to that trauma. But then, she asks, why not just hit back? With a look of genuine concern, So-So reveals her true reason. If she hits them, they'll hurt, too. The very thought of inflicting that same pain on others makes her recoil. The inspector can only sigh in exasperation. This girl, she's completely missing the entire point of being a martial artist. She pauses, a new resolve hardening in her eyes. This situation requires a very different approach. The inspector places a firm hand on her shoulder, telling So-So she has misunderstood something fundamental. With a deadly serious gaze, she prepares to drop a truth bomb that will change So-So's perspective. The scene then cuts away to the tournament grounds, where the energy is electric. Cheers erupt, as the next two combatants step into the vast, open-air arena. With a wave to the crowd, the announcer officially kicks off the third and final duel. Yeon Wookyoung watches silently from the side, a thoughtful look on his face. Stepping up for the original candidates is the mountain of a man, Hwanggi, from the ferocious tiger class. And his challenger, representing the first years, is none other than the timid Nyung Soso. Hwanggi glances down at the small girl, a look of utter disdain crossing his face. Hess already heard the rumors, she's a nobody who can't even throw a proper punch. Still, he can't help but notice she's at least easy on the eyes. A twisted smile spreads across his face, this might be fun after all. With a booming cry from the announcer, the duel officially begins. Hwangji immediately drops into a low, predatory stance. He'll start by showing her the overwhelming difference between their power levels. But as he lunges, Soso sidesteps with impossible grace, his attack hitting nothing but air. His fist smashes into the stone tiles, sending cracks through the arena floor where she once stood. Soso's eyes widen slightly, taking in the raw power of the missed strike. A frustrated click of the tongue escapes Hwanggi's lips. So, the little rabbit is good at dodging, is she? He barrels forward again, but Soso is already pivoting, her feet digging into the stone. Her hands ignite with a pale blue energy, preparing not to dodge, but to counter. Her mind flashes back to the strange advice the female inspector gave her before the match. She'd been told that she was completely misunderstanding something crucial about Hwanggi, that deep down, he actually enjoys being hit. Soso's confusion was obvious, but the inspector continued, confirming his martial arts style, and then she leaned in, ready to share a little-known secret about his clan. She claimed that warriors from the Hwang clan train to convert pain into pleasure. With a confident nod, she affirmed this absurd detail, even though it was a complete lie. A baffled Soso could only ask how the inspector could possibly know such a thing. With a confident smirk, the inspector claims her intel comes from being a Muram Alliance official, a complete fabrication that Soso eats right up. Back in the present, Soso faces the charging Hwanggi, channeling a torrent of energy into her palms. Her eyes flare with a cold, blue light. She's fully committed to this insane strategy. She unleashes it all in a single, point-blank blast that slams directly into his chest. Hwanggi's face contorts in pure, unadulterated pain. So much for enjoying it. His massive body is sent hurtling through the air, completely overpowered. He crashes into the ground far across the arena, leaving a crater and a victorious Soso standing alone. The other cadets are left completely speechless, their minds unable to process what just happened. Even the senior instructors, Jang Pilji included, are frozen in disbelief. Soso simply blows on her steaming hands, letting out a sigh as if it was no big deal. Soso blinks, a little surprised herself at the sheer devastation she just caused. But across the arena, Hwanggi is already forcing himself up, snarling at the damn brat who beat him. She watches him. A little confused, he definitely doesn't look like he enjoyed that. Then, a light bulb goes off. She remembers what the inspector told her to do if this happened. The defeated giant can only glare, sweat pouring from his brow as she calmly walks over. With the sweetest, most innocent smile imaginable, she asks him if, by any chance, that hurt. And we flash back to the inspector, explaining this very psychological trap she set up for Soso. The plan was simple. Hit him once, then innocently ask if he felt any pain. If he admits it hurts, the inspector was wrong. But if he just charges again without answering, that means he likes being hit. Hwanggi's face contorts in pure fury, demanding to know what she just said. She asks again, her voice laced with feigned innocence, just wanting to know if that last hit really hurt him. In response, Hwanggi smashes his fist into the stone floor, his patience completely shattered. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of pure fury, growling that she's a filthy wench. Dark energy begins to crackle around him as he pushes himself up, absolutely incensed that she dares to mock him. With a roar, he explodes from his position, the ground beneath him erupting from the force. He lunges straight for her, promising to tear that arrogant mouth right off her face. But Soso isn't scared. A look of dawning realization spreads across her face. It's just like the inspector said. As he charges, mindlessly consumed by rage, she puts it all together. He really does like being hit. With this newfound knowledge, she calmly cocks back her fist, ready to meet his attack. And she winds up, delivering another devastating blow right to his jaw, testing her new theory. The brutal impact sends a shockwave through the crowd, leaving her classmates completely stunned. Sabigang's friends can only watch with their jaws on the floor, unable to process the beatdown. But Soso isn't finished, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes with a joyful grin. From the observation deck, the acting academy master, Jang Pilji, lets out a quiet ho of pure astonishment. He recognizes it instantly. Every single one of her strikes carries the true essence of martial arts. Why is she in that class? Vice Master Cheon Semyoung explains that she's the granddaughter of the legendary Iron Fist Destroyer, but has always refused to fight. Jang Pilji's eyes sharpen. So her entire attitude shifted the moment she joined the special purpose class? A flicker of intense interest crosses his face. He's very glad he decided to visit today. He quietly wonders how someone who couldn't even use inner energy suddenly had such a fateful encounter. A cunning smirk spreads across his lips. It seems things here are not nearly as simple as they appear. Sabigang watches on, a thoughtful look on his face. Before he regressed, Soso never stood out at all. But now, she's an absolute maniac, pummeling her opponent with a ferocity he's never seen. He recalls seeing her speak with the inspector before the match, wondering what words could have ignited such a change. Shaking off the thought with a sly grin, he decides it doesn't matter for now. Because more importantly, one of the instructors who bet against him is completely falling apart. The man can't believe his eyes, his surefire win turning into a humiliating disaster. A sight that causes Sabigang to burst out laughing at the man's pathetic despair. As the one-sided beatdown continues, he admits to himself this result is far beyond his expectations. This whole tournament was just an excuse to investigate the demonic disturbance outside the academy. But now a much more interesting, and far more dangerous, piece has just entered the game. His two chosen pieces, Yom Jariang and now Soso, were far more capable than he'd imagined. With this new information, Sabigang realizes his entire strategy must now expand. On the stage, the hulking Huangyi can barely gasp out his surrender, but Soso isn't finished, her fist raised with a cold, terrifying focus in her eyes. For a split second, that murderous intent lingers, before it vanishes completely, replaced by a bright, innocent smile. She leaps into the air, cheering her victory over her opponent's broken body. The other cadets can only stare in stunned silence, their jaws on the floor. The acting academy master grins, declaring the spectacular duel officially over. He proudly announces the winner, Soso of the special purpose class, who is still bouncing with pure joy. Tears of shame stream down Huangyi's face as he trembles from the brutal defeat. He stumbles away from the arena, a broken man, as Sabigang and the others watch. The students can only mutter in disbelief, completely stunned by what they just witnessed. Meanwhile, Soso bursts into a room, eager to report her victory to her inspector. The inspector greets her with a knowing, confident smile, not surprised at all. Soso excitedly explains that her advice was perfect. Some people really do enjoy pain. The inspector calmly notes that many people in the world have such unique preferences. Soso wonders if she's being teased, finding it hard to believe. But the inspector simply advises her to rest, reminding her that a man's pride is a fragile thing. Taking the advice to heart, Soso happily agrees and takes her leave. A voice cuts through the room, Riley noting how close the inspector and Soso seem to be. It's Yun Wookyoung, smirking as he teases her for giving out such terrifying advice. The inspector's patience snaps, demanding to know where he's been when this was his job to handle. He calmly explains he had his own matters to deal with, having found a rather peculiar person. Her eyes narrow, not buying his excuse for a second. She accuses him of shirking his duties to secretly train Yom Jaryang and Dan Li-young for the competition. Yan Wookyoung seems genuinely taken aback by the suggestion. Him? Teach Dan Li-jung? The scene shifts, revealing the boy sparring not with Yan Wookyoung, but with the legendary invincible divine spear, Mang Sandeok. Yan Wookyoung simply recalls the old master's humble assessment of his own teaching. And elsewhere, the sound of shattering pottery echoes through a tense room. We find Huang Yi, battered and bandaged, kneeling before his furious father. The man is absolutely livid, calling him a pathetic, useless fool for losing to a woman. He demands an excuse, any reason at all for bringing such disgrace to their family name. But Huang Yi remains silent. All that trouble he went through, pulling strings to secure his son a spot in the Heavenly Martial Tournament, all for nothing. This tournament, we learn, is a massive competition held between the major academies. But the most important criterion for selecting its participants has absolutely nothing to do with skill. The spots are reserved for the children of the most influential clans, like Mok, Danhwa, and Sangchojin. Because having their children participate brings in enormous donations from each household, that's the real standard for entry. His father looks down at him, disgusted. Not at a warrior's loss, but at a failed investment. Utterly pathetic. He bitterly recalls how he had to beg and pull strings just to secure one extra tournament slot. And now, this disgrace. Gripping his sword, he realizes his position is already unstable thanks to the Sabigang incident. Losing the tournament, and the donations, might be the final nail in his coffin, but a sudden sound yanks him from his thoughts. A hand slams down on his desk. Startled and angry, he demands to know who just barged in. A deep voice cuts in, mentioning the rumor that the special purpose class runts are participating. The voice continues, confirming that this instructor is the one arranging all the matches. And there he is, a hulking young man named Gok Bo Ok, leaning in through the door with a challenging smirk. The father scolds him for his insolence, but the fighter couldn't care less about showing respect. He gets straight to the point with a bold demand. He wants to be paired against a cadet named Dan Lijung. The instructor just scoffs, waving him off, as if he would let some arrogant student dictate the official pairings. But Gok Bo OK isn't asking, has demanding, smashing his fist into the floor. He offers a mountain of donations from his clan, whatever it takes to get the match he wants. His face twists with obsession. He has to be the one to personally crush Dan Liang. Defeated, the instructor agrees, but warns him to be ready for the consequences of this little stunt. And with that, the scene shifts to the arena, where another name echoes across the grounds. In the ring, Dan Lijung faces his next opponent, the legendary invincible divine spear, Mang Sandeok. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Pilji can't help but laugh, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. One of the other cadets nervously notes the score. The special purpose class is somehow leading 2-1. Mang Sandeok secures his heavy gauntlets, eager to see how these upstarts handle a real crisis. The air crackles with tension as the announcer's voice booms, signaling the start of the fourth match. Dan Liang takes his stance, readying his wooden sword for the clash. But under the immense pressure, he's already breathing hard, sweat beading on his brow. Suddenly, a dark memory flashes, a looming, sinister shadow from his past, taunting him. He's instantly flooded with traumatic visions of being brutally beaten, helpless, and overwhelmed. He shakes it off, forcing himself to focus on the here and now. There's no room for unnecessary thoughts. He grips his sword, vowing to simply do what he must. He pours his inner energy into the wooden blade, preparing to meet the coming storm. But Mang Sandeok is already a blur of motion, his fist glowing with overwhelming power. The invincible divine spear puts his legendary might into a single, devastating punch. With a thunderous impact, his fist connects, utterly shattering Dan Liang's defense. The force of the impact sends Dan Liang skidding backwards across the arena floor. He struggles to regain his footing, completely outmatched by the raw power difference. Gritting his teeth, he tries to steady his stance, but his defense is already crumbling. Mang Sandeok scoffs, his patience worn thin, questioning where the boy's focus has gone. He takes a heavy step forward, asking if Dan Liang really thought he was going easy on him. With a furious roar, the old master unleashes his true strength in a devastating follow-up strike. A flash of red light blinds Dan Liang as his mind screams in alarm. This is dangerous. He's on a completely different level now, a fact that hits the young cadet with brutal clarity. Pure, undiluted shock fills his eyes as he realizes the gravity of his situation. The invincible divine spear stands ready, poised to end this match decisively. Gathering his strength, he invokes the Dragon Tiger Mountain Splitting Fists. He then launches forward in a crouching dragon rush, a blur of overwhelming crimson energy. Dan Liang's wooden sword is no match for the impact, shattering his defense instantly. The sheer force of the blow sends the young cadet flying helplessly through the air. He crashes down hard onto the stone courtyard, coughing up blood from the brutal strike. Utterly defeated, his entire world is now just the feet of the master standing over him. Mang Sandeok cracks his knuckles, sneering, asking if one lucky win made him arrogant. The young man can only kneel in the master's shadow, battered and breathing heavily. The old man's voice drips with contempt, declaring that hell always be superior, even in the next life. But as rain begins to fall, a quiet, unbroken voice rises from the ground. Is that so? Dan Liang's mind flashes back to his past, a time when he could only follow in his master's shadow. But in the present, he pushes himself up, his grip tightening on the shattered remains of his sword. A strange, serene energy begins to flow into the wood, causing it to glow with an otherworldly light. He finally stands tall, his eyes burning with a new resolve. He is not the same person he was back then. Infuriated by this insolence, Mang Sandeok scoffs, promising to beat this newfound arrogance out of him. The old master's foot shatters the stone courtyard as he prepares to unleash his full power. He lunges forward in an instant, fist aimed to shatter not just the sword, but the boy's spirit. Yet Dan Lijung stands his ground, raising his glowing blade to meet the incoming storm. For a split second, their gazes lock, a clash between a furious master and his defiant student. And then, raw physical might collides head-on with this mysterious, unyielding energy. The resulting explosion of force is deafening as the two attacks meet. But to Mang Sandeok's utter disbelief, his reinforced gauntlets crack and shatter upon impact. Dan Lijung grits his teeth, not only holding his ground but pushing back with this newfound power. A surge of adrenaline hits him as his glowing eyes lock onto his target. He knows he can do this. The shockwave sends them both reeling, but in that instant, the boy's fear transforms into a burning will to win. He rights himself in midair, bringing the glowing wooden blade down for a second, decisive strike. The master can only throw up his other arm in a desperate, instinctual block. He lets out a pained grunt as the blow connects, the sheer force of it staggering him. Dan Lijung lands perfectly, his feet planted, ready to press his shocking advantage. Raising his sword high one last time, he prepares to deliver the final, unbelievable attack. But the master, gritting his teeth, holds on by a thread against the strange, brilliant energy. He can't believe this is happening, sweat pouring as his pushed to his absolute limit by a mere cadet. Suddenly, a flash of a demonic presence flickers in the background, and the power is simply gone. The brilliant glow around Dan Lijung's sword vanishes, leaving him frozen mid-swing. His mind stutters in absolute panic. Why now, of all times, did the power abandon him? Seeing his chance, Jung Pilji wastes no time, his fist blurring forward to end this nonsense. The blow connects with sickening force, sending the boy flying backwards, knocked out cold. His consciousness fades, and then returns to the sight of a warm, glowing window. A peaceful room, the gentle sound of a steaming teapot filling the silence. Dan Lijung's eyes snap open as he wakes up in bed, the shock of his defeat still fresh in his mind. He groans, slowly returning to the world of the living. The last thing he remembers is the instructor's fist rushing toward his face. With a terrified gasp, Dan Lijung jolts upright in bed. He pants for breath, cold sweat pouring down his face as the reality of his defeat sinks in. His hands are trembling, the memory of that utter powerlessness still fresh. That's when he realizes he's not alone. Instructor Sabi is sitting right beside him. The instructor calmly tells him that he lost, but only by a hair's breadth. Dan Lijung can only stare, stunned into silence, barely able to speak his teacher's name. Overcome with shame, he throws himself into a bow, apologizing for his weakness and his failure. But Sabigang just smiles, reassuring him that losing happens and that it's not over yet. But as he looks at his dejected student, Sabigang has one more thing he needs to ask. Dan Lijung looks up, confused by the sudden change in tone. With eyes that seem to see right through him, the instructor asks if he's been neglecting his inner energy cultivation. The question lands like a hammer blow, and Dan Lijung freezes in a cold sweat. How could he possibly know? He thinks. But Sabigang calmly explains it was obvious from his energy circulation. He continues, his voice low and serious, laying out the harsh reality of his student's mistake. If he had actually followed the training, his inner energy wouldn't have given out at the very last moment. The realization hits Dan Lijung hard, and he stammers, clutching the sheets in his hands. Sabigang confirms his unspoken thought. Yes, the outcome of the match could have been completely different. But the real problem, he states plainly, was that Dan Lijung simply didn't trust his instructor's words. Panicked, Dan Lijung tries to stammer out a denial, insisting that's not what happened. But Sabigang silences him with unexpected words, telling him it's all right, it wasn't his fault. The instructor turns away, his expression calm and almost regretful. He takes the blame himself, admitting he was the one who failed to earn his student's trust. With a simple apology, he leaves Dan Lijung kneeling on the floor, completely stunned. As the door closes, the student can only reach out a trembling hand, his voice catching. He remembers his instructor's words, his constant nagging to circulate his energy, promising to handle the rest. The sincerity of it all finally hits him, a wave of shame and realization. It wasn't just distrust, it was his own arrogance that blinded him. Tears begin to fall as he bows his head to the floor, admitting he was the one in the wrong. Once outside, the instructor's somber expression completely vanishes. It's replaced by a wicked, triumphant grin. Everything went just as had planned. He thinks back to what Mei Sulin had told him, confirming his own analysis. She knew that even if Dan Lijung had cultivated his energy, the fight's outcome was far from guaranteed. His opponent, Gok Bo Ok, was a pure martial artist, a beast who thrived on overwhelming his foes up close. For a swordsman at Dan Lijung's level, dodging that barrage while building power was a near impossible task. And if that final, bone-shattering blow had landed, the match would have been over in an instant. So yes, this was a much better result. He smirks, knowing his student is now putty in his hands. Demonic energy begins to swirl around him as he savors the moment, ready to guide the boy his way. But his private celebration is cut short when a voice from behind calls him out for his foolish grinning. Elder Jinbaek appears, scolding him for that unsightly grin on his face. Sabigang turns, feigning surprise as he asks what brings the esteemed physician here. The elder states the obvious, then asks why Sabigang isn't down at the arena cheering for the final match. Cheer? Sabigang practically laughs at the thought of supporting that arrogant brat, Yeon Wookyoung. Jinbaek reminds him that an instructor shouldn't speak that way, especially since this was his grand plan all along. A wicked smile plays on Sabigang's lips as he decides to let the old man in on a little secret. He smoothly closes the distance, making the elder recoil in surprise at the sudden shift in demeanor. Leaning in so close their faces almost touch, he begins to reveal the truth. He whispers that the outcome of these duels they don't matter in the slightest. A cold sweat breaks out on Jinbaek's face as the shocking revelation leaves him utterly stunned. And as he speaks, back in the tournament grounds, the final match is already underway. We find Yom Jaryang gasping for air, battered and pushed to his absolute limit. He raises his training sword, accusing his opponent of having gone completely mad. In a last-ditch effort, he screams, asking if the man isn't afraid of his clan's fury. But his opponent, Yan Wukyung simply stands there, calm and utterly unfazed. The scene rewinds 8 minutes, to the very beginning of this fateful duel. The acting academy master, Jang Pilji, announces to the roaring crowd that it's time for the final bout. With both sides tied at 2 wins and 2 losses, this match will determine the ultimate victor. As the duel is called to begin, Yom Jaryang's face twists with pure hatred for the insolent brat before him. His eyes narrow, thinking to himself that he's waited over 10 long years for this very moment. He seethes, remembering how his own Lotus Sword Hall broke away from the main Yan clan. For generations, his people fought in countless tournaments to build their own reputation, cutting down enemies to raise the honor of the orthodox martial artists. He grits his teeth, the bitterness of that history fueling his present rage. And yet, even now, arrogant fools still praise the Yang clan, a withered old tiger with no fangs. He glares across the arena, blaming this entire farce on his opponent's broken promise. He sees Yan Wukyung as nothing more than a despicable wretch. Raising his blade, Yom Jaryang vows to show everyone the undeniable truth. A brilliant green aura explodes from his training sword as he channels his ki. He will prove, once and for all, that the Lotus Sword Hall has long since surpassed their former masters. And just like that, another challenger steps up, a young man named Lee Bigyom, his ki flaring with emerald intensity. The students are stunned. He's coming out swinging with everything he's got right from the bell. In the crowd, Joe Muntak clenches his fists, convinced that his friend is the only one here who can possibly stand against Yan Wukyung. With a furious roar, Lee Bigyom unleashes his ultimate technique, a blazing green projectile of pure energy. He surges forward, a comet of righteous fury aimed directly at his unmoving opponent. But as the attack screams towards him, Yan Wukyung simply stands ready, his training sword held low. He calmly channels his own power, a serene blue light enveloping the simple wooden blade. With one clean, effortless swing, he sends a wave of his own sword ki forward. His expression is utterly tranquil, as if he were merely swatting a fly. The powerful green attack is split in two, as Lee Bigyom flies right past him, his all-out assault completely nullified. The two energies collide, shattering in a brilliant explosion of power. But Lee Bigyom refuses to back down, pressing forward as their wooden swords meet. He swings with desperate fury, trying to overwhelm his opponent with sheer force. Yan Wukyung, however, parries each blow with a calm, almost dismissive grace. Suddenly, they erupt into a high-speed exchange, a blur of strikes and evasions. Their movements are a whirlwind of wood and ki, far too fast for the naked eye. The other students are just stunned, questioning if this is even a duel between cadets anymore. After images fill the stage as they trade dozens of blows in a single instant. But Yan Wukyung decides he's had enough, calmly gripping his sword to activate a technique. The third form, Twin Dragon Fang Severance, a move meant to end this decisively. With eyes narrowed in absolute focus, Yan Wukyung prepares to end this. He plants his foot, cracking the very stone beneath him. Then he flips through the air, unleashing a brilliant arc of blue energy from his blade. But Lee Bigyom just watches it come, a silent challenge in his eyes. He doesn't flinch, instead channeling his own furious green ki into his wooden sword. With a mighty swing, he completely shatters Yan Wukyung's technique, tearing up the stage. Lee Bigyom lands perfectly, a confident smirk playing on his lips as the dust settles. He scoffs, asking Yan Wukyung if he's really forgotten who taught him this style. He declares that in this entire academy, no one understands the Supreme Dragon Heaven-Severing Sword better. Not even Yan Wukyung himself. But from the sidelines, Sabigang offers a soft, knowing smirk. He casually points out to Yan Wukyung that he used to have trouble with that very same technique, a comment that leaves the young man stunned. With everyone's attention now on him, Sabigang plants his own wooden sword into the stage. Blue energy crackles around him as he slides into a completely unfamiliar stance, asking if their mastery applies to something new. Yan Wukyung's eyes widen in shock. He doesn't recognize that form at all. Is he about to use a different sword art? It's Lee Bigyom who snaps, his green aura flaring with rage as he calls Sabigang an arrogant brat. But in the next moment, a horrifying vision fills Lee Bigyom's mind, his own head being sliced clean off his shoulders. A phantom sensation, so real he can almost feel the cold air on his severed neck. He stumbles backward in absolute terror, the illusion shattering his composure completely. Clutching his throat, drenched in a cold sweat, he demands to know what kind of sorcery Sabigang just used on him. While Lee Bigyom is reeling, Sabigang calmly turns his attention to Yan Wukyung. He chides the prodigy for losing focus, reminding him there's still much more to test. Finally, snapping out of his terror, Lee Bigyom screams and launches himself forward in a rage, but Sabigang just watches the sloppy charge come, completely unfazed by the attack. He meets the strike effortlessly, the clash of wood echoing as Lee Bigyom is stopped dead in his tracks. Watching from the side, Yan Wukyung's eyes go wide with a sudden, horrifying realization. It couldn't be, but the stance, the tempo, it's all so eerily familiar, yet fundamentally different. He can't believe what he's seeing. This isn't some unknown sword art at all. Yan Wukyung shouts out in disbelief, accusing Sabigang of altering the foundational forms of the Supreme Dragon Heaven-Severing Sword, to which Sabigang offers a simple, smug grin. That's right. Sabigang praises Yan Wukyung, telling him he's been watching him closely. He recalls Yon's duel with Dan Liung, a fight that planted a seed of doubt, and the quiet warning he gave him afterwards, that the famed sword art was not invincible. He drives the point home, stating that no technique is ever truly without flaws, but that's not a weakness, it's an opportunity. The only sword technique that can truly match a genius is the one he forges for himself. Yan Wukyung knows his new form is still unrefined, but Lee Bigyum is too shocked to even react. He's confident that this martial art, rebuilt from the ground up, will one day surpass the original. Lee Bigyum finally processes this heresy, his face twisting with rage. He erupts, screaming that Yan Wukyung must be insane to defile the techniques of his noble clan. He can't believe the audacity, openly modifying sacred techniques in front of everyone. But Yan Wukyung simply stands his ground, completely unimpressed by the outburst. With a furious stomp, Lee Bigyum lunges forward, calling him an arrogant brat. He unleashes a wild flurry of strikes, screaming about the wrath of Yan Wukyung's clan. It's a desperate, rage-fueled assault, each blow meant to punish this supposed heresy. But Yan Wukyung calmly parries each strike, coolly stating this is a family matter. The casual dismissal is the final straw, sending Lee Bigyum completely over the edge. And in that moment of blind fury, Yan Wukyung's own technique flashes to life. He brings his blade down in a single, devastating slash of brilliant light. The impact shatters Lee Bigyum's wooden sword, leaving him frozen in pure disbelief. Yan Wukyung coolly states that he'll handle the consequences, warning everyone not to interfere. And with a heavy thud, Lee Bigyum crashes onto the training grounds, completely out cold. The judges, their faces a mask of utter shock, finally declare the match over. With this final, decisive victory, the announcer's voice booms. The special class has won the entire tournament. The regular students are left speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend this impossible outcome. But on the other side, the special class cadets absolutely erupt with joy, celebrating their unbelievable win. Instructor Sabi Kang watches them from a distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that for now, they should just enjoy this pure, unadulterated victory, because as his students leap into the air, he knows this moment might be their last truly happy memory. His eyes narrow with grim determination. With this small battle won, all that's left is the war to come. But his moment of quiet observation is cut short by a voice calling his name. The acting academy master, Jang Pilji, summons him to the stage as the winning class's representative. Sabigang's expression is placid, before a faint, knowing smirk touches his lips. Without a word, he begins his ascent up the ceremonial stairs. He comes to a stop before the assembled leadership, calm and composed. Jang Pilji congratulates him, acknowledging the excellent work he's done. Our instructor simply listens, his gaze unwavering. The acting master admits that very few expected this outcome, but his students undeniably proved their worth. Therefore, he declares the special class will be the academy's representative, prompting an immediate, shocked outcry from another master. But Jang Pilji silences him with a glare, stating that objections are not welcome. The decision was final. Sa Bigang simply offers a respectful bow, thanking the acting head for keeping his word. The humiliated vice master, Cheon Semyoung, tries to excuse himself, claiming he has preparations to make. With a menacing grin spreading across his face, Jang Pilji answers with a single, chilling word: no. In the next instant, a shockwave of pure energy blasts from the ground. The acting master launches himself forward, a blur of speed and overwhelming presence. His hand reaches out, poised to strike down the insolent elder. Cheon Semyoung is frozen, a master one moment and helpless prey the next. A flash of steel follows as Jang Pilji's hand grips the hilt of his sword. He lands with devastating force, shattering the stone ground to put the vice master firmly back in his place. With the arena now silent, Sabigang smirks and declares that it's time to begin. Jang Pilji roars with excitement, announcing the real event, a match to lead the Heavenly Martial Tournament team. The watching students erupt in confusion, realizing another fight is about to break out. The sudden news sends a wave of shock through the crowd. Even the disgraced vice master can only sweat, unable to process this sudden turn of events. Sabigang runs a hand through his hair, a wry smile forming. So this was the acting master's plan all along. Jang Pilji lets out a booming laugh, shouting that he knew his instincts about this kid weren't wrong. He grins, telling everyone about an interesting rumor that's been spreading through the academy. A story about a powerless assistant instructor who had a fateful encounter and became unbelievably strong. A nobody who then passed the senior exam in 2 days, a rumor Jang Pilji had dismissed as pure fantasy. But that rumor became reality when Jang Pilji first laid eyes on our boy. He recalls seeing Sabigang, whose physical conditioning was clearly at an ordinary human's level. Yet inside, he sensed a strange, powerful energy he'd never felt before, and he knew he absolutely had to cross swords with him. Sabigang just lets out a weary sigh. He had a feeling it was going to end up like this. After all, he's standing against the infamous Dark Shadow Divine Sword, Jang Pilji, the sole Supreme Peak Realm Master of the Academy, and the acting head ever since the real one vanished without a trace. More than that, he's a notorious battle maniac who lives for the thrill of fighting strong opponents. Sabigang is stunned, never imagining a human's perception could be sharp enough to sense his demonic mana. Jang Pilji just grins, throwing Sabigang's own words back at him about a warrior's qualifications being proven through their skill. He then issues an ultimatum: refuse the fight, and he'll take charge of the tournament team himself, stealing the students Sabigang trained. His students look on, horrified, as Sabigang accepts that he has no other choice. But before the duel begins, he suddenly pivots, calling out to instructor Deung Buyung. The man flinches, sweating bullets as he nervously asks what Sabigang wants from him. With a devilish grin spreading across his face, Sabigang asks if he remembers a certain promise. Deung Buyung plays dumb, pretending he has no idea what he's talking about, but the look of pure terror on his face says it all. Sabigang recalls the bet they made. The loser of their student competition would grant one wish, no refusals. And now, in front of the acting head himself, Sabigang is cashing in that favor. He confirms that, as promised, he will be taking Deung Buyung's sword. A sinister purple energy immediately begins to flow from his hand, wrapping around the borrowed blade. With a wicked grin, he declares that the sword is now his property. Deung Buyung lets out a desperate scream, horrified to lose his precious Violet Dawn sword. The purple energy violently yanks the blade right out of his hands. The surrounding crowd can only point and gawk, completely stunned by what they're witnessing. The instructor is lifted off his feet, helplessly dangling as someone recognizes the impossible: the sword control art. He calls Sabigang a robber, refusing to let go of the one thing he holds dear. But his resistance is useless, getting him swung around like a child's toy. Sabigang lets out a theatrical sigh, musing that without that sword, their spar will be difficult. He then turns to the acting master with a cheeky smile, asking what Jang Pilji intends to do about this. The acting master's expression darkens as he calls out Deung Buyung's name, his patience clearly at its end. His eyes glowing with blue energy, Jang Pilji issues a final, deadly warning: let go now, or be cut down. A painful jolt of energy forces Deung Buyung's hand away from the hilt. He goes flying, tumbling backward and crashing onto the ground in a pathetic heap. The stolen sword, now glowing with Sabigang's purple aura, is firmly back in its owner's hand. Holding both blades, our boy can't help but admire the quality of the instructor's sword with a smug grin. Deung Buyung can only tremble on the ground, completely and utterly defeated. Tears of pure rage and humiliation stream down his face as he howls Sabigang's name, vowing revenge. The stage is finally set. The acting master versus the problem cadet, ready for their spar. Jang Pilji raises his own blade, a confident smirk on his face as he asks if he may begin. But Sabigang simply raises a hand, telling the eager instructor to wait just a moment. With a sly look, Sabigang says he has a question before they begin. He wonders why the acting master went through such a complicated process just for a match. After all, Jang Pilji has far more to lose in a spar against a mere instructor like him. He needles the man, asking if perhaps he's so arrogant he believes there's absolutely no way he could lose. The question sends the divine shadow swordsman into a fit of roaring laughter. Wiping a tear from his eye, he chuckles, admitting there's been a slight misunderstanding. He has a perfectly good reason for all this. He explains that if he'd just forced a fight, Sabigang would have simply surrendered without giving it his all. A flashback reveals the truth. Jang Pilji proposed to his superior that Sabigang represent the academy in the Heavenly Martial Tournament, and Sabigang agreed, on the condition that he gets to personally select the other participants. Back in the present, Jang Pilji's sword flares with energy. He now sees the tournament was the goal all along and asks if Sabigang finally understands why this test is necessary. He declares that even if it's inconvenient, he wants to fight Sabigang at his absolute full strength. Sabigang just lets out a dry laugh, musing that he's been caught by a pretty persistent man. With a wicked grin, he offers one last warning. He might actually die in this fight. But Jang Pilji's own grin widens maniacally. A true deathmatch is exactly what he desires most. With the terms set, Sabigang simply agrees, and his demonic energy begins to swirl. He unleashes his technique, the Phantom Blade. Dozens of glowing purple swords manifest from thin air, surrounding him completely. They all shoot forward at once. A storm of deadly energy aims straight for Jang Pilji. The divine shadow swordsman, however, looks absolutely thrilled by the spectacle. With a flash of his own blade, he charges in to meet the overwhelming assault head-on. He grins, realizing every single phantom blade is a tangible construct of pure energy, but that alone, he thinks with a scoff, is nowhere near enough to challenge him. Cold energy erupts from his stance as he unleashes his own technique, the freezing wave. He laughs, impressed by the kid's display of ice arts, but then he sees it. His confident smirk vanishes in an instant. The students watching from the sidelines are completely losing their minds. This can't possibly be martial arts, the sheer scale is on another level. Because forming in the sky is something far beyond the scope of their world. A colossal fireball, a miniature sun, now hangs over the entire arena, and Sabigong finally reveals his trump card. He's not a martial artist, he's a mage. He knows Jang Pilji is the strongest foe he's faced since returning. He can't afford to hold back now. And with that, the massive fireball descends like a meteor upon the arena. But instead of terror, the divine shadow swordsman erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. Thrilled by the spectacle, the ground shatters as the explosion rips through the stage, a wave of pure destructive force. Through the smoke, Sabigong is already forming his next weapon, a blade of pure, purple energy. He reflects that this power is an unforeseen consequence of his regression. With eyes glowing ominously, he vows to end this quickly and blitzes forward. The inferno from his spell instantly vaporizes the instructor's ice technique. He carves through the superheated steam, closing the distance for a decisive strike. But his energy blade is stopped cold, parried by plain steel, and his confident charge turns to shock. Jang Pilji's laughter echoes, delighted that he judged the boy's potential correctly. He declares that this fight is far from over, his eyes wild with anticipation. With a crazed grin, he grips his sword, ready to finally savor a real battle. But Sabigong is caught completely off guard as the instructor's blade suddenly cleaves towards him. In a flash of purple light, his body shatters. It was just an illusion. The real Sabigong appears behind him, a perfect feint, but the instructor merely chuckles. He presses his advantage, swinging his sword with deadly intent. Jang Pilji blocks the surprise attack without even turning, coolly asking why he looks so shocked. Announcing that this is just the beginning, a torrent of blue energy explodes from his body. He unleashes a devastating sword wave, turning the entire training ground into his personal domain. But Sabigong isn't about to get swept away. Intricate demonic circles flare to life around his hands. He activates his first enhancement spell, Overdrive, flooding his muscles with demonic power. Then he stacks more buffs: concentration, acceleration, and a force armor to endure the coming storm. Jang Pilji meets this display with pure glee, bringing his own empowered blade down with crushing force. With a snarl, Sabigong intercepts the blow, his purple energy clashing violently against the instructor's blue aura. The entire arena becomes a blur of motion as the two exchange a furious volley of high-speed strikes. Jang Pilji roars with laughter, declaring that this is the real fight he's been craving all along. But Sabigong is struggling, realizing that even with all his buffs, a direct power contest is impossible. Fine then, time for a new plan. As spectral purple chains, his lastral chain, begin to manifest. He thinks to himself, annoyed that he's being forced to use this particular technique in front of everyone. This technique has never failed him, a curse that binds even the most ferocious of warriors. After all, once the chains steal your inner energy, no amount of martial prowess can save you. But Jang Pilji isn't just any warrior, and with a flash of blue light, his blade shatters a link. He cuts through the spectral bindings with contemptuous ease, refusing to be contained. Sabigong's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. The instructor doesn't even pause, launching himself forward in a devastating counter-assault. Forced onto the back foot, Sabigong desperately throws up a hexagonal barrier, but the instructor's sword cleaves through the defense as if it were nothing but air. The impact sends Sabigong flying, his body racked with pain as his own technique fails him. The entire crowd can only watch in stunned silence as their instructor is utterly annihilated. Cheon Semyong can only cry out Sabigong's name, his face pale with dread. Nearby, Mei Soyolan watches in disbelief, thinking he was an absolute idiot to do this. This was a spar he should have never accepted. His opponent is a masterclass warrior. She knew he had strange abilities, but even so, there had to be a limit. As the dust finally begins to settle from the devastating blow, Jang Pilji stands over the wreckage, catching his breath for just a moment. But from the smoke, a figure rises, and the instructor remarks he's seen all of Sabigong's tricks. Power crackles around him as he asks if that pathetic display was truly all he had. If that was the extent of his power, this whole thing has been a disappointment. He sighs, shaking his head, lamenting that some bad habits just can't be fixed. But instead of fear, Sabigong simply flashes a confident, almost mocking grin. Unfazed, Jang Pilji continues his lecture, scolding the boy for picking a fight way out of his league. The other instructors watch in horror, with the vice master wondering if Sabigong has a death wish. He knows Jang Pilji's history. a fearsome warrior who was once the combat leader of the Orthodox Alliance. But his uncontrollable lust for battle got him demoted after he challenged the former academy head and suffered a humiliating defeat. That man, Yoon Hir-young, was the only person who could ever put Jang Pil-ji in his place. And the problem is, ever since he went missing 2 years ago, there's been no one left to control this monster. Back in the present, Jang Pil-ji's patience is clearly wearing thin from the perceived disrespect. He ignites his blade, giving the kid points for guts, but promising a heavy price for such empty words. A low chuckle escapes Sabigang's lips as he asks who exactly is he calling a kid. Sabigang lets out a sigh, mocking the instructor's arrogance for someone who's only at the supreme peak realm. He grips his sword, deciding it's finally time to show this man what he's really made of. With a grim warning not to blame him for what comes next, his eyes flare as a violent purple energy erupts from his body. The sheer scale of the demonic power sends a shockwave across the courtyard, stunning Jang Pil-ji into silence. In this world, martial artists cultivate inner energy, a power drawn from within the body. The beings of the demon realm, however, wield mana, a completely different source of power. By their very nature, these two energies are like oil and water. They repel each other violently. But Sabigang is a unique existence, the only one to ever carry both inner energy and mana in a single vessel. He poses a chilling internal question. What happens if you take that dormant inner energy and forcibly fuse it with mana that's been amplified to its absolute breaking point? Unlike Yom Yaryang's careful blending, Sabigang's method is pure brute force. Jang Pil-ji's face contorts into a twisted, ecstatic grin at the sight. The result is a forbidden technique, extreme mana fusion, a dense sphere of explosive energy. He dares the instructor to face the very power that made a nobody into a demon commander. A wild, unhinged laugh echoes from Jang Pil-ji. He can't believe this overwhelming, rampaging energy is real. This is finally a real fight. A colossal pillar of purple and red light erupts, dwarfing everyone in the courtyard. The other cadets scream, scrambling to get away from the catastrophic power surge. Cheon Semyoung clutches the railing in utter horror, realizing this heaven-sent opportunity was genuine. With a single motion, Sabigang brings the cataclysmic energy blade down. Jang Pil-ji meets this incredible power not with fear, but with a roaring, maniacal laugh. Sabigang grins back, his own bloodlust surging to match the instructor's intensity. He doesn't care anymore, he's done holding back. He activates the demonic seals on his arms. A violent eruption of purple energy tears through the training grounds, shattering the very stones. His face twists into a demonic sneer, finally relishing a real battle after all this time. This is the culmination of his power, the forbidden technique known as extreme mana fusion. He leaps into the air, bringing his first true technique down upon the divine shadow swordsman. A devastating arc of pure destructive energy forms, the legendary Sun Cleaver. Like a purple comet, he streaks across the courtyard, energy flaring from his back like wings. And from his blade, a blinding beam of concentrated power shoots straight for his opponent. But the divine shadow swordsman meets the attack head-on, his eyes wide with grim determination. The two powers clash in a blinding explosion of demonic energy that vaporizes the courtyard. A violent shockwave erupts outwards, sending the onlooking students tumbling back. Even the Vice Academy master struggles to keep his footing against the sheer force of the blast. When the blinding light finally clears, only a smoldering crater remains of the training grounds. Jang Pil-ji staggers, breathing heavily, clearly feeling the strain of that impossible defense. Mei Seolan can only stare, her mind reeling from the sheer destructive power she just witnessed. Across the ruined field, Sabigang stands exhausted, the massive attack having drained him completely. He looks up with a grim expression, forced to accept the unbelievable truth. It failed. Not only was he low on mana, but his body had also failed to contain the raw power. But more than anything, there was one other critical failure. Jang Pil-ji's sword simply couldn't take it, the blade now a mangled, useless piece of metal. The Vice Academy master scoffs from the sidelines, annoyed that the so-called good sword was just trash. Still, Sabigang thinks, thanks to that little fact, Jang Pil-ji was still standing, battered and bruised, but alive. The divine shadow swordsman grits his teeth, a silent intensity burning in his eyes. He then casually tosses his own shattered weapon aside, suggesting they finish this with their fists. Sabigang can only stare, completely baffled by the man's sheer refusal to back down. Jang Pil-ji, now holding a new, undamaged sword, asks why Sabigang suddenly looks so serious. He brings up the rumors he's heard that Sabigang was born without inner energy, only gaining it later. Our boy just scratches his head, sheepishly admitting that the story is basically true. The instructor's eyes narrow, his expression turning deadly serious as he gets to his real point. He asks if that devastating sword energy from before was also something Sabigang created on his own. With a flicker of intensity, Sabigang's gaze confirms it. Yes, it was. Jang Pil-ji seems to accept this impossible answer, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. Then, in a flash, he slams his new sword point first into the ground, abandoning it completely. Crossing his hands, he prepares to make a thundering announcement for everyone to hear. He declares that this entire spar was to decide who would lead their team in the Heavenly Martial Tournament. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to deliver the final verdict. He proclaims that Instructor Sabigong is the victor, leaving our protagonist completely stunned. The announcement sends a shockwave through the crowd, his friends staring in wide-eyed disbelief. With the declaration made, Jang Pilji stands firm, his decision echoing across the ruined training ground. Whispers immediately break out among the other students, questioning how the half-baked weakling could have possibly won. Meanwhile, senior instructor Deung Buyung can only weep for his precious sword, now abandoned on the stone. Sabigang takes a quiet moment, the weight of this sudden responsibility sinking in. Then, his gaze hardens, warning the acting master that he'd better not take those words back. While his friends erupt in a joyous celebration in the background, Sabigang doesn't move. Jang Pilji's mind is elsewhere, his gaze fixed, replaying the impossible power he just witnessed. He has to know, asking if that overwhelming technique was truly something the instructor created himself. The memory of that immense, crackling purple energy, a power far beyond this world, is his silent answer. A chilling realization dawns on the acting master. If that sword hadn't endured the blow, this whole place would be a crater. His students, the instructors, not a single person would have survived, not even himself. This wasn't the energy of a martial artist. It was a force of pure annihilation, something from another realm. Jang Pilji turns away, shaken to his core that one man could conjure such an absurd, terrifying power. As the sun sets, he can only wonder what grand and terrible future is Sabigang preparing for. But as night blankets the academy, a strange clicking sound echoes from the nearby forest. A demonic scout, a grotesque insectoid creature, has detected an unknown mana fluctuation. Its many eyes narrow. The energy signature is so unique that it's completely unidentifiable. This is an anomaly, a situation that absolutely must be reported back to the Legion. Perched atop its human puppet, the scout issues its command. The possessed man's body lurches, his voice a gravelly whisper repeating the order. He shambles away into the darkness, a walking messenger for the demonic forces. And just like that, the forest path falls silent once more. But a blood-red moon now hangs over the academy, a chilling omen of the coming storm. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the pavilion master is absolutely losing it. He scolds Sabigang for his recklessness, but our boy just calmly replies that it couldn't be helped. With a weary sigh, Jinbaek mutters that he's heard of unorthodox arts that damage the user, but looking at the shredded, blood-soaked bandages, he knows this is something else entirely. His eyes narrow, a cold realization dawning on him. He flashes back to that cataclysmic beam of energy, a power so destructive he's never even conceived of it. He looks at the young man before him, demanding to know where he learned such a monstrous technique. Sabigang meets his gaze, respectfully asking him not to press the issue, because he refuses to lie. The master clenches his fist, weighing the boy's words, the immense power, and the silent trust being asked of him. Finally, he relents, accepting the unspoken secret and continuing his treatment. Sabigang watches him go, his expression unreadable as the conversation ends. The physician reminds him to rest up, as he'll be busy with the Heavenly Martial Tournament soon. With a soft click, the door slides shut, leaving Sabigang alone in the quiet room. He lets out a breath, finally able to drop the act and contemplate the aftermath. Looking down at his mangled hands, he clenches them, relieved he managed to avoid a complete disaster. But just as he thinks he can relax, a deliberate cough echoes from outside his door. He looks up, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as a familiar voice calls out to him. And there he is, the Vice Academy Master, Cheon Semyoung, looking awfully smug. A sly grin spreads across Sabigang's face. The big boss himself, coming all this way and asking permission to enter? Ah, of course. He remembers Cheon Semyoung's shocked face, realizing the man had witnessed that overwhelming power firsthand. With a casual come in, Sabigang grants permission, and the Vice Master steps inside. But the sight that greets him is anything but what he expected. Sabigang is hanging upside down from the ceiling, a mocking smirk on his face. Cheon Semyoung nearly chokes on his own fury, the absolute insolence of this brat. He forces a laugh, trying to regain control of the conversation by congratulating him on the win. But then his tone darkens as he takes a deliberate step forward. Suddenly, he explodes with rage, declaring there's a serious problem with the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Sabigang's gaze turns ice cold. He knows exactly what kind of game this is. A suffocating wave of purple demonic energy immediately floods the room, radiating from his body. The Vice Master flinches back, hands thrown up in surrender, desperately insisting that's not what he meant at all. Sweating, the Vice Master frantically backpedals, insisting the real issue is that they're short one person. Sabigang drops down from the ceiling, completely unimpressed by this sudden change of topic. The broken pillar in the background serves as a silent reminder of the power he's dealing with. Cheon Semyoung quickly explains that to enter the tournament, the academy needs a team of 6 cadets. He clarifies that, while most schools bring 10 with reserves, 6 is the absolute bare minimum. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across Sabigang's face. Oh, this isn't a problem at all. In fact, if he has to bring one more person along, he knows the perfect candidate. A week flies by, and the day of departure for the tournament finally arrives. 2 familiar figures begin their ascent up the academy steps, still in disbelief. It's none other than Yeom Jaryang and Jo Muntak, the newest, and most unlikely, members of the team. Yeom Jaryang admits the whole situation still feels surreal, actually entering the Heavenly Martial Tournament. But Jo Muntak, ever the pragmatist, adds a grim condition. That's only if they make it there alive. The journey to the White Martial Academy is a full month long, and just surviving the trip is considered part of the test. While the others bicker about bandits, Sabigang simply stretches, his major injuries from the last bout already long healed. Standing apart from the group is another team member, the silent and stoic Yeon Wookyoung. His intense presence seems to startle another cadet, Dan Leung, who flinches just from being near him. The poor guy can't even seem to meet Yeon Wookyoung's gaze, looking utterly intimidated. He quickly shuffles away with his bag, his shoulders tense with anxiety. So watches him go, completely baffled by his bizarre, nervous behavior. With most of the team now gathered, she voices the one question on everyone's mind. Where is he? And just as they're wondering, a confident voice calls out as their instructor finally arrives. Sabigang strolls in with a cocky grin, teasing them for being too excited to sleep. He smugly reminds them this whole glorious trip is only possible thanks to him, but Jo Muntak mutters that nobody even wanted to go. Ignoring the complaint, Sabigang announces they have one more person joining their little expedition. The students look up, completely caught off guard by this last-minute addition. To fill the participant quota, Mok Danhwa from the elite Flying Dragon class steps forward, giving a formal salute. The others erupt in chatter. So is thrilled, while Yeom Jaryang wastes no time teasing Jo Muntak about the girl who beat him. But Mok Danhwa's attention isn't on them. Her gaze drifts towards someone else in the group. Her eyes land on the quiet and stoic Yeon Wookyoung, who seems to notice her stare. A faint blush dusts her cheeks as she holds his gaze, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Just then, another figure joins the party, the female inspector, who announces she's coming along to keep an eye on them. She pointedly reminds Sabigang of the promise he made to her. A quick flashback reveals his vow to help her get revenge, so long as she stayed by his side. If that was just a lie to save his skin, she warns, he'll pay for it dearly. But he just grins, completely unfazed. With the final member of their bizarre party assembled, the Grand Academy gates swing open. Sabigang throws his arms wide, dramatically announcing the beginning of their grand adventure. The other students immediately groan, pointing out that his line sounds like a terrible omen. But Yeon Wookyoung just shrugs it off, calmly stating that it'll probably work out somehow. And so begins their journey to the Heavenly Martial Tournament, a long road stretching out before them. As the sun sets on their first day, the path grows dark, and strange noises begin to echo from the trees. And just like that, the quiet forest path explodes into a chaotic flurry of blades. They're ambushed, swarmed from all sides by a horde of vicious mountain bandits. Yeon Wookyoung moves with deadly grace, his sword a blur of light cutting through the darkness. Mok Danhwa is just as ruthless, shattering a bandit's jaw with a single, brutal kick. Even the usually complaining Jo Muntak is forced to get serious, parrying a heavy blow with a grunt. But the bandits are brazen, one leaping at Yeom Jaryang while screaming about cowards. Jaryang doesn't even flinch, his blade answering the insult with a clean, fatal slash. Seeing the close call, Jo Muntak anxiously calls out, checking if his comrade is okay. There's no time to celebrate though, as more and more bandits pour out from the trees. Dan Leung's face pales, the sheer reality of their situation crashing down on him. How did it come to this? The story rewinds 2 days, back to the beginning of their ill-fated journey. A single carriage rattles down a forest path, carrying the Academy's hopefuls and their lazy instructor. The ride is so rough, it nearly throws Jo Muntak off, who immediately starts whining about his bruised backside. Dan Leung can only sigh in exhaustion, wondering if his ears are going to start bleeding from all the bickering. But a voice from above cuts through the noise, demanding silence from the cadets. It's instructor Sabigang, lounging on the roof like a king, reminding them their god is watching. Ignoring the nonsense, Mok Danhwa checks on the stoic Yeon Wookyoung, offering him a spot inside. He politely refuses, finding more comfort on his own 2 feet than in that chaotic carriage. This was their second day on the road, a long and arduous trek toward the Heavenly Martial Tournament. They'd bought the carriage just yesterday, a necessary evil for the month-long journey, despite its terrible handling. Yeom Jaryang playfully offers to take over for Dan Leung, who quickly insists he's fine. Stretching out, Yeom Jaryang yawns, complaining about how boring this training journey is. Dan Leung muses that he's only just realized this trip is the real test, their official training journey. It's meant to be an educational experience, a taste of the Jeonghu Murim you can't get in the academy. But the thought of bandits and unorthodox sect martial artists fills his mind with dread. He grips his sword, suddenly feeling like a useless piece of trash who'd just get in the way. From his perch atop the carriage, Sabigang sighs, noticing the depressing kid is at it again. While Dan Leung is following orders for now, Sabigang knows he can't leave him like this. He needs to get his head straight. But just then, the carriage lurches to a grinding halt. The cadet driving yells out in a panic, pointing frantically at something up ahead for the instructor to see. The path ahead is a scene of utter carnage, a merchant group, slaughtered and left to rot. Sabigang looks down, his expression unreadable, utterly unfazed by the sight. The other cadets, however, are horrified. Mok Danhwa and Soso can barely stomach the grisly display. Without a word, Sabigang hops down from the carriage to inspect the scene himself. He casually notes that it looks like the work of the Green Forest Alliance, as if it's just another Tuesday. His orders are cold and simple. Just move the bodies aside so the carriage can pass. Dan Leung is appalled, stopping Yeon Wookyoung and demanding to know if they're really that cruel. He insists that it's just not right. At the very least, they should give the dead a proper burial. Yeon Wookyoung just smiles, teasingly remarking that he didn't realize Dan Leung was so compassionate. But before the argument can go any further, Sabigang's eyes flash with a terrifying intensity as he forbids it. Sabigang cuts through the debate, stating that sunset is coming. If they delay, they'll be forced to camp in the mountains, a prospect he doubts they can handle. Yeon Wookyoung freezes, realizing he's been utterly overruled. The other cadets just watch awkwardly, not knowing what to do. With a frustrated sigh, Yeon Wookyoung finally relents, ready to move on. But someone else calls out, telling them to wait just a moment. It's Dan Leung. Yeon Wookyoung mockingly asks if he needs a bathroom break again. Ignoring the jab, Dan Leung takes a deep breath, mustering his courage. He declares loudly that he's in favor of burying them too. He insists that leaving the bodies to be desecrated by beasts is just too cruel. They must be allowed to rest in peace. Yeon Wookyoung falls silent, unable to argue as the momentum shifts. Soso and Jo Moontak quickly agree, deciding one night's delay is worth it for their peace of mind. Even Mok Danhwa and Lee Bigyum concede, agreeing to go along with the group's decision just this once. With everyone now in agreement, Sabigang sighs, accepting that there's no other choice. He tells them to be quick about it, mentioning he'll scout for a campsite in the meantime. As he walks away, Mok Danhwa watches him, puzzled by his uncharacteristic compliance. She wonders if he has a soft spot for them, but Yeom Jaryung just smirks, knowing something she doesn't. The cadets begin their solemn work, with Dan Leung gently covering one of the fallen men's faces. They carry the bodies one by one to a makeshift grave, finally giving them a proper burial. Mok Danhwa observes it all, her thoughts lingering on their instructor's surprising decision. As the burial concludes, Mok Danhwa is lost in thought, a sense of unease lingering. But their every move was being watched by a sinister figure, who grins, knowing his masters will be pleased. Deep in a mountain cave, a den of villains lies hidden from the world. Inside, monstrous figures tear into their bloody meal with sickening crunches. Their feast is interrupted by a scout, who scrambles in shouting that he has good news. He breathlessly reports that he's found fresh prey, a group of young martial artists camping nearby. But one of the demonic chiefs just scoffs, complaining that he's too exhausted to bother with it. The scout freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as his boss's lazy annoyance turns into a threat. Desperate, he blurts out that there are 3 beautiful women among the targets. A fist clenches in the darkness, and suddenly, that changes everything. The demonic bandits are suddenly energized, their leader grinning as he asks where to find these cute little things. Meanwhile, completely unaware, their targets are peacefully setting up camp in a quiet valley. Yeom Jaryung skillfully strikes a strange stone with his blade, sending a shower of sparks into the kindling. The fire instantly roars to life, much to Soso's wide-eyed amazement. She marvels at the fire-starting rock, admitting she's never seen anything like it, but he just plays it cool. He explains it's simply a stone with a high metal content, a handy tool he keeps for survival. With the fire going, he checks in with the others, making sure their sleeping area is ready for the night. They followed his instructions perfectly, creating makeshift beds out of leaves and cloth. But as time passes, Yeom Jaryung starts to get a little worried, wondering what's keeping their friends. He spots movement and thinks they're back, but his relief instantly vanishes, replaced by utter shock at who he sees. It's Sabigang and Dan Leung, who look like they've seen better days. Sabigang dryly asks if they decided to roll down a cliff for fun. Dan Leung just laughs nervously, trying to brush off their disheveled state when asked how the hunt went. He awkwardly presents their bounty, a handful of berries and a few pathetic-looking mushrooms. Sabigang isn't even surprised, just disappointed. He knew from the start this whole venture was doomed. He crosses his arms, explaining that hunting after sunset was a nonsensical plan to begin with. The result was inevitable. But right on cue, Joe Muntak bursts in cheerfully, proudly announcing the real hunting group's return, holding up plenty of game. Sabigang's face twists in annoyance as Joe Muntak waves 2 rabbits and a pheasant in his face, mocking their empty hands. Trying to regain control, Sabigang asks about the patrol, and thankfully, they report the area is clear of any beasts. When asked about his impressive haul, Joe Muntak just shrugs, saying he casually caught them on his way back. Sabigang's expression shifts, his eyes fixed on Joe Muntak. Something isn't adding up, and he has another question. Joe Muntak smirks, enjoying his moment as he mocks Sabigang, wondering aloud if there are limits to the great Yon clan's abilities. But Sabigang's only response is a low grunt of pure annoyance, a reaction so dismissive it wipes the grin right off Joe Muntak's face. The tension of the day gives way to the quiet of the night as the full moon rises. Around a crackling campfire, the cadets begin to settle in, discussing who will stand guard. Dan Li-jung tries to convince an exhausted-looking Mok Danhwa to rest, but she volunteers to take the entire night watch herself. A noble offer, but her inner thoughts tell a different story. She agreed to camp, sure, but she had no idea that meant sleeping on a pile of leaves like some commoner. After a moment's thought, she realizes standing watch is the perfect excuse to avoid the crude bedding without looking spoiled. Dan Li-jung accepts her decision, telling her to get some rest as he leaves her to her post. The rest of the team falls asleep in a circle, leaving a single, solitary figure to guard the camp through the long night. But the cadets aren't the only ones awake in these mountains. Elsewhere, Instructor Sabi Kang stands alone on a cliff, a silent predator in the night. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the stillness. It's Mei Solon, demanding to know what he's doing out here. She gets straight to the point, asking what kind of scheme he's cooking up this time. Her eyes narrow, telling him to drop the act and stop playing dumb. She brings up the victims he buried, reminding him he's not the kind of man to act out of simple pity. So she asks him directly, what is the real purpose of this so-called training journey? Sabi Kang just glances away, offering a bland excuse about wanting his students to grow, like any ordinary instructor. Mei Solon can't help but scoff. Him, with an ordinary goal? That's the funniest thing she's heard in a long time. She admits as an enigma she can't fully understand, but she knows for certain he's anything but ordinary. She knows he has a clear purpose driving him, some grand, wretched goal he's hiding from everyone. She won't press him on her revenge just yet, but if he plans to use her, she demands to know what he's after. A faint smirk crosses his lips. He expected nothing less, musing that her sharp instincts as the soul, taking Celestial Maiden are still intact. He reminds her of the past, how he once told her she wouldn't believe him even if he revealed everything. With a dismissive wave, he admits it's a pathetic excuse. But for now, it's the only one he can offer. He relents slightly, scratching his head and deciding there are a few things he can share with her. The first purpose, he explains, is indeed for his students. They are precious to his plans and must grow stronger, both in body and in spirit. But there's another reason for this specific route he needs, to verify several things along the way. When she asks what things, his eyes narrow, and he simply tells her he still can't say. The truth is, he's hunting for treasures hidden by the demon race, special-grade mana stones, and powerful artifacts. And his most important goal is to investigate a location reported by the Ghost Shadow Manor, a place deeply corrupted by the demon realm. With that cryptic hint, he ends the conversation, preparing to do what he must. He asks for her understanding as a faint purple energy begins to crackle around his bandaged hand. Mei Solon is still trying to process his words, utterly confused by his sudden shift in tone. But before she can react, he strikes the back of her neck with a precise, energy-infused chop. He catches her limp body, coolly noting that it's about time their guests arrived. As if summoned by his words, the silhouettes of armed bandits begin to emerge from the darkness. He glances back at his sleeping students. With her awake, they'd be too protected to face a real trial. But this is far more than a simple bandit attack, as monstrous demonic figures with glowing eyes lead the charge. A wicked grin spreads across Sabi Kang's face. He's about to welcome his students to the real, unforgiving Jianghu. His voice echoes in the darkness, a promise of the brutal lesson about to unfold for his kiddos. While the rest of his students are fast asleep around the campfire, one remains vigilant. The others are completely oblivious, lost in their dreams, snoring away without a care in the world. Mok Danhwa sits alone, sword in hand, taking her watch duty with the utmost seriousness. Her mind, however, begins to wander, drifting back to her curious instructor. She glances at her sleeping comrades, a soft smile forming on her lips, and a memory brings a faint blush to her cheeks. She recalls the moment Sabi Kang invited her to the Heavenly Martial Tournament. She was honestly thrilled. Of course, that excitement was quickly replaced by confusion at his absurdly eccentric training. But she admits to herself, she never really cared about the tournament anyway. She just wanted to follow him. After all, the real prize wasn't the tournament, but spending 2 whole months with Yan Wookyoung. But her daydreaming quickly fades as the harsh reality of their mission sets in. And in that quiet moment, her razor-sharp instincts suddenly scream danger. A sound, a presence, something is wrong. She leaps to her feet in an instant, demanding the hidden enemy show themselves. Her shout jolts the others from their sleep. Dazed and confused by the sudden alarm, Mok Danhwa scans the dark woods, but the forest remains eerily silent and still, until a low, mocking chuckle echoes from the darkness. A hulking, demonic bandit steps into the firelight, impressed by her sharp senses. The other cadets finally scramble up, drawing their swords in shock at the monster before them. The bandit leader sneers, calling the young cadet an arrogant brat. With a wicked grin, he threatens to teach him a lesson for daring to raise his voice. Suddenly, the student freezes, a crippling pressure washing over his entire body. He can barely stand as the terrifying aura of the bandits manifests into ghostly demonic figures. But just as the pressure becomes unbearable, a calm step echoes through the clearing. Yan Wookyoung steps forward,